Christoph.
Hello, Eddie. We're back again.
Hey. We are now live. However, I'm just thinking, should we actually hop in the lobby?
That is true. We are doing the lobby one.
Be right back.
Be right back.
Wait, I can probably just before we lobby.
Yeah, day 3 of Shock the Web. This is our last day of presentations for like speakers and stuff like that. So I hope everyone has been having fun, learning about all this cool web, LN, Lightning in the web, Bitcoin, Lightning. All this cool
live
web,
streaming
LN,
is on.
Lightning in the web, Bitcoin, Lightning. All this cool
Live
web,
streaming
LN,
is on.
Lightning in the web, Bitcoin, Lightning. All this cool
Hey guys.
Lightning in the web, Bitcoin.
Yeah,
Hey,
just
Lux, you're on the stream now, actually. Yeah, so maybe mute the other one.
yeah, if you're watching the stream on YouTube, just make sure it's muted and stuff. How's it going, Jay?
Good. It's been a long night, to absorb everything we learned yesterday and experimenting. So yeah, as you can see, I had a long night. The results are incredible. So yeah, let's carry on what we're doing. Let's drill and let's build stuff.
Yeah. So you're just like experimenting with like a bunch of different tools and stuff like that. You said you needed some JavaScript help earlier. Mohammed's gonna reach out to you a bit later today. He's kind of busy doing some other stuff, but he's gonna reach out later to help with the QR stuff.
Sure. I booked my whole afternoon for these guys. So yeah, bring it on.
That's like, man, I really appreciate it. And like, I was speaking with some people this morning, and not everyone is able to get on the calls or to do like to attend the live streams. But they're like, hey, we're gonna like start binge watching, like, or they already have started binge watching some of the content on YouTube there. So you know, I think the accessibility of the content is something that could keep on lasting as well. And I'm just so happy that people are getting value enough to like stick around. To be honest.
No, just a word of caution for everyone, because I was thinking last night about Fiat Jaff. I love what he does, but I remember on day one he said something like, he can be a bit sarcastic sometimes, and he said something like, "Oh, nobody's building anything yet," Yeah, we need to realize that, everybody is not on the same page, and we don't want to leave everyone behind. So of course, it's going to take some time. Initially, I thought, oh, you run this event over 6 days. That's a big investment, right? A big investment of time. I see the value, but of course, it starts slowly and then suddenly. So yeah, don't be discouraged. And also, if you feel like you're behind, reach out to the team. If you really start from zero, stick with us. In the next events, you'll be as proficient as I am today, and as happy as I am today. So yeah, stick with us, and do not forget the Slack. We've got a lot of good content on the Slack.
Yeah, I'm really I'm really happy that you said that you're happy. Like that's really part of it, like the collaborative learning. And you're absolutely right. Not everyone is coming in on the same page. Some people are they're both starting their Bitcoin journeys and they're starting web development, you know. So yeah, it may not be. Oh, did we lose Jay? No. Yeah. So just continuing. Not everyone is on the same page, and what Jay Deluxe said there, it was is right on point. And hopefully, this event event and the series that we're going to be continuing this year, we can maybe like see the progress of people college, but in the end they become like rock stars and building some really cool stuff and contributing back to the space. So we want to take everyone with us, and it's not just something that we're going to be doing like a one-off of and like buy. This is like continuous learning that we want to encourage, because like with any Bitcoin journey, right, it's usually continuous. Yes. So
maybe is Jay still here?
I think he disconnected.
Okay, no worries. I was
Yeah,
gonna say maybe he can give a little update of what he's been working on and stuff. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. I think so far he's been doing mostly some like experiments with the text and stuff that's been out. Jay Deluxe, you back?
Sorry, I'm back. I think you remember yesterday, Jones, my laptop, on day one, my laptop was just like going berserk. I think Lightning Network might have broke my laptop.
Yeah, too fast to handle. The speed of transactions are too fast.
Absolutely, and I think this is really, how quick the Lightning Network is understated. I mean, when I love the gaze of realization when you show someone, oh, I'm going to send you like 100 Satoshis on your wallet, and it takes literally half a second. It's just like something happens in the user's head when he has his first transaction. So that's amazing. So yeah, you're right. Maybe I need to upgrade my laptop. It's just
yeah. I mean, I like to say that payments on the Lightning Network can move as fast as data can move now. Right, because like that's literally what it is. It's like some data being routed through the network to the destination. So Bitcoin is super fast, everyone. By the way, and a lot of innovations happening. I think Ed had a question for you, which was like, what kind of stuff are you kind of like hacking on? I know you're doing like a bunch of different experiments, but do you have like something that you want to build, or you just want to like touch on all the technologies that?
Yes, actually, I mean, people on the group might relate, right? When you start your journey, you learn, the stack, you learn Bitcoin and the Lightning Network. It's a lot to take in. So obviously you can't explore all the possibilities when you want to transact with Lightning Network. So when I started my journey, with LNbits and Ben Ark. It was about a year ago. I set up, remember my chicken feeder. The thing is, my chicken feeder is based on LNbits, and my goal is to make the site Lightning Network invoice compatible. So I want to have a Lightning invoice generated and receive a payment from a generated invoice, as opposed to a static address or static QR code, which is generated by LNP or LND, I don't remember, LN URL one. So LN URL is a very good point. Is a very good starting point if you've got some web knowledge, because it's just HTTP calls. And yeah, I just want to know more about the interacting directly with the nodes.
I see. Okay.
So yeah, basically it's a baby step. It's not a big, it's not a big improvement, but it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to my community, because don't forget, if you teach someone, this one is going to teach other people, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a domino effect. So yeah, I'm almost there actually. I'm almost there. So yeah, I'll have something to show on the last day or even this weekend. Yeah, happy.
I think in Boomy's repository, we have there, because like you're talking about QR codes, right? But there is also WebLN, right? So you don't have to show it off in QR code. It can be something that you can click.
Thanks to him and his GitHub repository, I managed to run his WebLN and Albi on my code yesterday or last night actually.
Nice.
It was really straightforward. So Thank you for having made this code available. It's just like not complicated, just the bare bone thing you need to run your stuff. And you copy paste, you change a couple of parameters, and you fly.
Exactly. So I see in the repository there's a gRPC option with so is that the one that you used?
No, I used the one that you showed in the example yesterday.
Yeah, so there was a few of them actually. So
yes.
Yeah, he showed like using the LN URL, the lightning address, a key send option, but also there's an option there to run, because if you want to connect directly to your node, you're not going to put your invoice macaroon on the web, like public to the web. That's the part that you don't necessarily want to do that. So what you would do, you would hide it behind some kind of web, like server, some backend server. That's what you want to do. So in the backend server, no one can access it, but it's making the calls to fetch the invoice. So you're still going to need that component of like a web server, right? So it can be LN URL, or it can be your own node with your your own HTTP server, right? So
and you know what? That's good what you're saying, because when I looked at the code on GitHub, I saw the README, because people read the README, and it was just a couple of lines there, and it can be a bit cumbersome for someone who just find the repository to look at it and think like, oh, I've got different directories there. Are they related? Are they doing different things? So it's not a big deal. But what I forgot to mention actually is all the code that I run, because you talk about back-end server and you talk about things like this. All the stuff I do is running on a tiny ESP32 device. So I have to convert whatever code I have into C++ or C language to run into the ESP32. So yeah, it's I think I spoke quite a lot already. I see Christoph and Rene on the breeze now. So yeah, I can give you an update at the end of the day. And yeah, keep doing what you're doing. It's great.
No
Thanks.
worries. No worries. Thank you so much, J Deluxe. And really, like, I love your energy. I love your hype, and thanks so much for like participating and stuff. We'll talk again soon. Let's see what Rene has to say. Rene, do you want to do the presentation now? Rene's been working on some cool stuff, people. I'm really excited about this.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, sure. I can show you around. Just give me a couple of seconds. I need to reset my development project right now. I'm currently working on integrating LN URL auf into this theme.
Dude, you're just at it. I saw some updates today as well. You're just
yeah. Keep releasing, right?
Yeah, keep yeah. So J Deluxe was referencing a comment by Fiat Jaff, which was like, like no one's building anything yet on Tuesday. We already have people building. It's happening.
Nice.
Hey there, Alex. Hey there, Christoph. Hello, fellow Jitser.
So can I share my screen here?
Yep.
Somehow. Yeah.
Whilst we wait, just for context, so Rene built this WebLN experiment site. Ed threw up a design of like a very simple Lightning application that someone could build, which allows you to enter someone's Lightning address and press a button. Okay, there it is. So I'll hand this over to you now.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Yeah, so basically what I was trying to do was to get a little bit into WebLN and try myself as I had no experience on that. So what I came up, thanks Ed for the idea, was a simple page which basically allows you to pay whatever Lightning address you like. So this page basically fetches the invoice from the server and hands it on to the client again. And after that, it invokes this WebLN feature to really let you pay this invoice in your browser. So what that looks like, if you have Albi installed, for instance, which provides you with this WebLN features, you can click on Generate Invoice here, and then you will see a little pop-up where you can confirm the payment. And after you confirm it, you will see some nice lightning zaps flying around. So basically, that was the first use case, and then I went on from there. I tried to create some new ideas, basically, which resulted in the scroll to pay website. So basically, what you have to do here is scroll down, and when you reach the end of the page, it will again create an invoice, and you can confirm it. And as soon as you've paid the page, there is a hint. You might want to set a budget because it gets really annoying if you do that for multiple times. And then you can set a budget. Let's set it to 10 cents. So we won't get bothered again with this payment dialogues. And what you can do now is you can just scroll down and there will be no pop-up whatsoever. It just is paid in the background, basically. Yeah, that was the second use case. And today I implemented KeySend, which is, I guess, only a experimental feature for now. I really like to show embossed space because they have a really cool billboard on there. And you can basically use this KeySend site to send messages to this billboard here. So all you have to do is copy our node public key and put it in here and say, fun hackathon rocks. And click pay. And now you will recognize this dialog, looks very similar. You confirm the payment. Now in the background, there is a KeySend payment sent. And if you refresh the embossed space page, you should see the message you just sent to them. Let me check, where is it? Yeah, here it is. So feel free to send them some messages. Yeah, and what I'm about to do.
You can see that actually. Did anyone else's screen freeze just then? Maybe it was just mine.
I didn't see either. Mine froze as well.
Oh no. When? Like a
Yeah,
long time back?
Froze. I see a push payment page.
Oh,
okay, it's refreshed now.
Okay. Did it? So, yeah, here is the message we just sent using KeySend, basically. It's actually really cool what you can do today with all this WebLN stuff. I'm really fascinated by it. I really love the concept of having a wallet directly integrated into the website and making it easier to pay for certain things. It's really great.
Rene, can you show off what happens when you're on a browser that doesn't have the extension installed? Because I thought that was
sure.
Very cool.
Sure. Let me check.
You might have to share the other screen if you're not sure.
Yeah, I'm just moving my non-Albi window here. So basically what you see here, at the very beginning, we check for support, and if there is no WebLN support in your browser available, you just see this page where it says, yeah, in order to use the page, you need to install an extension. And I think there are also, I only tested it with Albi right now, but I think there are other options like the Blue Wallet browser or something, which also implement WebLN, and it takes you to the Albi page where you can just install this browser plugin.
Yeah, so there are some mobile applications with WebLN browsers. So like a lot of these demos and stuff that we're going to be doing, and like when you're building this, in the state of the ecosystem now, we're very much like desktop focused with the WebLN stuff. But I think there's Breeze, Blix, and I do believe, I don't know if they took it out, but I do recall Blue Wallet also having a browser in there. And perhaps we start seeing like some more, because Safari has so on mobile has extensions, and I'm not sure about Android space. So maybe we start seeing more Lightning capabilities in different websites now, or mobile apps. So I'm super excited. I'm super excited about that. Does anyone have any questions for Renee? Either about UX or about new possibilities, or just the tech?
Since they don't seem to have any questions, I just want to highlight that, René, I don't know you, right? We don't know each other.
Yeah.
I'm not advertising anything or anyone, but I went on your 21 Uno website.
Yeah.
Me gustó mucho. Really nice.
Thanks a lot, man. Yeah, it's really fun to play around. There's so much stuff you can build. I'm thinking about WebLN 24/7 almost. No.
We will be burned out by the end of the week, Jones.
Yeah. I'm not even finished with one idea, and then there is always the next one already waiting. Yeah.
But is the login one already done?
Not finished, no.
Okay.
Because I'm currently struggling a bit with the LN URL auth package, which is also used on Lightning login.live. And I noticed it's pretty sophisticated in terms of how you use this plugin. So currently there is no option to like add custom designs. It would just take you to a finished page, like a pre-rendered login page where you have this QR code, and which looks very different to the site I now have. So I'm currently trying to get that to come up with some own design functionality for using LN login.
I think from this event, from this time where we're all getting together and focusing on this WebLN stuff, we'll start to figure out like what kind of libraries and stuff that we need to use, that we need to create, that allow people to do these things a lot simpler and easier. But that's some amazing work, Renee. Thank you so much for showing it off.
Welcome. Thanks.
I think Alex wanted to show off some stuff as well.
Yes, I do want to show you some things. Can you hear me well?
Loud and clear.
I'm always having issues with. Hi everyone. I'm Alex. I am a product designer working for Big Shift. You might have heard about. You might have heard them. It's a pretty cool company to work for. I'm gonna show you now what we have been cooking. Wait, let me just do this real quick. It's our Bitcoin 3D freebies. It's an asset library pack for Figma, and you can also download the images separately. That really wants to help out the Bitcoin ecosystem with having a bit more visual asset libraries, visually rich asset libraries that you can use all around. I'm gonna walk you through how it kind of works on Figma, what kind of assets do we have, and so on and so forth. I'm just scrolling through the website because we're pretty proud with it. If you have any suggestions, by the way, don't forget that we have a submission form. But anyway, let's simulate how we would approach a project using the 3D freebies. So this is the Figma community link. You can duplicate the project. Okay, it's going to duplicate it in my personal Figma account. So let's assume that it's already duplicated, right? And let's say that currently you're working on a mobile app, like the Bitcoin Payer or whatever. And you would like to add some sort of a 3D asset to it. The way we do it is like once you've already duplicated that asset library, you go into the asset tabs and you'll see the Bitcoin 3D freebies library in there. Turn it on, boom. Now you have 30 or 32, kind of don't remember exactly, but you have a lot of free 3D assets for your apps to use. For example, the way we've built out the system is that you could, let's say we want to add the rocket because it's pretty. If you want to use the assets, they are usable both in smaller scale UIs, like smaller width UIs, similar to mobile apps and so on. We have the options to change the sizes from 32 pixels, which is, it's usable for like smaller icons like that. Easily replace this. Sorry. You can use them for, let me just go through that real quick. It could be usable for as accents in your applications. You could use them as marketing materials, like shown in here. This is something we did a couple of weeks ago. Like for example, we could use my favorite, which is the Bitcoin jungle. Whoever knows it, getting 20 sats from me. Right. The idea of the system is that it's extremely flexible and it covers the needs from smaller scale illustrations that are often used in websites and UIs to larger scale illustrations, which are used for more of a marketing content. Another benefit of the system is that most of the components are fairly flexible in a sense that you could easily edit them. We have front and side views for all of the components in the system. How cool. And for some of them, we have more granular settings. Like for example, side view without and with a background, or front view without and with a background. Or for example, this node, we can remove the Bitcoin logo, bring it back up. The rocket, you can change it from side to front, remove the Bitcoin logo, change the sizes. So in a sense, it's a pretty flexible library, especially having the fact that it's a image-based library. And our plans are for the future to make it even more interactive, so it would fit more needs of the people in the Bitcoin ecosystem. As mentioned, we are planning to grow this library even more. But if you have any suggestions, I can loop you back to our Bitcoin website, to the 3D-freebies.peakshift.com. So you could leave your suggestions in the submit form in order to, in a sense, contribute with our works, Luban and I. Luban, by the way, shout out to Luban Stoyanov. He is our 3D designer. He is responsible for all of these lovely, lovely 3D assets. So big thanks for everything you've done. And yeah, technically that was my messy, quick presentation of what are we cooking in regards of our 3D asset library. You can check it out on the Figma community store. You can check it out and you can grab the assets on GitHub. We have it under the github.com/peakshift/Bitcoin 3D freebies. I can paste the link in the chat if you want. I hope this library or these assets are going to be helpful, for you to continue hacking. And yeah, technically that's it.
Nice. Very cool. Are those assets like really 3D models, or
Yeah.
do you have to export them every time?
We still, so in the next update, we'll actually upload the 3D models themselves, the actual Blender files or the object files into the GitHub repo and on the website. Currently, they are solely PNGs, but on the next update, we'll gather all of the 3D objects and we'll share it with the community as well.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Very cool. Awesome.
And on the topic of design, we have Christoph, who's going to be doing a presentation later today with the wallet UI kit. And by the way, thanks for that, Alex. Awesome working a little bit on this. Yeah, we have Christoph, who's going to be doing a presentation on the wallet UI kit and the Bitcoin.Design guide. Just to give people a bit of introduction into like one, the Bitcoin.Design community, one of the main outputs, which was the design guide, which aims to be an educational resource for designers coming into the space, because it is super important for us to not also look at just the technical parts of things, which is
Yeah.
but
Yeah, klar.
maybe mute Rene. Okay. Yeah, so design is also like a really important aspect of this, and for quite a while designers have not really had much say in the direction of the ecosystem, because it's been like so technically driven. We want to have like some kind of like synergies between the two, between the different people and skills and stuff in the space, in order to create like great looking products that are going to be adopted for, you know, the masses of the world. Yeah, this is a really great initiative. There's almost 3,000 people in the Bitcoin.Design Slack. You can check it out, Bitcoin.Design. And Bolt Fun itself came out of the Bitcoin.Design community, out of a need to kind of like bring the developers and designers together and offer kind of like an environment for us to kind of like start experimenting with small parts of the protocol and the technology and stuff. So yeah, watch out for Christoph's talk. It is actually happening at I'll tell you what time, 6:15 Central European time. And there's also a kind of like a designy oriented session after that at 7:15. It's building lightning powered games. So Andre from ZEBEDEE is going to be talking about his journey and stuff in starting this company, and the importance and different learnings that he's had through trying to get Lightning and Bitcoin into the game industry, and have players interact with money in there. So I think that's going to be super exciting as well.
Oh yeah.
How are you doing, Christoph? What are you thinking about some of the design stuff that are happening now in the space? Like, are you seeing any WebLN design patterns and stuff emerge now?
No, but I keep my eyes on it. I'm learning a lot. It's really great to see. I really like Boomy's how-tos yesterday. I like seeing the scroll to pay. It just makes it easier to grasp and use. And I really want to build something too. But I keep wondering about whether at some point we'll have a Lightning web app or Lightning app section in the design guide.
Well, hopefully.
We'll just have to we have to observe and gather and form something around it. But especially, I think login would be pretty important to handle that smoothly across all kinds of different scenarios, because you don't want people fail when logging in. Otherwise it's like Microsoft. I always hate logging in because it's like never
Do you
works
want to stay
properly.
logged in? You never do.
But yeah, no, I'm thinking, I'm observing a lot. But I think it's super promising. I just want to see lots of really smoothly executed, fun apps that do all kinds of weird things, and then see where it all goes.
Yeah, well, in this first event that we're having, it's really for us to kind of like sit down and like try to understand and see and introduce these concepts to people. This scroll to pay looks super interesting. Actually, Renee, do you know something else that you can do? It's instead of using WebLN send payment, which pays an invoice to the website, you could actually use WebLN make payment, in which you scroll and get paid. But you'll have to figure out the incentive models for that and where you get the money from. Yeah, but yeah, these are like some really cool stuff that you can now do in the browser and stuff. We have John Carvalho here. He just made an announcement in the Bolt Fun channel about Block Tank. So perhaps we could have him hop on and give his perspective of the event so far. What are you thinking about it? Have you had a chance to like keep track of things, the different talks? And yeah, tell us about Block Tank and how people can use it.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's been a crazy week for me, so I apologize if I'm not as eloquent as usual. Tired, burning the candle at both ends in the middle. We did the demo a couple days ago showing our progress on getting tokens working on Lightning. I don't know if you guys caught that video, but it's in the Synonym Twitter if you want to check it out. And then we've been working for a while on shipping this Block Tank LSP product, and we had hoped to have it ready on Monday, and so it would be ready on the start for the hackers to play with. But we ended up breaking it on Monday, and we're trying to fix that. And so that got fixed today. And basically, this is just a soft release. We'll probably take it offline again next week after the hackathon, and then we'll do like a formal announcement and release of it. Along with some other promotional like videos and stuff explaining it during the Bitcoin 2022 conference, because we won't actually be there. So we wanted to like release something during that time so we could get a little bit of attention while everybody's hyped on Bitcoin that week. But yeah, Block Tank LSP, it's basically two major aspects. There's an API, and the API is meant for, platforms and apps to be able to kind of integrate directly with our monetized node. And you can do, various calls for configuring your purchase, checking on your current your current channels and current orders, and basically choosing what you want for your local and remote balance, and being able to automate this with an API. We'll eventually add more and more services to the API. Later, we'll add OmniBolt, so you can buy Tether channels through the same Block Tank API. We'll probably add services like things like doing fee estimation and other services that wallets would want. And we'll kind of monetize all of these things using Bitcoin and Lightning. Right now, you can only purchase channels using Bitcoin or Lightning. We don't accept any other payment methods. And then we also have the Block Tank web widget, which is blocktank.synonym.to, TO, if you want to try that. All the links are in the Bolt Fun chat as well. And that is a UI that we made, a UI implementation of the API that is, that we're serving ourselves. And that widget is fully embeddable as well. So if people want to embed it into, their website or web page, or even later, if you want to talk to us about customizing it a little bit and still having us serve it, we can talk about that as well. But basically, it's just meant to show one possible user experience for implementing this API and selling channels. The pricing of the channels is actually kind of interesting in how it's designed as well. We have a kind of two aspects that are kind of new that I don't think anybody's done before. One is part of the fee is based on how long you want the channel to be open. And what we do is we use Bitfinex's FRR rate, which is basically the interest rate that people charge for shorting Bitcoin on Bitfinex. And so we use the same rate basically of other Bitcoin demand as liquidity. This is like the FRR rate is a flash return rate. This is basically the average rate that's available all the time on Bitfinex for shorters. And so we're using the same rate, and we're just multiplying that daily rate by the amount of time that you want to have the channel open. And that's basically like the interest rate on locking up these coins. Then the other cool part of it is we also have a fee structure for the routing fees for these channels, where it's based on tiers. So like if you do little to no volume, you're going to pay the highest rate on the routing fee. And then the more volume you do, the lower the fee goes. And so basically this is like, more like business sort of pricing, to where if you are like an exchange or a wallet and you're doing a lot of volume through your channel, then you'll be able to get really low fees. But if you're only like a casual user, because we always have the risk of us having to close the channel for the balance on our side. And so this is the kind of way to mitigate that aspect of the cost, which is to, hopefully make our transaction fees back and then some. But yeah, anybody have any questions? Anybody played with it? Any feedback, etc.?
I think it looks really cool. I'm really impressed with the design as well. It's looking really nice, man.
Yeah, we still want to polish a couple things about the design, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. We're trying to keep developing the kind of look that we started in the website, and also the look that we have going in our wallet, which we haven't shown anybody yet, really. But yeah, there are a few things we'll polish on that. And I noticed some people made some suggestions, and we had our designer in the room taking those suggestions. So we'll take those to heart and see if we can modify it a little bit. But yeah, one of them was about like the dialogue used, like saying like, incoming balance versus remote and local, all these things. And these are actually pretty heavily debated internally. And what we decided was that on the web widget, we were okay with being a little more technical in how we referred to things, because we figured nobody is going to be like going to a specific Blocktank LSP page that doesn't know anything about Lightning. And so we figured it should be a little bit technical and not totally like, dumbed down. But and then we have our like super dumbed down experience in our mobile wallet, where we actually like we don't even mention the word channel. We don't mention remote or local or anything like that. Basically, it's like a widget for the user, where it's another implementation of Blocktank API, but in the mobile wallet, where we basically like ask them like how much they plan to spend or in the next 90 days, and how much do they want to be able to spend, how much do they want to be able to receive, and we kind of like really dumb it down into like 3 frames. But yeah, sorry, go ahead, Johns.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask to get some clarification on the mechanism in which you buy a channel. Can you buy a channel through the API? And like let's say I wanted to do something in Postman or on the command line. Would I get a invoice returned from the API?
So there, you can redeem the channel several ways. I don't know. You should try buying one. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to shill it, but if you buy one, you'll notice that there's kind of 2 paths that you can take to redeeming it. The first one is you automatically get a QR code for redeeming it using LNURL, and that's been an established form of buying a channel for a while, because that's actually why LNURL was originally invented, was so Bitrefill would be able to sell channels to people from their node a few years ago. And then so that's a default method, but you'll also notice on the same screen that you can click on manual, and manual allows you to put in your node ID, choose if you want it to be a private channel, and kind of do the normal manual process by specifying. And so the API would provide both ways. It would either provide you with the blob for the LNURL information to begin the connection that way, or it would let you submit your node ID and stuff. There's also API docs too if you want to look at it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna share the screen so people can see what John's talking about right now. Because the design is actually quite cool as well. Let me see, Blocktank. There we go. Yeah, so this is the Blocktank widget that he's talking about, And yeah, that's the configuration. So, I think
your video is frozen for me, Johns. I'm not sure about everybody else.
Oh, no. Okay, is this frozen for everyone still? I'll restart it. Chrome tab.
I can see you now perfectly.
Oh yeah, but the can you see my screen?
When you go share, it just freezes for me.
All right. Well, yeah, I guess you could just check out blocktank.synonym.to, and yeah. So like as we were talking about it, the interaction with the API and stuff like that, it starts to get interesting. Like different kind of services monetizing their APIs through Lightning. Having Lightning as a payment method. Now this could be like service to service interactions, but we're doing like some web LN stuff, right? So we could also start imagining like maybe you need to get a list of something, like whatever it is, a list of products, and it's like curated products, and it's part of a like a paid list or something. In your application, you can now kind of like in your backend, you can like pay that invoice through the backend for every request that goes through, or you get like a set of credentials that will give you access to 1,000 requests or something like that, and then you like paying per use, and that could all be powered by the Lightning Network. But on the UI side, I think it could also be quite interesting to implement an API like this, which gives you, yeah, so how I'm thinking about it is like some kind of dashboard, which shows you the different pricing options, similar to your widgets and stuff, but it could like start to have like other APIs integrated. Maybe there's some like Bitrefill. Does Bitrefill have their stuff over APIs as well? Do you know?
Actually, that's a great segue, because that was part of my reply, which is I wanted to mention two things. One is just to kind of mirror what you just said, which is, I mentioned earlier the concept of like charging for a fee estimation. Like that would be a good example of what you're talking about with like automating the paying for something over the API. Basically, like you could have, say, Blue Wallet, and say Blocktank had the best fee estimation in the business, right? And we didn't want to share how we do that. Well, then we could make an API service, make that one more API call in there, and like tell me the current fee estimation, and we could charge like 1 sat for it or something. So you could just call it whenever you want, and just charge like a really small price for it, just as friction, just charging for API calls. But you mentioned Bitrefill, which is another good example, and we did this years ago, which is the way that like right now when Bitfinex added Lightning, the reason was to do something similar to this line of conversation, which was we added Bitrefill's platform inside of Bitfinex, so Bitfinex users could use their Bitfinex balances to purchase gift cards. But the way that actually works is Bitfinex takes the balance from their users, and then Bitfinex pays Bitrefill over Lightning for that. And so there's a whole slew of like API calls that are happening, because what actually happens in the background is the user tells Bitfinex platform, take this money from me and then purchase this card from Bitrefill. Then the Bitfinex platform talks to Bitrefill and says, hey, we want this card. How much do you want in Lightning? And then it pays that using Bitcoin. But the user paid in whatever they wanted. They could pay in Ethereum or Tether or Bitcoin or anything. And then Bitrefill goes to their APIs for their vendors, or where they buy the gift card from, pays them in a cash balance that they have with them, retrieves the card, sends it over API to Bitfinex, and then Bitfinex displays it to the user. And so there's like all of this kind of monetization going on and automation going on. But in the end, Bitfinex and Bitrefill, they're never in a debt arrangement, because they're always dynamically paying for everything, so that there's no credit required.
Yeah, but I'm actually quite interested. Maybe someone like runs with this or something. What happens when we move those costs to the user, right? To the person interacting with the website? Because I think it could be like, of course, we kind of expect a lot of things for free online, But in rethinking kind of like business models, I think this could be, and especially with things like WebLN, it can be quite interesting to like move that off, like onto the user. Of course, you have to think about this kind of like value for value thing, where it's like, are they able to recognize what value they're getting? Or do you have to give like some kind of like free usage for like a certain amount of time, and then it like then bubbles up to them? But that could be a very interesting way of like shifting costs from the business itself or from the website operator to the user, and especially if it's providing X amount of value. But you may think like, okay, well, like the user doesn't want to constantly be asked to confirm invoices for like hundreds of requests that their browser is making at a time. So this concept of like allowances that Albi has incorporated also comes in there quite interestingly. So as Rene showed, setting the budget for the like a certain website, he did it so with 10 sats. You can say like on this website, I only want to be able to I want to have a limit of like 1,000 sats per month or something that I'm willing to spend, or 1,000 sats for 6 months or whatever period you want. You're kind of like defining your own subscription and pricing and stuff based on your usage. But the other thing is that you're not letting go of that money as well. Now, of course, we have to then think of like, how does that impact the business or the service provider and stuff like that? But I think those questions will come about once we start like digging into these other kind of payment flows as well.
Yeah, I think you covered most of the considerations pretty thoroughly. It is very interesting to think about a world of micropayments and nano payments and putting costs into the users, but it's mostly the last thing users actually want. They like getting things for free, and I think there's maybe a line that we could find that is where we do get them to start paying for things that are much more appropriate for them to be paying than for the business. But that line will still, no matter what, require some degree of batching. And that's what you're referring to when you say like an allowance or a subscription or a monthly fee or even any payment. You don't want to be charging per frame for a video. You don't want to be charging per second for a video. At some point, you have to batch what you're trying to do into some amount of efficiency, just because the CPU cycles cost more than the payment is worth. And so you have to be careful with how granular you make things, for sure, both for user experience and for technical reasons. But I do think that that's what we're trying to explore. What Albi's trying to explore. We have ideas about user experiences for subscriptions and allowances as well. I haven't actually looked at Albi's yet, but I'm going to guess we're going to converge on a very similar outcome because it will be the only thing that makes sense, probably.
Yeah, and a lot of this is like pattern finding as well, right? We're exploring these things in order to find some new patterns for how all this monetization, how this payment method, payment flows, and incentives are going to end up working. I see Precious has joined in there. Precious, you've been kind of active in quite recently. How are you finding the event so far? Are you learning lots? Are you struggling? Is there anything we can help with? Or you cannot talk. Okay, maybe. They're Precious. There you are.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. I'm fine. The event has been good so far. I think one thing I'm struggling with is like the user flow of how it, come about LN shop. I tried doing one or two things, but I think help is really appreciated. Yeah.
Okay, sure. What part of the user flow are you having trouble with?
Okay. Like how to integrate where the merchant has to like put in um their details for their wallet.
Hmm.
So the way we're setting it up is like they they input their names, their shop name, their detail for their shop. They can add in their product, then the price, then they save it. And so where I'm confused now is like where at which point do they add in their lightning details also, in which the user or the customer would use to pay.
Yeah. So I would say just one thing. From what I understand, the lightning details for this project, LN Shop, it's so just for context, everyone, LN Shop is trying to do a client side shop, so like no backend, and that shop should be able to take lightning payments. And when I say no backend, it's like a static website that a shop owner can deploy on maybe GitHub Pages or Netlify or some of these static hosting websites, and then customers can start like making payments through WebLN. So if it doesn't have a backend, like how are payments going to be able to be done? Well, technically it does have a backend, but it's not hosted by the customer. By the shop owner. They'll probably be registering something like a Lightning address. Uh, uh, on one of the Lightning address registrars like Albi or ZEBEDEE or Wallet of Satoshi. I think it's an interesting proof of concept, and an interesting way to think about like Web3 apps. But yeah, so what I would say though to directly answer your question, I think Christoph is offering to do mentorship. I don't know if I volunteered you. You can also connect with Ed. So yeah, those guys would be able to help you talk through your problem and talk through the design.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so and tomorrow especially, and through the weekend, we're gonna have a lot of mentors available. I'll send a list of everyone that the teams can connect with, and I myself, if you have any questions about flows or anything like that. Oh, Boomy, there we go. Boomy is another mentor.
Right on time.
Right on time.
Oh, everybody.
Hey. Yeah, we're just talking about Precious's project, team project. It's called LN Shop, and he was just wondering about like what the flow for adding the payment details for the shop are gonna be. So I think we'll be starting soon the first presentation, right, Ed?
Yep.
Yeah, so since we're starting soon, we'll probably take some of this offline, or we come back on the next kind of a lobby session, which is in, let me pull up the time. The next lobby session is in 1 hour, basically. In 1 hour, we could come back in here and we'll have a 2-hour session where we could talk through your design and you can present the project perhaps. All right, Precious? Take that as a yes.
Maybe it's time to hop over into the main stage, Johns.
Yep. All right, everyone, we're going to be hopping over to YouTube now. And Ben Ark is going to be having a presentation. Well, I'll explain when we get over to YouTube. So I sent it in the Jitsi here. Hop on over and we'll continue the discussion and the event today.
Cool. See you in a sec, guys. Hey, hello, everybody. Hopefully, everyone.
It's kind of lonely here now. I kind of preferred it in the lobby.
Yeah, it was nice. Huh?
Yeah, but we're gonna be starting with Ben Ark. But just before we begin, before he comes on, yeah, like what do you think of those presentations that we just had there?
Yeah, some really cool ones. I mean, just to recap for people who are kind of just tuning in now, we started off with Rene, who has been hacking on some really cool WebLN things. He utilized one of the designs that was put in the Slack channel by myself. Shout out to me. Yeah, that was really cool to see that. Basically, just sort of paying a really simple or fetching an invoice using Lightning address and then paying it using WebLN. And he also had some really cool keysend stuff. Because I had sort of Jay talking about some similar things. Alex from Peak Shift, shout out to Alex, and also Lubin. They dropped a really cool 3D freebies pack. If you haven't yet seen it or tried it out, it is floating around somewhere in the Slack channel. It's also up on the sort of Peak Shift Twitter. So go, it's a Figma community file, so just fork it or duplicate it. And just start playing around. There's some really awesome 3D assets in there, some cool sort of Bitcoin beach, Bitcoin lake. What were some of your favorites, Johns?
My favorite one is definitely the new one with the new style of Bitcoin jungle. It's
Yeah.
I'm really digging that one with the rocky bottom. Yeah, we're gonna be like releasing a bunch of for these like Bitcoin communities. So Nicholas from Galoy yesterday was talking about these different Bitcoin communities in South America, and some are even popping up in different places in the world. So we're gonna try to make like some 3D assets which like represent each of those communities. Hopefully, I don't know. I just think it's nice. I just think it's nice. Representing these communities in a kind of like a 3D. Is it called the metaverse? Are we doing the metaverse? Is that what that is?
The
the 3D jungle, the 3D beach, the 3D volcano.
Hey, yeah, it might well be.
Yeah,
maybe we can. I don't know. Maybe we can ask Andre later about some cool ideas for incorporating potentially some of these 3D designs into like a game.
That'd be super cool.
I saw that Thunder released a new game. I think it was maybe last night or the day before. I'll try and get it up on my phone here. It's a SATS. I think you posted about this the other day, Johns. I'm not sure if everyone can actually see. My screen kind of goes a bit funny with this weird background, but it's Bitcoin Snake. So go back to sort of Web 1.0. Everyone on their kind of Nokia phones playing a game of Snake. It's really cool. So the way that it works is you just create an account, and then every time you play, for about 5 seconds when each new block appears, which the snake has to eat, it's actually a ticket. And then you have to sort of eat the ticket and you collect them. And then there's a leaderboard of basically who's collected the most tickets. And then this gives you like a proportional chance of winning a sort of jackpot, which gets released every 24 hours, like a jackpot of sats or a satbot. I don't know however you want to say it. Which is just a really cool way of basically seeing sort of like gaming and Lightning. And I don't know, I really like these cool graphics that are coming out. I do think there's one thing which some other communities are doing really well is, they're exploring a lot of these like really artistic sort of visualizations of how people can interact with applications or websites or whatever it is. So would love to see some 3D designs into some of these hackathon projects. I think that would be really awesome. And I don't know, I heard Alex talking about a bounty, so not to throw you under the bus there, Alex, but if anyone does want to put these things into their hackathon projects, then please go use the Figma file. These guys have been working super hard on it, and it's just really cool to see. So hope we see some 3D stuff in there.
A couple years ago, me, Christoph, Daniel, and some others from the Bitcoin.Design community, we were actually in this conference, the Magical Crypto Conference, doing it was this 3D world It was like this VR. I think it's called VR Chat or something like this. Can't remember, but anyway, it was this conference that was taking place in VR. It was really really buggy, I'm not gonna lie, but it was a very interesting experience nonetheless. And yeah, we also had one guy who does a lot of work in the Bitcoin design community, who does a lot of work in these VR worlds. I think he built this whole kind of like Bitcoin learning and education world in VR chat. His name is Bitpaint. He's in the Bitcoin design community. Sometimes he pops in, but yeah, it's different ways of interacting with educational material, different experiences, and I guess different ways to try to make it like fun and engaging, right? So yeah.
Absolutely. I see some people filtering in. Benark will be with us momentarily. As any good Brit, he is quickly just making himself a cup of tea. Johns, you know the culture. You were in England for a little while, huh?
Yeah, a cuppa, I know the cuppa.
Yeah. So, I mean, whilst we're just waiting for him to join, maybe Johns, you can give a little overview of, or a bit of excitement around about what Ben's going to be sort of talking about today. So, it's an introduction to sort of LNbits. What can people kind of expect from this?
Yeah, so LNbits is quite interesting because it's I think one of the core. Okay, so you have a Bitcoin node. You can run one on your phone, and but it's not always going to be online because your phone doesn't have the most stable connection, right? So then we start to think like, okay, the node is the thing that gives you the ability to receive funds or even send funds, right? And John Carvalho spoke about the channel stuff, and it manages all your channels and deals with all your routing. That's what the node does, right? So yeah, you have your node here, but there's other kinds of like business logic. Well, here the guy is right now, but
there we go.
We're in pounds now. Last time it was in US dollars. Now it's pounds.
Yeah, I was showing that you can have multiple different currencies. I thought it was a good opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I was just giving the intro to LNbits. Whilst you got that cup of tea. Oh, there we go. Got that Earl Grey.
It's an El Salvador cup, actually. It's a cup I got from El Salvador from a very nice guy selling coffee in a vendor selling coffee for Bitcoin, which is very exciting.
Well, I mean, maybe you should be the one to talk about LNbits instead of I was just giving the intro and saying like building up from like you typically have a node, but then how do you connect like web services and stuff? But you have your presentation to do, so I'm gonna let you do it. Up the hour.
All right, cool. So hello everybody. I'm going to talk about LNbits. LNbits is a piece of software which I started, but we now have lots of great contributors coming into the project. And it was because of a number of issues I had when I was developing hardware. Like if I had an ATM and that ATM needed to be able to spend funds effectively, I would have to give it my admin macaroon. And if someone hacked into the ATM, they could like take all my money off my node. So I needed like a buffer, so like a wallet system where I could give the ATM the admin key for that wallet, and then it would just have a limited amount of funds in it, so they couldn't access the whole of my, all my funds on my node. There was that issue, and then the other issue was every time I developed something, I'd have to make like 6 different versions of it, or it'd be like, oh, I've made this thing for C Lightning, or I've made this thing for OpenNode, or I've made this thing for LMPay or something. Like, so I had to keep having to make different versions, or just make like some software or hardware which should only work with one thing. So it sort of made sense that there would be like a middleware layer, something which is nice and easy to install and set up, and it's just got a very simple API which you can plug into, generate wallets and accounts and things. And then as well as that, I and then a bunch of other people in within our kind of like circle of friends and developers in the Bitcoin world, we like to play around with the sci-fi, future technology, future money. So we want to experiment with like a little slither of functionality but we don't want to have to keep repeating all the, wallet stuff which people have to build when they're building a service on top of a node, a Lightning node, for example. So we wanted like an extension framework as well, which we could do that with, kind of like WordPress. You start off with something very simple, and then you extend it in any direction which is relevant to you. So if you're a cafe, there's a bunch of extensions for cafes and shops or whatever. Or if you're a content creator, there's a bunch of extensions for content creation. So for example, the extension I'm using right now is a Streamer Copilot, and this is renders a screen together with a price, a Bitcoin price, and then if you pay an amount to the QR code, then it will trigger like a little animation, like it'll trigger some confetti, or you'll have like a Bitcoin face pop up or something. It's just a way of people being able to stream sats like when they're doing content creation on YouTube or Twitch or whatever. So I made this extension because I do some YouTube stuff. So you can also add a webhook as well. So when someone pays that QR code, it then triggers an event somewhere or something. I'm quite interested in hardware, so I've made some gizmos like a smoke machine or something which will get triggered when you pay that QR code if you really want to. So this is one example of an extension, and I think I can screen share through it. So I haven't really tested this functionality of the extension, but I shall test it now and then see if it works. So I think this is the bit which is going to confuse me now. What do I need to press? Do I press? No. Oh, here we go. So can everyone see my screen now? Am I sharing?
Well, yeah, but it's a bit weird. Oh, yeah. You are sharing the screen, but it says, "Do you want to share?" So maybe close.
Oh, you can see the "Do you want to share" screen. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm so confused. Oh, here we go. Woo, craziness. Oh, even crazier. Well, I've just got to click on the right one, and then we'll be clicking on gas. Okay. If I go over here, so that's all that craziness stopped, and now am I just in the corner? Yeah.
Yeah. You're just in the corner now.
There we go. That's
a bit wild.
Yeah, it's a bit wild, but you could probably see this is the remote, by the way. So where I can do share screen, and I can actually trigger some events. So you probably saw a rocket now come on the screen. Did you see a rocket?
Yeah, you see the rocket. Could you move the remote like to the middle?
Oh, right, because it's in the way of the QR code.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah, very nice, very nice.
Okay. Too many things going on here.
Yeah, this is craziness. Well, so basically, like with the Streamer Copilot extension, it also has a little remote, so you can like share the screen and do things like that. So that's why that's happening. So all that stuff which you can see is composed in another window, which is then being fed through OBS and then fed into Jitsi. But anyway, so if you go to LNbits.com, there's some information about the project on there. There's a link to our repo. And then there's two links to different demo servers. There's the Legend demo server. So originally when we started LNbits, we wrote it in Python, the API in Python, and then the front end's written in this framework called Quasar, which is like a Vue.js framework. It's very good actually, but it takes care of a lot of the design stuff for us. But then also, there's lots of people who would like it to also run on something like Go, because it's more of a modern language and has all this sort of great async functionality kind of baked in into the language itself. So we also have the Infinity demo server. The version of LNbits which we're pushing and testing and has sort of the most traction of people working on it and developing right now is the Python version. We're trying to get it out of beta and then get the core of the Python LNbits version locked down, and then also our extension framework. So you'll have kind of like an extension experience, a bit like WordPress, where you search for a plugin or extension, and then you can download it and install it. Currently, all the extensions are just kind of like bundled in with the software. Once we get the Python server to that stage, then I think we're going to play more with the Infinity Go version. But I will say, if people are interested in playing with the Infinity Go version, that is kind of the more experimental one currently. And then the Python version is kind of the main version, which we're kind of running on. So there's a little bit of information here on features. This is just like a splash page for people if they go to LNbits.com. There's some information about the different frameworks using Quasar, Legend, which is running on Fast API, which is a simple Python API framework, and then Infinity, which is running on Go. And then some links to our YouTube channel, and then a list of LNbits, things which have integrated LNbits. And that's about it there. So if we go to the actual demo server itself, this is demo server. Oh no, okay. So this is the repo. If you go to the repo, There's an install guide, all the stuff you'd expect to see on a repo. It's a relatively simple install, actually. It's like 5 lines, 6 lines to get it up and running on a VPS. We are trying to make this give other install options, make other install options available. So we could have like a one-click install clear LNbits through LNbits.com, which I think people find quite useful. But once it's up and running and you've installed it on a server, and then in fact, what's the best thing to do here now? If I'm open, so say if I go to just the server itself, this is what you get. Okay, so when you run LNbits on your node or on your on a VPS connected to your node or your funding source, and then you first go onto it, this is what you'll see, and it's very easy just to spin up a wallet. Here we are. I have a wallet now, and then this wallet has its own API credentials, so I can use this for my ATM. And I can just have enough funds in here for my ATM to use and then just keep topping it up if I want to. We have API details here on the right-hand side. But then also, if you go to LNbits.com, actually, because we're using Fast API now, that was sort of a recent upgrade, and hit docs, then there's a really nice sort of Swagger thing for all of our different API endpoints, which are currently in LNbits, which is pretty sweet. So if I make a new wallet for this particular user, then that new wallet will have its own API keys. So, nice, easy functionality. As I said, I'm going to switch back now to one which I've already kind of set up a little bit. So this is a wallet which I've already started using today. And I've sent some sats to it. And then I started playing around with some of the extensions. You can see here, I've got my Streamer Copilot extension. And then if someone, pays so 4 minutes ago, someone paid to trigger an animation. And then that's popped up in my wallet there, which is pretty cool. The other ones which I've kind of set up because I want to show you is on your own device. So this is something for connecting to hardware specifically. I feel like I'm running before I can walk. Let's take a step back. So this is your basic wallet system, which you can use, and it has like a nice, you can see all the invoice, all the payments coming through. We use tags to, like the Albi guys were saying, to sort of differentiate between different payments. And then exporting to CSV, like we had, I was running a point of sale in this bar in Berlin, which accepts Bitcoin. And then one of the features which the owner of the bar wanted was just to literally export the transactions to a CSV file so we could import into QuickBooks. So real world feedback, there we are, we have it there. It's fully responsive. So if you use it on mobile, then it looks nice. It works like a mobile kind of app would work. You can also save it to your home screen and use it like a web app, which is pretty cool. If I go to manage extensions, you'll see that the vast array of extensions we have here. Let's move him over there. The vast array of extensions we have over here. As I said, currently, we're still quite at the point where, I mean, it's quite overwhelming, but we haven't got like hundreds of extensions, so we can just package them in with the software. But this will, when you go to manage extensions, very shortly, maybe in the next sort of 3 to 4 months, we'll have like more of a kind of WordPress experience where you'll have some featured extensions, recommended extensions, and then you can search, and then you can go find an extension, then install it from from the cloud somewhere, pull it down and install it into your LNbits. But currently they're all kind of packaged in. So let's have a look at a really simple extension. This is one of the first extensions made by one of our contributors, Tell. If we open this up, this is a TPOS extension. So this is to make, say if I'm a cafe and I'm running LNbits and I want a really simple point of sale, which people in my cafe can use, and they can accept. So let's do this in pounds as well, create TPOS. And now what we get is we get this little link here. So we click on this, and there we are. We have a really simple point of sale. Now this is shareable and again responsive, so it'll run on a phone. If I press the little hashtag thing here, I get a QR code. If I scan that QR code now, just with a regular normal QR code scanner. Ooh, come on, camera. Tap to scan, yes, please. Yeah, okay. Using QR code, the regular normal camera, QR code scanning functionality in the camera always sucks me whenever I use it on a mobile phone. Let me switch to an actual QR code scanner. There we are. So if I open that up now, I get a point of sale, and then in that, I can make a payment, and then it instantly converts to sats. I can hit OK, and then it generates. There we are. Whoops, Daisy. Then it generates an invoice somebody can pay, and then when that's paid, you get a little tick. This point of sale you can't get any wallet details from the point of sale itself. It's kind of like air gapped. So you're fine to like give this out to all the people in your cafe, your bar, whatever. They can accept payments on their phones. They can, they can press a little hashtag and they can pass it on to the next person who's coming in for that shift. Or you could print that QR code out, put it in your cafe or your bar, and say, if anyone comes in and ever asks for Bitcoin, scan this QR code on your phone, and then use this to accept the payment. Again, it's fully responsive. And then the payments themselves, we'll probably see a couple of pending payments there, which haven't actually settled. But here we are. We can see we've got some pending cafe. Oh, there we go. Someone else sent me another 10 sats. That's nice. We've got a couple of pending cafe payments because obviously didn't finish the payment. But then we can see that it's come from this point of sale. You can make multiple point of sales actually for all the different people in your cafe. What I might do is minimize this because I don't think I need it quite yet. No, there we are. What else? Okay, so let's have a look at another extension. So that's a simple point of sale, very useful. IBEX, the bank in Guatemala, when El Salvador first started accepting Bitcoin, they actually made a whole product just out of the TPOS extension where they would just give it to bars and cafes, and then they would accept Bitcoin payments, and they could go to IBEX and then exchange for cash. And then one of their products now, their main product, which they're rolling out, is really useful, is now completely based on that concept. It's pretty cool. So what have we got? A paywall, so you can paywall content like a website, for example. You can create a new paywall. You can put in a URL, and then someone's got to, you give them a link, and then when they go to that link, they have to pay to get access to that URL. We have LNURL withdraw. So if anyone knows what LNURL withdraw is, get your wallets out now because I'm going to give you some free sats. Let's do the quick vouchers one. Actually, this is good for like an event, like a conference, for example. So I got 21,000 sats in here, a decent sum of money. I'm going to connect to that wallet. I'm going to say withdraw amount per voucher. Okay, so 1,000 sats per voucher, number of vouchers. I'm going to say 10 vouchers, create vouchers. So these are like withdrawal links, which you can scan and get money from. Have you got those Lightning wallets out? If I click on view LNURL now, then somebody can scan that. They can get the sats, 1,000 sats, boom. This why it's good for a conference is you can actually click on this little print button here, and you can see I've got all these QR codes here. And then each one of those is worth 1,000 sats. So you can print those out, cut them out. This is actually a standard sticker template as well. It's a, if you go on Amazon and look for like a 5x2 sticker template, then you'll be able to find a sticker template. So you could put this in your printer, print them out, make stickers, stick them around your town or village, or take them to a conference, whatever. In fact, in Hong Kong, Leo, one of our LNbits, one of the people in the LNbits community in Hong Kong, every year, I think it's the New Year, they make these lacy things, which is like a red envelope, which people would put money in for kids and they would give it to kids. Well, he does these Bitcoin ones where he just puts those little, withdrawal links in there and these red cards and then hands them out to people. And then people can actually pay to like order 1,000 of them or something. So it's pretty cool. So that's LNURL withdraw. You can do a more advanced version of that where you can set like a max and minimum that somebody could withdraw, and you can put a time in as well. So you could have like a repeat payment link. So when you scan it, someone has to wait, I don't know, a minute or 2 minutes until they can pull more funds from it, which is kind of interesting because then you start to think, well, this could be used as a token for like a direct debit. I could mint one of these where somebody can take X amount a month. I could, $5 a month, I could give it to Netflix, and then they just pull $5 a month. And if it doesn't work 1 month, then they just kill my subscription. So the power of LNURL. So that's LNURL withdraw. Our LNURL withdraw extension is pretty nice. Because FiatJaff is one of the main contributors towards the LNbits project, and also happens to be the guy behind the LNURL protocol, we were lucky that we had a lot of LNURL functionality really early on, so it enabled people who had nodes like a Raspberry Blitz or an Umbrel to very quickly get access to the LNURL protocol, which was nice. LNURL pay, so this is to be able to make a static QR code, which you can then pay. It hasn't got like a simple version, but you can do the circuit bolt fun, and then what should we call this? I don't know, just tips, I suppose. And then you can have it as a fixed amount, or you can have a variable amount. I'll go for a fixed amount. Shall I create pay link? And this creates something pretty much like what you can see on my screen now, a pay link which you can just pay repeatedly, and then those funds will just go into that wallet because they connected it to that wallet. What else we got for extensions? Okay, let's have a look at the LNURL device. So what's great about LNbits is you can just build a little bit slither of functionality for the thing which you need to build for. So I'm interested in making these little points of sales. and I've been doing it pretty early on. I was sort of making them about 4 years ago, and the LNbits kind of came out of that experience. Like I said before, that having to make like an LNDC Lightning version. Now I just make an LNbits version, and then it's up to the user as to what they plug their LNbits install into. The more recent version of that is called LNPOS, and you can actually run this. This is offline right now, and the way it works for LNURL device. So when I want to program this thing, I create a new LNURL device instance, call it POS2, again connect it to a wallet, give it a fiat currency it's going to be denominated in. You can actually set a little profit margin, little cheeky profit margin there to rip your customers off if you want to. And then it makes you this string here. I copy this, I upload it onto this device, and now this device is connected to my LNbits server. What that means is, so in this string here, what have we got? We've got the actual let me close Telegram just in case I get doxed. We've got the actual endpoint for the server, and then we've also got a secret as well, a shared secret, and then we've got a currency, and we have the ID for this particular POS. So all that information is on here. Well, in fact, it's this one, which is actually on here. It's linked to this, and this is offline. So what I can do is, if I put in, this isn't really anything to do with LNbits, but it's kind of cool. If it's denominated in USD, GBP actually in this one. If I press 1 penny, and then press the hashtag. Watch this now. Boom. See how quickly it generated that QR code? That's because it's an LNURL Pay and it's completely offline, so I don't have to go fetch an invoice or any of that nonsense. And then the way this works is when I press the hashtag, it randomly generated a 4-digit PIN, encrypted it, included it in the pay link in that QR code, and then if I scan that, go on, you bugger. Here we go. It'll say, okay, so that's 30 sats. 1 penny is 30 sats at the moment. Okay, I pay that. And then once it's paid, if you can see, once it's paid, I can open this URL here, this little link I get, and it gives me a 4-digit PIN, 5062. That was the 4-digit PIN which is generated on this device, then passed through the QR code and encrypted to the server. If I press this little hashtag, okay, 5062, so I can verify that the payer has paid, and this doesn't need to be online, which is really powerful, particularly if you're a street seller in El Salvador. Also, this thing only costs about £15 to make, which is pretty cool. Just showing that you can make, if you have something and you need to connect it and do lightning payments, then you can LNbits is great for that, because you can just make this little extension which sits on top of it. So now when I click on here, I should start to see some transactions coming in here. Did anyone? Okay, well, someone managed to get 1,000 sats. That's pretty cool. And then here we are. We can see that POS payment which just came through. In 5 minutes, there's a bit of a bug there. I shouldn't really be saying that, but there we are. Something to look at. So yeah, that POS payment came through there. I've already shown this extension yesterday, the day before yesterday, but this is the Spotify Jukebox extension. Again, very cool. So as I said, with LNbits, you can extend it in any direction which is relevant to you. If you've got a bar, why not, the music which is playing, why not allow people to pay for that music and stream some sats that way? So I've got a jukebox set up here, and then if I open up Spotify on my phone, which this is connected to, and if I play, okay, so I've got a song playing. Right, now if I go to the jukebox, wait, there we are. So my song's playing. If I go to my jukebox, you can see the song which is playing there. I want to play Aqualung by Jethro Tull. Creates an invoice. Let's see if I can pay this before the song finishes. Pay. Hopefully this will now get queued. Jethro Tull. So we should hear Jethro Tull now. Go on. Oh no, it's bright. Oh, the wrong one. Was it Jethro Tull I paid for? Oh, there we are. I wasn't quite quick enough, so another song hopped in the queue before me before the song was over. But there we are. My song, which I paid for, is now playing on my phone. So this means the cafe can plug this into their speakers, share this page on a iPad or whatever, or have a QR code people can scan, and then there's playlists which they've got access to, and then people could just click on a song and then play the song if they want to. There we are. We can see Aqualung playing by Jethro Tull there. So that's pretty cool. This was based on a project from a Lightning Hack Day, actually, the one we had in New York a few years ago, by this guy here. So, what's quite nice about LNbits as well is we can give kind of little props, and then also like give accreditation to the person who's developed the extension in there. which is pretty nice. Again, we have, API endpoints for this extension, so you can actually start using the API endpoints for different extensions. So you can include LNbits as part of your stack, and then you can make use of some of these extensions for this weird functionality which we've been building. For example, during the lockdown, where is it? We all needed cheering up. And DJ Livestream. This is a great extension which was developed by Virjaf, and basically, like, it gives you a QR code which you can put on the screen. Now, what happened was DJ Crypto Graffiti did a DJ set, and then it was videoed. They had the QR code on the screen. If you paid enough money, you would get a link to download the song. And then with every tip which came in, the payment was then split between 10% to the DJ and like 90% to the actual music producer. Well, we all became really excited about that concept of payment splitting. And then Virjaf then made us a really nice specific split payments extension. So if I open this up now, I can select a source wallet, and I'm just going to say all funds which go into this wallet from now on are going to be split between this wallet, and then I can add like another wallet and another wallet, and then I can put a tip sharing percentage, so like 20%, 30%, and I can put in all these different wallets, just put in their wallet IDs. And this starts to become really interesting when you think about like a micro venture, like a coffee shop, where when someone buys that cup of coffee using TPOS, the money goes into a wallet, and then it can be split across all the people working in that cafe without any, money management stuff. It could just be split by percentage. On that, earlier today, very cool, someone got in contact with me to do with the Bulk Fun. Actually, they're working on a project as part of the Bulk Fun hack event, which is nice. That's what we want to hear. And they've made a WooCommerce shop, which themselves and a couple of other designers are selling T-shirts on. And they've used, so, LNbits is great, and you can build and plug into it. So one of the things you can do is like plug into it with an integration. So we have a WooCommerce integration here. So you can pull this into WooCommerce, and then you can accept Bitcoin Lightning payments for your products which you're selling. So they've done that. They've set up a store. They've installed the plugin, and then let me close this here. They've installed the plugin, and then they've said that so if someone buys a T-shirt, the funds go into a wallet on LNbits. Then it gets split to all the people who've been working on the project, and then some of the money goes into another wallet for like, so I think it's like 70% goes into the main wallet, and then 30% is then split across the participants of that particular venture. I find that extremely exciting. It's kind of that Nick Szabo social scalability stuff of, I know we're just doing it through database flips, so it's not particularly, fancy, but the concept, when you have micro payments, of being able to take a payment and then split it into lots of little wallets, and it doesn't really cost you anything to do that, I think is very powerful and interesting. And I look forward to them hopefully showing that the website they're working on during this event. What else have we got? User manager. So say if you're one of our main developers, Kali, has been great. He set up a Lightning tip bot on Telegram, and he's got LNbits powering it in the back end. And LNbits manages all the users and wallets and stuff, and then the tip bot then communicates to LNbits. He uses the user manager extension, which if we open up here, in here, like this user can create new users and then have access to those users, and can create wallets for all the different users they've created as well. So if you're and it's got all its API endpoints here, so you can have this user as an admin user, and then they create all these wallets for for your backend, for your service which you're running. What's been great about Kali is on his input is he's had a lot of traffic on his tip bot. So he's all the sort of scaling issues which he bumped into as well, and we've been kind of able to put our heads together and fix those, which has really helped the project. I mean, obviously everything works perfectly until you actually use the thing, doesn't it? So he's been using it, which is great. So we'll be able to plug a load of vulnerabilities and whatnot, and it's great. And he has a lot of transactions and stress tests the whole environment. What else do we have? We have Hivemind here. This is pretty cool. So this extension is a placeholder for now. Hivemind this is kind of like a bit of a protest that we want this particular BIP 300 to come in, so we can create the sorts of extension which this will be allowed to create. So that's kind of a bit of a troll. Sats Dice, this is marrying LN URL pay and LN URL withdraw, and then creates gambling in a QR code. So I select a wallet, I call it small game And then minimum bet size 10, max bet size 1,000. Haircut, so the bank's going to take 5%, and I'm going to go a 1.5 multiplier. Okay, so if I pay the QR code, I've got a 55% chance of winning 1.5 what I put in. All right. The actual odds would be 60. Let's go for actual odds. We won't put in a haircut. Create stats dice. I'm more likely to win then. So now if I click on this thing, this is a gambling QR code. Okay. And as with a lot of these extensions, they can be worked into and improved. And we could put some provably fair stuff into here. So I've got there. So I'm going to pay 10 Satoshis. I'm going to gamble with 10 Satoshis. Okay, paid. And then, okay, I got a link. Open the link. Hopefully I've won. No, I didn't win. That's sad. Let me try again. I have the worst luck. So when I was like debugging this thing, I kept thinking that it was broken, but actually I've just really bad luck. Let me try 20 sats. High roller. Okay, so pay. Let's see if this doesn't. Let's see if. Oh, I lost again. I suck. Yeah, just really unlucky. But if you win, oh well, let me play one more time. If you win, there's a play again button on here, so I can just do it through my phone without having to scan it every time. If you win, you get a link to a LNURL withdrawal, which is one of those withdrawal links which I showed before, which somebody took 1,000 Satoshis from. And then here we go. Go on. Oh, I lost again. This is ridiculous, isn't it? I got a 60% chance of winning, and I've lost 3 times in a row. But yeah, if we had the provably fair stuff, you could make a real high roller game in there, and yeah, you could make that, I don't know, like a 100 million Satoshis or something, and then you could put that up somewhere like, I don't know, Piccadilly Station in London, and then you'll have some high roller Bitcoiner can see that it's provably fair, and they'll be gambling with the QR code. I hate gambling, but I just think having a casino through a QR code is pretty cool. And again, if you've got a bar, stick one of these bad boys up in the toilets and the urinals when people are doing their business. They can have a little flutter and see if they win some sats. It's pretty good fun. What else have we got here? Blesco Map. So the Blesco Map, for those who don't know, fantastic project. It's a DIY ATM project. Again, offline. In fact, that was the inspiration behind this thing. And in it, you can create a Blesco Map, and again, create that relationship between the server software and the offline ATM. And so when you put the coins in, it then generates one of those withdrawal links. You can get the funds. Your phone then communicates to the LNbits server. And the LNbits server says, yes, this is a legitimate withdrawal request because it's got this key and a thing and a token. And then it will pay them then the money. So it's just a way of having an offline ATM, which is pretty cool. Also shows that other projects can make use of LNbits as well. Subdomains, if you have a domain name you're not using, you can connect it to Cloudflare, then connect it to the subdomains extension, and then you can have a front end page and people can rent your subdomain for like a day, 2 days, a month, connect it to their servers. Kind of cool, making use of all those domains which we troll, we gather up. What else have we got? Events is a great extension. So if you have an event like I don't know, like a hack day, for example, or a workshop, I can go to events here. I can create a new event. Okay, so what should I call it? I'll call it a workshop. I'll connect it to this wallet. Make LNPOS, and then closing date for tickets. Okay, it's going to be that's my closing date for tickets. Event begins. Event ends. Okay, amount of tickets. Do 100 tickets. Price per ticket. 10 Satoshis per ticket. Create event. All right. Now, what have we got here? We've got 2 links. If I click on this, somebody can come in. They can put in their name. I'm Ben. I want to join your Ben at gmail.com. I want to join your workshop. Submit that. Okay, get an invoice to pay. Ooh. Let me see if I can pay that. Pay it. Right, now I get a link to a ticket. And then here we go. Here's my ticket, which I can print out. And then all I do, I'm just going to take a photo of it, actually. Oh, yeah, this isn't going to work because I'm using the camera for my demonstration. So I'm not going to be able to show you exactly how this works. But basically, you get this ticket, you print it out. And then on the actual event on the day, you've got this other link here. You can see this is me here. Okay, and this is my ticket. Can you click on this thing? Oh yeah, there we are. That's got a link to the actual ticket itself. But if I clicked on scan ticket, if I didn't have my camera connected to the thing now, I would be able to scan that QR code. It would go bleep, and it would register that person as attending. And again, this is a completely shareable link, which you could share with your, your bouncer or whoever you've got under the doors at your event. Yeah, so pretty cool. So that's the events extension, and then it just goes on and on. We've just got all these great extensions. It's ridiculous. We've got too many good extensions to look at. Okay, offline shop, amazing idea. This, okay, so this is one of Fiat Jeff's as well. Great for like a market stand or something. So you have a word list, and then you can add items to your shop. If so, each item has its own LNURL pay, and then when you pay it, you get the next word in the word list. So I go to this stall, I pay for a can of Coke. They have the word list behind the counter, and then I got to, and the link, the receipt I get, it has, platypus in it. I say platypus, and they're like, oh, okay. The last person who paid got octopus, so that sounds about right. You can also change this to your own word list, which is pretty cool. And actually, this is kind of a good leeway into showing how you can develop your own extension. So I was thinking, on one of the shows we talk about the price, and you've got a magic 8 ball, and we shake the magic 8 ball, and then it says whether it's going to go high or low or whatever. And I was thinking, if we could randomize this, the way these words are given to the payer, then you could have like a magic 8 ball thing. So I've cloned this entire extension, pulled out loads of it, which I don't need, and kept the functionality of basically making an LNURL pay and then returning like a random thing from a list. And I've been working on that. Where is it? It's probably up here. Oh, I might not be actually connected to that branch, but yeah, this is called 8 ball. I thought you could probably use it for like tic-tac-toe as well, or battleships or something, or some game. Anyway, so while we're here, let's have a look at the back end. As you can see, each one of the extensions is just its own folder. So if I go into an extension, which is like LNURL device, for example, and let me open LN ticket as well. You can see they're basically the same. You have like your views for your different pages, which people can go to. Then you've got your API kind of back end. You've got some tasks. You've got your README. So each extension has got its own README. And we encourage people to kind of like, fill that out to explain to people how to use these extensions. Declare some models, migrations for the database. The CRUD, so this is connecting to our database, from the API, for example, when we're creating and deleting and entering data into the database for this particular extension. And then we have the front end templates. So like this is the front end template for this sort of area here. And then we usually have like a public page. So for example, this is a kind of a public page, which is you can share. And people can use and access, as is this. This is kind of a public page. So usually find that there's some templates for the public pages too. And then probably, is this one of my one? Yeah, I'm a bit messier. So quite often my JavaScript is down in the bottom there. So I imagine if I have a look here, yeah, I've got some JavaScript down the bottom there. Let's have a look at a more professionally made extension. Ooh, Blasco Map. I imagine they've got, they've got their own JavaScript file there. It's better. Okay, so each extension is basically a folder. And when I'm making that, what's it called, 8 ball extension, I literally just took the offline shop extension, cloned it, did a word replace in the folder, changed everything to 8 ball instead of offline shop. And then I'm going through and I'm just pulling bits out, which I don't need. And that's how I'm making that extension. So it's quite nice. I often do that if I want to make a new extension. I'll find an extension which has got some of the functions of the extension I want to make, and then I'll just like clone it and then rip into it and fiddle around with it, because they're all kind of very similar. Okay, this sort of back end form and then front end pages. Let's have a little look. What else we got? Support tickets. This is one which I just looked at. This is for paid support tickets. It's kind of cool. So if I make a new form and then a webhook, so I can send this data somewhere like to a Discord bot or something. There we go. Okay, so that's not really asking me anything, is it, if it's just specifically about LNPOS. You could put in a fixed amount, so it's going to cost you 200 Satoshis to talk to me, to send me a little question, or just be a bit fairer, I do 10 Satoshis and then charge per word. How's that? Great form. Okay, here's our front end page. So somebody can come along and then they can put in their details and then they can say, how do I install Arduino? All right. Oh, sorry, I selected, I had that as a yeah, it doesn't charge per word. Can I edit this? Sometimes the edit thing doesn't work, but hopefully it does on this one. No, doesn't let me do it. Okay, so say, let me show you again quickly. I won't charge, I'll make a new one and I'll call it form name, Bolt Fun 2. Oh, there we are. Oh, there we are. Okay, cool. So now, hopefully, oh, there we go. There we go. You can see that it's charging per word now. It's much more like it. That's more like it. And if I submit, it'll generate an invoice. Then when I pay that invoice, running out of money. It's funny when you're slinging these sats around and you think they're not really worth anything, and then a few years pass and you realize you lost a small fortune. So I submitted it, got a bit of feedback there saying thank you for submitting your form, and then hopefully in the back end there, I should then get, here we go, here's my form here, here's my email so I can get back to them. Again, this is a very MVP extension. You could work into a little bit more. When we add maybe some email functionality to LNbits, that could just like automatically be sent through to an email, or maybe we could put in like a Telegram handle or something, and it will send it the question to you there, and you could answer it from there. So here we go. So I think that's pretty much it for extensions. This is anything else I wanted to cover. LND Hub. This is great if you've got Blue Wallet. You can select. Well, I won't do this because you could scan this and get access to my wallet. Actually, you can scan it with Blue Wallet, and then you'll get this wallet inside Blue Wallet, which again is super useful. There's a couple of platforms which are using LNbits in their stack. They're using User Manager to manage all their users and all their wallets, and then they're just then using the LND Hub extension. Even though we're not using, this is running on C Lightning, they're using the LND Hub extension to connect Blue Wallet to the LNbits wallet. So they just give them that QR code and say scan this with Blue Wallet, and that's how people access the LNbits wallet, which is running behind their stack. So yeah, that's it for Legend. As I said, though, we have got this new cutting edge version, which is the Go version. Oh, there we are. I mean, as I said, it's experimentally cutting edge. So these things tend to happen. But we can have a look in the repo. Actually, I'll just kind of show you how it works. What's cool about this is, 1 second. Too much talking. What's cool about this is, there goes Infinity, is as you can see with the original LNbits, there's a lot of repetition of work. So in on your device here, I've had to, repeat a lot of things when I'm writing my extension. And like in the templates area, for example, like in index here, this whole sort of, here we are on your device, this whole area here, this part is kind of like, this is part of our base HTML, so it's fine. But this area here, we're kind of like repeating work, just with, HTML and Quasar stuff. So the Go version kind of like gets rid of that. Let's have a look here. So if we go to find the extensions, it's in apps, examples, here we go. We see we've got a paywall extension, and the paywall extension here is literally like a config file. So that's a lot leaner than, all this stuff which we've had to write. In saying that, though, this is still like a gazillion times easier than developing like a WordPress extension or plugin. It's not particularly hard to alter and change. But there is something very cool about just being able to fill out a config file. And and for its front end page, because obviously the paywall has a front end page which you then share with people. There's just a simple HTML page which you can then share. What this means is that you can host these two files anywhere, just in like a GitHub repo, for example, and then you can literally just like import that extension by importing those URLs. So it's very exciting, very cool, very cutting edge, experimental. But I hope to play with it more as kind of time wears on. What can you do with LNbits? Some fun stuff you can do with LNbits in the back end. So LNbits sits on top of, let's click on here, right? Okay, so LNbits can sit on top of all these funding sources here. But I've actually, this is kind of a goofy thing you can do with LNbits. I've actually made a fake funding source, all right? So originally, say if you built a project on top of LNbits and it's, you've got LND or C Lightning underneath it. Before, you couldn't do like a self-payment to a node. So the way we worked around in LNbits is we just kind of do a database flip, and then we kind of fake the payment just in LNbits. If one wallet in LNbits is paying another wallet in the same LNbits install, okay? Rather than actually touching the node, because it just doesn't need to touch the actual node. What that means, though, is as long as I have something which it can request an invoice from, and it gives it what looks like an invoice, LNbits will just carry on working. So I've got an LNbits running. This is kind of a cutting edge, weird example of what you can do with LNbits. Okay, so I have another LNbits install here. And as you can see, it's just like the LNbits install I had there. Oh, I didn't talk about the themes, actually. Silly me. Let me show you themes. If I go back to my actual wallet, here we go. Yeah, you have like, light, dark, and then we have like, all different colored themes. I quite like the green one, actually. This is good for like a cafe, maybe. Monochrome, El Salvador, garish. I should probably have it on this one just for the, the design community, the Bitcoin design community. I'm sure they'll love that. Anyway, so I have another install of LNbits here, and that's on this server, which I'm running. I'm going to connect. Right, so I'm going to shut the server down. Then I'm going to go to, am I going to dox myself by doing this? Who knows? Let's see. Sudo nano.env. I haven't checked in to make sure all you lot are still there, actually. So I hope the Jitsi server hasn't crashed. Oh, here we go. So I'm going to change that from LNTX bot wallet to fake wallet. And then, okay, I'm going to change this to school token. Probably wondering what I'm up to here. But what it means is that you can use LNbits in a way which is just completely detached from Bitcoin and Lightning, and it's just its own, shitcoin payment server, basically. Oh yeah, look, there is a bit of doxing going on there. And change this to what should I call it? School token ST. Right. So as long as I change those variables in a config file, and then spin that up again. Now, when I refresh it, oh, we've got a school token, and I can create an invoice in school token. And as you can see here, this is for, it's kind of denominated more like you would expect some shit coins to be, fiat coins to be denominated. You can't pay that with a Lightning wallet, but you can pay it with another LNbits wallet from the same server install. So if I make this, if I take this user ID here, copy it, and then close that down, and then add them as an admin user. Save. All this stuff here, by the way, will be in a nice admin UI at some point. Currently, we have this config file which you fill out, but that's not for long. We'll have the option to also have a nice admin UI. Right. So now, if I refresh this, I get a little plus. So if I go on plus here, because this is my own internal, shitcoin payment server. There we go. Now look all that money I've got, all these school tokens I've got. So I'm the, in the office in the school. I've made all these school tokens. People can come in, give me cash, and I'll give them school tokens. So if somebody else, like a kid, you want some school tokens to pay for their school dinners, and in the vending machine and using the point of sale, nostify.com. Okay, they can make an invoice. I want an invoice for, I want 20 school tokens, please. I'm going to copy that invoice. I'll give it to the admin, pay, boom, and there we are. I've paid the school tokens. So now we're just using, it's not even connected to Bitcoin or Lightning. We're just using it as a very hardened internal payment server for, say, a school where kids can pay for their food in the canteen, they can pay for, they have a wallet, they can pay for stuff in a vending machine or using a point of sale. You can use it for a music festival if they want to have digital payments, so they don't want people using cash. But they don't want to be reliant upon like a legacy framework or some cryptocurrency or Bitcoin. They could just use their own internal LNbits as its own internal payment server. Kind of a cool fringe use case you can do. But you've also got access to all these extensions. So the school could have a jukebox running and the kids could pay with their shitty school tokens. So it's sort of an interesting thing you can do with LNbits. I think that's kind of it. Maybe I'll go to questions now. Everyone's still here, are they? Stop sharing. Right. Am I all alone?
Yeah, I believe everyone's still here.
I was scared it had done that thing because I didn't hear anyone. I was scared it had done that thing. Oh, actually, let me get my remote up and I should be able to like unshare. There we are, boom. And there we are. So it's back to normal now, is it the thing? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was scared it had done that thing where it like kicked us off and I was just talking to myself for like half an hour.
No worries. There's a fairly aggressive I don't know who she is, the mistress of Jitsi, who
who says
tells us that live streaming is off. Yeah.
Live streaming is off.
I posted a couple of questions that sort of came through in the chat, just into the actual sort of Jitsi chat. I can read them out for you though.
Yeah. Is this on mainnet? Can you simulate a testnet wallet? Yes, you can run it on testnet. You just run a testnet node. So in fact, someone for the hackathon, they're making an extension for Bolt Stock Exchange. So you can set a limit on a wallet, and then when that wallet, say, gets 100,000 sats, it will then loop out using Bolt Stock Exchange to an on-chain address. We've also got a chain market version as well, which is an Ethereum contract, of doing the same thing, of looping out from a Lightning, paying a Lightning invoice, and then it goes out then to an on-chain address. It kind of does it in an automatic, cool way. He's been developing that because obviously as soon as you start playing around with on-chain funds, then, and it's on mainnet, you start losing money when you're developing. So he's running Bolt Stock Exchange, have a really nice Docker image, which has two C Lightning nodes, which already have channels between them. And then you can use it to then experiment sending payments from one to the other. And you can run LNbits on that, and that's a test net. So is it possible to make someone withdraw only once, e.g. based on the address of the withdrawing wallet? I mean, yeah, you just make one, like if you use LNURL withdraw, you just make a one-time use withdraw, which they can only use once. And then they can withdraw the funds, and you could just set it to the amount in the wallet. If you wanted to do it like programmatically, you could use the API to get the wallet details, find out which is in the wallet, and then generate an LNURL withdraw for the amount inside the wallet. A caveat is that there's a bunch of like depletion attack type things where people can like make a big fat channel to your node. So you end up routing payments through them, and then they set a high fee. And there's all this like buggery you could do in the Lightning network with a Lightning app. And one way to get around that is we put a fee reserve in. So we always hold like 2% of the wallet balance, because you can only guess what the fee is going to be. You're not 100% sure what the fee is going to be. So we always hold 2% in the wallet. So you can't extract all of the funds out of the wallet all in one go, because you've always got to account for that little 2% slither in the bottom, which is kind of annoying, and there's probably ways around it. But the easiest fix to some of these bugs is just to have that fee reserve. Wallet Satoshi do the same thing. A bunch of wallets do it. Again, why using something like LNbits in your stack is great. We're still beta, by the way, for anyone who wants to use in their stack. So be careful. But one of the reasons why it's great is like these are all bugs and vulnerabilities we've had to like learn to fix over time. If anyone who makes like a Lightning service or a Lightning project built on top of a node and it's communicating directly with a node has all these crazy vulnerabilities they're not even aware of. And a lot of those have kind of been plugged by LNbits, which is nice. But we could do that thing in a more sophisticated way. But yes, sorry, going back to your point, you could just make an LNURL withdraw one-time payment link to pull everything out of the wallet Or you could just, but if you're the admin and the money's going to your node, you could just delete the wallet, and then the person can't spend that money anymore on the wallet. I think that's what IBEX were doing, actually. When people would get the amount inside the wallet redeemed to them in cash, they would they delete the wallet? No, they probably didn't. They probably just deleted the balance of the wallet, I suppose. But I mean, as I said before, that big config file. One of our developers, Tal, he's been working on this admin extension. I started the admin because it's like a public server, isn't it?
Live streaming
is on. They don't want people spamming the server by just running loads of live streams and then just leave them on. I suppose probably.
Fair.
Because you can run Jitsi yourself, and actually you can it's really good for embedding into your own web project.
Yeah. We'll think about running our own instance at some point.
It's kind of a pain it was a pain with the YouTube stuff. Like if you wanted to connect it to YouTube, there was like a plugin because this was a couple of years ago, mind. It was just that you would have like instant fully functional Jitsi, but actually there was some connection issues too. If you're running, depending on where you're running the server and what sort of server you're running, because it is like running video. So it could be quite slow and kind of pixely. So it wasn't the easiest thing to set up like a fully functional Jitsi server, if memory serves me.
Yeah, maybe we just piggyback on FOMO. By the way, FOMO is a amazing organization. They also put on like a bunch of hackathons. They've been doing it for years. They just recently had the FOMO Hack Day in Istanbul, which was awesome. One of the first live events, in-person events, hackathons that they've had for quite some time. So yeah, check them out. It's fulmo.org, I believe, fulmo.org. They're a really great organization producing some awesome like educational resources and events in the space. And they also do Raspberry Blitz as well, which I think you also kind of like do some work on, no?
Yeah, so I mean, Rootsel from the Raspberry Blitz project. In fact, it was me and him sat in because he came over to visit me, and he was in a little bungalow near the sea because we lived in the sea. It's beautiful. So we came for a little like hacky respite time, and me and him were sat in a little bungalow, and I was like, "What about the name LNbits? LNbits? Does that sound good? LNbits?" And he's like, "Yeah, that sounds right." And I was like, "I'm thinking about writing it in PHP," and he's like, "Fuck yourself. If you write in PHP, it's never good on the Raspberry Blitz." I was like, "Okay, I'm not going to write in PHP." And then he's like, "Oh, can you do it in Python?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I do it in Python." And that's so yeah. So he was very involved actually at the beginning of LNbits, because of the conference thing, the Insta wallet. So this is even something I didn't even show this. So LNbits. Oh, maybe I'll just. Have I got time to do another share screen quickly?
Eddie, how are we looking at
that? Yeah, I don't see why not.
Woohoo! Oh, it's that weird. It's very confusing, this thing. Right, okay. Click there, share screen. Right, okay. Can you see that craziness? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whoa. You see the craziness? Sorry. Instant epilepsy.
Gonna get.
Right. So
Jitsi Mitch was telling you. So.
with the withdrawals, the LNUR withdrawals, there's still 9 of these left, by the way. So they're unique. So what someone wants to do right now, okay, is take a print screen of that. Right, and then scan each one of those, get yourself 1,000 sats. Lovely, easy money, brilliant. But one of them was used up. You don't have to have them unique, by the way. They can all be the same QR code. So yeah, whatever.
I have to make it a little bigger.
What, this QR code?
Yeah. No, the small ones that you had.
Oh, the little ones. All right, go on then. The wee ones. Here we go.
There you go.
Look at that, people. 3 sats.
Eddie, let's get some sats.
Suck them out the screen. It's a race. Oh yeah, but that's going to ruin my demo of me actually showing you something. Oh look, 7 users left. Okay, someone managed to get them. That's nice. So I'm going to make a new one, but you're not allowed to suck the sats from this one. Okay. So I'm going to connect it to that wallet, Insta wallet. I should just whatever. Minimum withdraw for 10. So I'll just make it 10 sats. Amount of users. I'll just make 1 second. Create that. Now, so don't scan this.
No, not kidding.
If I scan this QR code, this is like magic. If I scan it with a wallet, a Lightning wallet, I'll be able to take the sats from the QR code, yeah? If I scan it with a regular QR code scanner, close it. Can you see that? Okay, I'm going to scan it. I'm going to go to that link, right? And it's saying, press to claim Bitcoin. I press to claim Bitcoin, and then it makes a wallet for me, right? I refresh it. And then wait a second. It's been a bugger. Come on, payment, you can do it. Oh, somebody claimed it in mid-transit. That's cheeky. What it does, it generates an Insta wallet. So if someone hadn't scanned it, what happens is the LNURL withdraw, which is this QR code here, part of the LNURL withdraw protocol is you can have a prefix. So you've got the LNURL, which is this big long string. Where can I put that so you can see it? If I put it here so you see it. Okay, this big long string here. See that? That's an LNURL. What you can do, though, is you can add a prefix. Oh, this is really cool functionality. .com LNURL. Blah, whatever. You can put any old prefix you want in. And as long as you've got a question mark, Lightning equals, that means that your wallet, Satoshi or whatever, will be able to strip out the LNURL and then just milk the LNURL. But if you scan it with a regular QR code scanner, you're essentially just doing a GET request to this URL, yeah? When you go to that URL. And then it's up to the server what it wants to do with it. So what LNbits does, if you just turn up to whatever the link was, whatever the link was, that link there, if you just turn up there with an LNURL on the end, an LNURL withdraw, it will make a wallet, then it will fund that wallet with the LNURL withdraw. So you get an Insta wallet. It's pretty cool for like, if you're doing an event, like a conference, for example, and there's going to be a load of no coiners there, you could print out all these LNURL withdrawals on a bit of paper, cut them out, and then people can scan them with a Lightning wallet and get the funds. Or if they just scan them with a regular QR code scanner, they get an Insta wallet, which is an LNbits wallet, and they can use it in their phone, just like any other phone wallet. So it's kind of a cool little LNURL hack. But so Rootsel was keen. What am I going to now? I don't know what I'm going to be able to like. Oh yeah, here. Stop sharing. Okay, so someone had actually created like an instant wallet in a browser for one of these Bitcoin conferences. It was the Chaos Communication Congress in Leipzig in Germany. And but it was very basic, very rudimentary and basic. But by using this LNURL prefix, we were able to do it just by print loads of these QR codes. And Bruce was actually the reason we have like a quick voucher thing from Raspberry Blitz. So the idea was that you could just create loads of these QR codes, people scan them, and then they can have wallets on their phones, and they can just go experience stuff inside the conference instantly. So actually he's been quite involved development-wise, and like feeding ideas to things we can do with LNbits. And Formo, like if it wasn't for Formo's Lightning Days, that's where I first started playing around with the electronic stuff. And for like 2 Lightning Days, I was literally trying to get the sweep machine, one of these sweep machines here, to had a little e-paper screen, had a microcontroller. It generated an invoice, you paid it, it spit sweets out. I spent like between 2 hack days, because I hadn't gotten anywhere basically, and I was just picking people's brains at the hack days, trying to figure out how to get the QR code on the e-paper screen. Like that was just killed me. Honestly, for like it was like almost 12 months. Like I was constantly every now and then chipping away at this thing. And then eventually when I did that, I then realized you could add a keypad, and then I could make a little point of sale, which was that's the original point of sale there with the e-paper and a little keypad. And then when I went from that, then I sort of tried to experiment with different screens. So that's an old like Nokia 2410 screen. Is it still working? No, but it actually just about fits the Lightning invoice, which is pretty cool. Unless you've got root hints on, it doesn't work. And then I did some tutorials for them in different conferences. And Ken Sedgwick. He's part of the blockchain commerce initiative. I gave him a kit with a keypad and an e-paper screen, and then he went away and made LNbits. I can't really tell what LNbits kit or something, and it's like a crypto box. We had a nice like 3D printed box, and then eventually over time, I realized I could do it offline, which meant I could have a small QR code and use one of these little tiny screens with the microcontroller attached. Then the company which manufactured these microcontrollers, realized it was popular. So we had this hat thing which we made, and then from the hat thing, then someone has donated a nice 3D printed box. So you've got like a nice evolution there of point of sale. But crikey, to get to that from that initial idea of just having a sweet little e-paper thing, so that's like 4-year hobby right there.
Wow, thanks so much for sharing that. I didn't know that was the whole journey of it. And I guess in between that time, LNbits came about there because you're needing to like interact with the get those QR codes and stuff like that,
and I'd be able to swap out funding sources and things.
That's definitely what you call scratching your own itch.
You got to do it, man. This is why, like, for inspiration, like the worst, because the amount of times you bump into a developer, a good developer at a Bitcoin conference, and you're like, "Oh, you're working on anything?" And they're like, "Oh, I haven't really thought of anything yet. Yeah, I'm not really. I don't know. I haven't really thought." And you're just like, just start, just do something, start something, and then you'll just hit some issue, and then you've just got to build something to fix the issue. I very much kind of promote that work approach to wanting to contribute to stuff. Like, just get involved, even if you don't really know what you're doing. Get involved, start trying to make things, do things, and then that's what inspires you to then do more things.
Exactly. And we really have to say thank you for building this platform and stuff, because it's things like that, tools like LNbits and these researches that people are putting out, and these little tools and libraries that come from those projects as well, that enable like a hackathon like ours to try to attract people new to the space and stuff, because it is kind of difficult trying to like connect to gRPC and figure out the security problems. Then you're like, I can't even publish this live because then my macaroon's going to be stolen, and I'm using the admin macaroon, and also what's a macaroon? So there's like so many of these things. So we're getting to the like a level of abstraction in the space that allows for a lot more people to be able to come in and bring in those new ideas on the application layer. And I think, do you mind us to hop into the lobby? So, because I'm sure some people might have some questions for you, and just like invite more people into the conversations and stuff.
Let's hop in. How do I hop?
How do you hop? Okay, the hopping.
We got to head in there for the design sprint anyway. So
So here we go.
I can merge.
This is So it'll still be streaming, but we're just gonna hop.
Oh, you're gonna do it. You're gonna take care of it magically, are you?
Yeah. Cool. Ed, you want it or you want me to do it?
I'll go into the lobby and start the live stream. Yeah.
All right, no worries.
And I'll give you guys a thumbs up.
No problem. You can hop in there, Ben.
Oh right. Oh, I see. So I click on that thing.
Yeah.
I think I need to close that.
Mm-hmm.
Now?
Live streaming is on.
Cool. There we go.
Streaming is on.
And we're back.
That shop thing's cool. Like, I love that. I forgot. I felt bad because I forgot the dude's name. I was just talking to him earlier today. He was asking about some questions to do with this shop. But the idea that the money, like, so every time they get every time they get an order, it's not just him who's being alerted and having money go into his bank account. Everyone working on that project is getting sats in their wallet. Like, so they look at their wallet and they're like, "Oh wow, we probably need to add some alerts actually to LNbits. That'd be good." So if you've got LNbits running,
like through webhooks or something, alerts through webhooks.
No, so just basically, so if you had an LNbits wallet on your phone, when you got a payment or something, it would like alert you. It would just give you like a phone alert. You could do it You could do it if you're running it as a persistent web app. You can have web alerts. You could have like alerts, phone alerts. Get your phone to ping at you every time you get a payment. But it just means that all these people who are working on that project and that shop, I just love the idea that someone pays for a T-shirt on one side of the world, and then instantly, speed of light, pretty much, people are like, "Bing!" Oh, they got some money in their wallet, because they've been contributing to that project. It's very cool.
Yeah, that's a really cool mechanism. That's what I call programmable money,
Yes, exactly. That's how it's supposed to run, isn't it? But then you could actually take it to a bigger scale. So if I buy a laptop in a shop, like some money goes to the manufacturing, some goes to distribution, some goes to sales, whatever. And then when it goes to manufacturing, that department, it then splits again and goes to blah, 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 to all the different departments in manufacturing. And then again, and eventually they just have like the cleaner on the shop floor in the factory is seeing these sats streaming in from people actually buying laptops in,
Yeah, that would be
Walmart.
such like a weird kind of organization. Weird in like in a good way. Weird is good, guys. But like, yeah, it would be super interesting to be in a company and like all these different activities that are happening. They're just like you're getting paid like in real time. It's like
that's the Nick Szabo social scalability stuff, isn't it? Like you can add. There's all this work involved in a big product in it, producing anything, but a lot of that money management side could just be taken care of with this sort of stuff. I mean, obviously we're doing it in a goofy databasey way, but you could totally do it in a funky lightning way.
Hey everyone else joining in, Millie, J Deluxe, Chicken J, David, Toby.
Oh, nice. Yeah, got a sweet machine.
Nice to see you guys. So we wanted to do like some like visual explorations and stuff. Some people have some design questions as well. I think Precious, maybe he'll come in later to ask some design questions. How are your projects going? How's the hacking going? How are things? How can we help?
With who? With me or with everyone else?
Yeah, with anyone who's working on a project and stuff.
Yeah, how's it going?
Yeah, Millie, you wanna jump in?
Yeah, sure. So I started like to do with David like a short design sprint, and there's like two main questions we sort of get blocked. It's regarding like the payment. Actually, I can show like my Figma first, if you guys don't mind.
Sure.
All right. So one of like the two how my tweet that I feel like are kind of hard to solve is like how my tweet make sure that the QR code on the table is always scannable by any wallets people are using. And the second is how might we go around the problem of wallet needing to be online to be able to send a payment every minute. So just to keep everyone like informed, like our idea is basically to be able to rent a desk in a co-working space by the minute through Lightning. So this is our project. And one way that David and I were talking is if we go, for example, with BTC Pay server, like they wouldn't actually need to scan a Lightning QR code, but a QR code that will lead to a web address where BTC Pay server is on, and they pay Lightning via that. But yeah, we still have this problem. Yeah.
Yeah, that like scanning QR code. That's in fact that's why I made the sweep machine, because there was a sweep machine before, and it had like I remember seeing it was a QR code. You scanned the QR code, then it took you to a website. Then you selected the suites. Then you paid then you had to copy the invoice to your thing because you're on your phone and it's too much. Like you want to just scan, boom. Yeah, I mean, Alan URL stuff sounds like probably what you need. So you're paying to rent a table, is that right? Oh, but you're paying. But you're sending a payment every minute to rent the table.
Yeah.
Could you not just pay for like half an hour? Like, do you have to do per minute? The co-working space thing's really interesting, by the way, because So I don't know if you saw with the demo, when I had that like detached from Lightning, I went to a co-working space and they had like this internal payment system. And I was thinking you could totally use LNbits, like, so you could just pay to get their credits and then use it all internally in their restaurant and for printing and for whatever else, for using resources. And you could use it as like an internal co-working space, internal payment server. But yeah, doing it on Lightning. How do you boot them off the table if they don't pay?
Airbags, right?
Yeah, absolutely, airbags. But that's the thing. Like I thought like they would, like they start paying and then like the timers like start to run, and when they stop working, they just click like a button, stop working, and the payment stops.
What you could do is you could pay for like an hour, and then you got a clock, and it's ticking down from an hour. And then if I'm going to leave, I press it, and then it gives me a withdrawal link for any change, and I can just take the sats back.
So we were talking about this earlier. So that is an option. I think Millie was like exploring that. That's as an option, the hour slots. If you do want to do it per minute though, it's WebLN. You just have to figure out how to get your how to get the website, how to get the person going to the website on their computer. Or maybe they just want a table to sit down and eat. So then I guess they could go on it on their phone then. But let's assume they're going to work on their laptops. So like, yeah, the paying per minute, how do we go around the problem of the wallet needing to be online to be able to send a payment every minute? So if you are building this around WebLN, then you're expecting that the person has like something like Albi installed already. Is that the assumption that you're making? I
mean, I don't know. I was just trying to find a solution for that, and I didn't think of WebLN. I'm still new to Lightning, so.
I mean, I think it's so, the WebLN stuff's so new, and most people wouldn't be able to use it. So I would probably, I mean, it depends. If you want to do kind of like a sci-fi, this is what you could do in the future when we have WebLN, then I would go that route. But if you just wanted to do like this as an actual functional system we could use now with the tools we have with Lightning, then I would maybe think about extending it from 1 minute, paying per minute. But because soon you'll be able to do, so if you generated, I mean, it's not hard to do in all wallets. I mean, it's not easy to do in all wallets, sorry, but it is possible that you could generate an LNURL withdraw, which somebody could take money from every minute, and then you could give them that. And then when you're finished, you just delete the LNURL withdraw on your, wallet, and then they can no longer pull the funds from it, and that's when you've left. That would totally work. But like, I mean, that's not supported in wallets, but it is a possible. If they're running their own LNbits server, they could totally do that. I'd be inclined just to make it like an hourly thing, and then have them be able to like scan and get a refund. For the refund, because you couldn't have, the only problem is if you've got like a static QR code, you'd have to have a screen. Because if you had a static QR code, somebody could take a picture of the QR code and then just keep milking it. So you'd have to, but then again, you could have one of these little screens, and it's got the thing which has the countdown clock on. When you get up and press the thing, it gives you the change as a withdrawal link. I think that's the way that system would work now. Like everyone could have everyone's got Lightning wallets. They go in, they pay for an hour, they press it, they get a change, they scan it, they get their sats back for the time in which they didn't use. Whereas if you want to be more sci-fi and experimental, you could do like the WebLN stuff. But actually, that's what I was going to say. In the future, when we have offers can work kind of like LNURL withdraw. So you probably in the future you'll be able to give it one of these withdrawal links, and it can keep withdrawing from it every minute or something. And then you just destroy the offer on your wallet. That's probably what will happen. Would be happening soon enough, but it depends which. Do you want it running? Do you want it working now, or do you want it to be like kind of more of an experimental sci-fi thing?
David, what do you think? You would want like something sci-fi or something that is working now?
I think like so my initial thinking was to go down the route of like a real like I'm not a Bitcoin developer. I'm a designer as well, but I'm a more front-end web developer. So my route to sort of hacking it together was to use a lot of no-code tools. And what I was thinking of doing was using BTC Pay Server and Zapier and like doing something where if someone goes on to there is like the element of scanning. So you're scanning QR code, it goes to a website, and then they can then pay with whatever Bitcoin wallet the BTC Pay Server accepts, and then it sort of creates an invoice, sends it back and forth, whatever. But the bit that I didn't really, I don't know how to work out yet is like where actual where sats go for like how would someone set like who would have ownership of the co-working spaces wallet and stuff like that? Like how would that type of thing work more than the issues around? It's like I don't see it being a huge issue having to. I know in an ideal world you'd want to scan one QR code and that's it done, but in terms of just getting something hacked together, I still sort of swing towards like just using like BTC Pay Server, I think.
Are you guys planning on creating some sort of interface for this application as well?
Yeah, so the idea would be like, so there's an interface for the users and someone scans it, and there's an interface to actually log in, and then there would that information would then go to like a dashboard that the co-working space could then monitor, and maybe there's like a timer in the background or something, and there's some cool UI where like it shows a timer, and you can sort of. So it could be cool to even see a visualization of like how many desks are being used at the moment and how many sats are being spent or something. I don't know.
So the web. So like when I click on like hide the desk, I can see on my phone. I have the counter on my phone for counting down the amount of time which yeah. So I have so when I'm paying through my phone. Say I'm scanning. I'm going to the website. I'm saying yes, I want to hide this table. Pay with Lightning, boom, and then I can see the counter on, and then it's counting down on the table. I can see it on my phone. Is that it? Yeah. And then you're going to have it. I think the every minute thing's too hard at the moment. I think the easiest way to do it is just top it up, give it an hour, and then it gives you a refund. Can BTC Pay Server do LNURL withdrawals?
No, it doesn't do withdraw at the moment, but it does have
Choose LNbits. Choose LNbits.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, if you were in the last session, yeah, LNbits has all these options at the back end, and yeah, you can spin up wallets quite easily.
Yeah, let me show you. Were you in the last session?
I tuned in a bit on YouTube, but I will watch back the whole thing again.
Because I can so if you want, I can show you how the withdrawing thing works and everything.
Yes, please go for it.
Yeah. All right. So. Toggle screen share. My screen's going to go funky for a second, I think. Oh no, there we are. Can you see the screen?
Not yet. I can't.
Not yet.
You can't see my. Oh, right there. I know what it is. Silly me. Sorry. I need to click on the screen share. Right. How about now?
I can just see you talking, or your avatar, or your being.
Oh, right there. It's me being an idiot. Hold on. How about now? Wait. Any good?
I think I need to click. Do I need to click on something?
No, I don't think so. I think it might just be me getting confused.
Yes, you're sharing your screen, but it like the wee icons on the right hand side for me, but you're not actually sharing your screen. Does that make sense?
So you can't see anything.
In the meantime, whilst Ben's getting set up there with the LNUR withdraw stuff, can anyone just write down in the chat if they have any questions and projects that they would like to discuss, and then we'll kind of like, or you can raise your hand and we'll try to see how we get people in. Okay, so Jay Deluxe has some questions. Toby has one, and Precious, do you have any? Do you want to go over the designs for the stuff that you were talking about?
How about now? No, can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
No, maybe it's like Jitsi.
Perhaps we could do like you could do like a little one-on-one of the team then to show.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, but
I think we can configure a breakout room if you guys want to go.
Oh yeah, we could do breakout rooms. Yeah.
Have a little session there.
Yeah.
Let me try and see if I can create one.
Nice. Ooh, breakout room. Look at us. We're doing that now.
It's very weird.
So I think if you click
room.
on the David and Millie and Ben, I think if you guys click on the participants thing in the bottom bar, you should see a breakout room, and I think you can just click join.
Participants, bottom bar, breakout room. And then I click, where do I go? Oh, this is the breakout room. Ooh, join.
I think you can just click join. There we go. All right.
It's getting wild, everyone. We have
deeper into the metaverse you go, David.
Where was it? Sorry, I can't see that. Where's
so on the bottom bar where you have like all of these main controls, like mute or show your video, those types of things, there's kind of one with like two people. The icon, it's the participants. And then if you click that, and then on the right side, you should see breakout room.
Cool, dude. Thank you.
Cool. Hasta la vista. Oh, wait. Did someone just start another one?
Oh, I think I'm just adding breakout rooms now.
You know, we're just going to end up here by ourselves now.
Oh, I think someone else just entered the breakout room as well.
It's just going to be me and you. All right. So maybe Precious. Precious and Toby. Toby has his hand up. Toby, do you have a question?
Hi guys. Yeah. So my team, we're trying to build a payroll system.
Okay.
So yeah, we are quite noobs, like novices when it comes to Lightning. So we had a blocker around who will create an invoice, whether the employee will create the invoice or the employer would create the invoice. So because we are taking into cognizance a lot of assumptions so that we can just hack the MVP as fast as we can. So we are assuming that the employer will already have them details of the employee, and they can make payments to the Lightning address. But now we don't even know how to go about it. About that the invoicing part, creating the invoice. So that's the question. I don't know if you made anything from my question or from the challenge, but that's the blocker we have.
What's your team name, just to so we can reference later?
So we are LitBit, team LitBit. Yeah.
Team LitBit. What?
Team
LitBit.
LitBit. I love it. Let's get lit. Team LitBit. Okay, awesome. Boomy, would you mind taking this one, or you want me to go in?
I didn't fully get the problem, to be honest. So maybe you can rephrase it for me.
So from what I understand, they're making an application that would have some details about their a set of employees. So you could think of it like an employee dashboard, in which they are also able to make payments to those employees for their salaries or for the amount of time that they've worked or something like this. And the major question is, how do they resolve the invoice? Now, that library seems to be the one that could probably do a lot of the heavy lifting, the one that you showed in your demo, right?
Yeah. So what did you already think about what information you get from the employee, or what you want to have there? Because something is gonna be needed, right? So this is the kind of the question where to get the invoice from. So.
Yeah. So we just know details about the employee. We know the name, and we know the amount the employee is gonna be paid.
Yeah.
And there's we have a range, whether the employee is gonna be paid daily or weekly, that kind of thing. So that's what we are getting from the employee.
Okay. So I guess one additional thing, probably the easiest also to store and to request from the employee, would be a Lightning address.
Okay.
So if you have a Lightning address, then from the employee in your system, whenever you want to pay, you basically could use LNURL, the LNURL spec, to request an invoice that is then paid. And as John's mentioned, there is this library that what language are you using? Are you using JavaScript by any chance?
Yeah, we're using JavaScript.
Nice. There is this library, LNURL pay, which somebody from Galloy has developed. I'm sharing it here in the chat, which is a really nice library to handle LNURL and Lightning addresses, and to receive invoices through the LNURL protocol from these Lightning addresses.
All right, awesome.
So basically, my idea would be, for each employee, you store a Lightning address, and whenever you want to pay, you request an invoice through LNURL using that library. As there you get a normal Lightning invoice, like a Lightning Bold 11 invoice, and you can pay that one.
Okay, awesome. All right.
I just sent a link to some of Boomi's boilerplate code for his demo that he had yesterday. If you, I'm not sure, were you able to see Boomi's workshop yesterday?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, so we actually have it recorded, so it's very much worth checking it back. I'll give you the timestamp after like in a bit, so then you could review that video. But yeah, he walks through the tools and the different parts of this repository. But I highlighted the lines 4 to line 8, which uses this library that he just sent.
All right, awesome.
Yeah, and to be honest, if you are making the assumptions that you have the information from the employees already, that they've already submitted this, then technically you can just store all of this in a JSON without even a database, and just have it all client side, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, the person so now, but we're also assuming that the person who's paying has access to all these funds, right? So the employer, so if it's, we cannot yet assume that that multiple people, or actually, is this for a company, for a single payroll manager to approve that payment, or is it multiple?
It's a single payroll manager.
Okay, so with a single payroll manager, that's quite doable, because they have the information and the funds in their Albi wallet, right?
Yes.
So they already have it there. So then they're just able to choose who that they want to pay. Maybe you focus on some interaction stuff with selecting people or whatever else, and
exactly,
fake a batching kind of thing, or whatever. Yeah, nice, awesome. If you did want to have it in your next version for multiple people to approve payments, Boomi, what do you think? How do you think that one would be done? I just want to do a little back and forth on this idea, on the solution.
Yeah, good point. And good question. Yeah, I mean, the nice thing is, if you have a single payer, then the app doesn't need to hold the funds, and basically can just orchestrate it and can request the payment directly from the payroll manager's Albi wallet or whatever Lightning wallet they're using, and send it out from there. I think if you would have multiple managers, then I mean, I guess the easiest is to have some app that is connected to some kind of a Lightning backend or a Lightning node, or even if it's something like LNbits, and do the payments through that one. But then the app, I would say, definitely needs to have some, be able to manage funds.
Okay.
Yeah, it would need to be able to manage funds, and then the approval process could. Now you're trusting the operator of the service, right? Like whoever's in IT and stuff like that. But then you're also wanting to put like some security checks to see if the person like the 3 out of 5 or 2 out of 3 or whatever are like actually giving their approval to move those funds, and that could possibly be done with the sign message option in WebLNP, right?
Yeah. I mean, that would be the authentication. I think it would always be that you would have the 3 out of 5, not really as a multi-sig on a protocol level,
Of course, yeah.
but you would have it on an application level. So your application is verifying that, but your application is still the single payer and has the control and custody over that funds, more or less. But indeed, the authentication, that would be a nice one, actually, to do the authentication using signing messages from the different managers. And
yeah, it's kind of like as you said, application layer. What do you call it? Application layer. Multi-sig, basically. It's a smart contract on the app on the app side. Yeah. But I guess it also becomes very interesting when we keep on with this web Bitcoin spec. For context, everyone, we're trying to work on a spec to not only do Lightning Network stuff, but also to do Bitcoin on-chain, interacting with the Bitcoin on-chain through JavaScript. Similarly to WebLN, but unifying both networks. So hopefully probably by the end of the year, I'm hoping we have on that hackathon, we're doing a shock the web for both Bitcoin on-chain and Lightning. I think that would be fun.
Yep.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
No problem. And if you need any help from anyone else, just message the mentors. I think I sent a list to your group. Yeah. Okay, awesome. You can just message any of the mentors, you can, include myself, and we'd be happy to help you. Do you need any design help with design or like advice on the UX side?
Okay, I'm already hacking something because I have a bit of design experience.
Nice.
I'm doing something on the side. Yeah.
All right. Cool. No problem.
I'm following the Bitcoin.Design. I think Bitcoin UI Keep on Figma, so I'm just using that as a guide.
Awesome work. All right, looking forward to it.
All right, thanks.
I also joined your channel, so you can easily ping me there. And yeah, it's definitely a good starting point. Are the lines that Ron's sent over here.
All right, awesome.
Anyone else have any questions for Precious would like to speak? All right, Precious, let's go.
Yeah. So the project we're working on is actually an e-commerce store. Right. So basically the way it would be the merchant signing up on the platform, imputing their shop name, their email, the name of their business, then proceed to adding their product details. The next page will be like adding product details like the price, the pictures of the product, and I think a little bit of description of it. Then I don't know. Yeah, the client might probably impute maybe a Lightning detail. I'm not sure about that. Then, so on the client, on the customer side, when the customer enters the website, is able to scan through some of what he wants to buy, add it to a cart, and after that, you can proceed to invoice. Then, once an invoice is created, he could pay by scanning for either Lightning or Bitcoin, and then probably a confirmation will be sent to both the customer and the merchant that um, a payment has been made or payment has been processed.
Okay.
Then I don't know. Then probably there'll be like a case where um, some of the details of the customer is probably stored so that when once he wants to um, get something again from the store, he doesn't have to go through imputing his details again.
So their information will be saved. Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
I see. Okay, so information gets saved as well. So. What information do it save? Is it their address? Because if you're making a payment,
Yeah, I'm thinking the payment you know the way the way Lightning works, where they have to open a channel, and in case of a recurring payment, they can go back and forth, depending on the budget the customer has. As so far the budget is not exhausted, you could keep on paying until the budget is exhausted. That's what I'm talking about.
okay, so although we talk about channels, opening channels quite a lot, it is something that is quite technical, and it's probably not something in the long term that people are going to be doing very often. They're not necessarily going to be creating channels with every party that they're transacting with. Like, for example, I'm not going to have a channel with Jitsi and GitHub, and like I'm most realistically not going to do that. I will have, however, some very well connected channels with other people who are kind of the concept is called a LSP, like an ISP, right? So like internet service provider, there'll be a Lightning service provider.
Yeah.
And you connect to your LSP, and then they give you access to the wider network, typically. And the good thing is that you could always, like, if you don't like that relationship, you could always end it and close the channel and go to a different LSP, as opposed to your ISP, which locks you into these long contracts. You could come out pretty much whenever you want into your LSP contract, because there is none. Well, I mean, there's anyway. Okay, so yeah, you're not going to be opening channels realistically with like every merchant and every retail person and every website. So that's one thing I would just want to highlight. Okay, then the other part, saving payment information. So then if you're not having to open channels with the person that you're transacting with, what payment information do you then need to save from that person? And it's most likely going to be the delivery details, right? The details of
Yeah.
of where the thing is going to be delivered. But I guess the question is your shop for digital products or physical products or both?
I think for both, because the target audience are for people that don't have access to like Shopify kind of payment, so they could use Bitcoin. They could use Bitcoin or Lightning to do that.
By the way, I really love this concept, making it easy to just like launch up a shop and stuff. Like, I love it, especially if there's like not a lot of code that the person has to do, and boom, they're able to like start accepting Bitcoin, especially for digital things. I think this could be like quite interesting product being put out. All right. So if it's a digital product, then maybe I okay. So then you have to think. Do you need the email address to do delivery, or can you just? Oh, hello. Okay. Yeah. Do you need the email address to do the delivery, or can you just like show them the song so that for them to download straight away, right? So that's like one thing to think about.
Come again.
Okay, so if it's a digital delivery product, just for context, everyone, we're talking about Precious's project about it's a shop that's using Lightning as the main payment method, and it should be kind of like this alternative to Shopify for people who don't have those options to use PayPal and stuff. Which I'm from also a country which people are not able to accept PayPal. Not like because we're too small of a country and PayPal doesn't really pay attention to those small regions. So this is actually one of the reasons I came to Bitcoin for this very use case as well. I wanted to do like this online shopping mall in my country, and I couldn't do it. So I'm really.
I gotta shoot. Bye, everybody.
Okay, take care, Ben.
Yes.
Thanks for coming on. All right. So this shop will be able to take will be able to deliver digital products and also physical products. A merchant inputs the shop name, business details, the inventory with image and prices, as well as their Lightning wallet details, right, to be able to receive the funds. The customer is then able to go through the shop, add things to the cart, choose their payment options, whether it's on-chain or Lightning. I'm going to focus just on the Lightning one because it's kind of like a theme, but we could also talk about some of the other challenges with the on-chain payments. But okay, so yes, so at this point we need to yes, so the merchant, we need to discuss the flow of how the payment flow is going to work essentially, and what kind of information gets stored and how it gets transacted. Boomy, I would love your help whilst going through this scenario, because there are some bits of data that we're going to have to be moving through. And that has to go from the user to the merchant, and we have to figure out how that data gets through, like whether it's the customer details and such and such. How do you want to start off with it, Boomy?
So we have the two things, right? So we have first of all the payment flow, and if I understood it correctly, we want to have the payment flow again directly from the shopper, from the buyer to the merchant. Correct? So
yes.
not to the shop, to the app. And to deliver the product, we need to get the shipping information basically also to the merchant. Correct?
Precious, is this correct?
Yes, correct. Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So for the shipping information, would you want to do that in your app, meaning like to store that in the database, or would you also see that this should somehow go through Lightning and your app shouldn't store anything?
So if I get you, it's possible to store the details that's of delivery on Lightning instead of on the app.
Sorry, you were breaking up. So can you repeat it?
Sorry. Okay. I said if I got you correctly, you said it's possible to store the delivery information on Lightning instead of on the app.
That was a question if you want to do that. Yes. I mean, I think for digital, I think we have to also maybe split it up a bit between the digital goods and the physical goods, because the digital goods, I think there your application could directly verify the payment and then redirect the user to whatever digital, like to the URL, basically to get the content. But for the physical goods, I think there you need to notify the merchant that somebody ordered something and where it should be sent to. And the question is like where to do that. Either you do that in an admin panel within your application, or we could think about a way how this can also be somehow sent through Lightning or a protocol like LNbits or something like that.
Boomi, can you just for context, because some people might not know about like how this information is how it can be going through the Lightning Network or the LNURL protocol. So could you give us like some base on that?
Yeah, sure.
How much data as well?
So my thinking is, first of all, the data that can be sent there is limited in terms of size. It could be an address or something like that, something short. But my thinking is, so you have two ways to do that. If you're using LNURL Pay, the LNURL Pay protocol, to orchestrate that payment, you can use the comment field there. The comment field is basically just a bunch of text, a bunch of data that you can attach to the payment and send to the recipient side. And we could reuse that one to not send a comment, but in the comment to basically send the order saying one type of product shipping to that address that the user has entered, for example. So in that way, you directly send it to whatever Lightning address or LNURL Pay service the merchant is using, and the merchant can get it from there. So your app doesn't have to handle that. That's basically already handled by the LNURL Pay protocol and by the application that the merchant is using there. The other option would be to use key send payments for that. And with key send payments, those are even lower and closer to directly to the Lightning Network. There, some kind of information would be directly sent to the merchant's Lightning node. But that also means that the merchant needs some kind of wallet to see that payment, and not only see the payment, but that wallet also needs to be able to decode that additional information that is attached to that payment, which is still a bit tricky because a lot of the wallets don't support that. But that would be the same way as, for example, these podcasts value for value payments also work. There you can also attach information, what episode you listen to and to what minute you send a payment and things like that. So these two options would be there.
Boomi, is there another? Are you able to, through like Lightning address and stuff, are you able to kind of like set the description that you want for the invoice, like on the user side, on the client side? Can you pass some like invoice description parameter or something?
I think in LNURL Pay, that would be this comment field that I was talking about, and then it's up to the merchant's LNURL Pay server side to handle that. I think some use that one also as an invoice description, and some are just displaying that on their LNURL or Lightning address website.
Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, no problem. Okay, so this is how we're able to now transact information over the Lightning Network directly through the invoice descriptions or through what do you call it? Key send, being able to use these key send messages. And then alternatively, you have the option, because the original question was, are you going to store this information in a database, or do you want to do it over the Lightning Network? So given those two options, how would you prefer going about it, Precious?
I think the app will probably be better.
It would be stored through the application.
Yes.
Okay, no problem. All right.
I think so. I would actually also go this route, to be honest. Just because you already store product information in your application, so then you also can store the shop, like the orders, basically in your application. And the nice thing is then you would the payment flow would directly go from the buyer to the merchant. So you orchestrate it, you give all the information, but the payment is directly never sent to the recipient.
Okay. All right. So I've been trying to like document some of these questions and stuff for you in the chat there. Let's see, what else do we have? We have the payment flow, and I guess when you click on the product, it triggers like something like WebLN, and then you're able to kind of like the customer is able to now pay, and then that's resolving to the Lightning address and having some order details. You'll probably still need to put those order details in there, Bumi, to attach the order to the payment.
I wanted to ask for clarification. Is this slightly different for when you are paying for digital product?
For digital products, I think for digital products it might be easier because then you don't need to kind of like, because all you really care about at that point is being able to get the payment, and maybe you'll have like some information about like, okay, so you get the payment and you deliver the product, right? That's like the base of it. You're like, here's a link to download whatever. Yeah, so I think it's a simpler flow that you don't necessarily have to do too much storing of other like customer details and stuff. But in the case that you want to do a refund, or if you're offering refunds, then Bumi, can you use something with the pre-image to issue the refund? Maybe?
No, I don't. Not really. I mean, first of all, I think refunds for digital goods is always a bit tricky because digital goods you directly delivered, and then it's up to you. There is no returning back. So you might want to think if you actually want to do that. So it's really up to you as a company somehow. If somebody doesn't like it, then you can say, okay, you get your money back, but you still have the product somehow. But if you want to do that, you would really have to get some information again from the customer. Also like a Lightning address or something like that, or in the end somehow a Lightning invoice that you can pay to. You cannot derive that from the pre-image, and I'm not sure how much. And I don't think you can rely on anything that you have there because you don't know from which wallet a user has paid. So even if you would get, for example, a node ID from where it's coming from, you wouldn't know if that was a custodial node ID. So even if you would send the payment to that one, then it would arrive at the custodian, but not actually at the account that the user's account where the payment is coming from. So you would really have to ask the user somehow. If you want to think of that scenario, then you would optionally require users to enter that information beforehand. I think this is also, for example, how Bitrefill is doing that. I think you have to, and I think in the beginning it was optional, but I think by now you have to enter an email address, some kind of a contact email address that they can use to communicate with you for these kind of support or refund cases.
Precious, I know we dumped a bunch of information for you on you there. How do you feel about what was said? Does it make anything a bit more clear, or like, yeah, what other kind of questions would you have?
Yeah, I think it's more clearer now. More clarity to. I'll try putting some of these things down. Any question about and get back to and be open.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Yeah, if you have any questions, or if you want to do like some one-on-one sessions, please feel free to reach out. Okay. I also sent you a link there, WebLN. So something webLN.20uno.net. Something posted by Rene in the Bolt Fund channel. He's been doing like a bunch of experiments with WebLN, so it'll help you kind of like understand some of the things. He has one with like inputting the Lightning address, and then it's able to then generate the invoice. So you can imagine that's the store. So sorry, you can imagine that's like in two sides. So one, the inputting of the Lightning address is being done by the merchant, and the clicking of the button to generate invoice is being done by the customer. So you could like look at that one demo as like two kind of like on two user perspectives. And then,
so you can make it, like on the back end, the merchant has already created an invoice.
they like, so in the back end, the merchant would put in a Lightning address, and Lightning address uses something called LNURL-P. That's what happens in the background. And what it does, basically, the LNURL protocol or spec, what it does, it allows it's a way for websites or services or wallets or whatever to be able to return an invoice from a node. That's all it's doing. So you have a node running. You have the LNURL server, which can also give you this Lightning address thing. And you take the Lightning address, like johns@getalbi.com, for instance. I put it onto my shop, and then anyone like pressing that generate invoice button on like 222 is contacting now the LNURL server. It's returning an invoice. The LNURL is contacting my node. Is getting an invoice back and delivering it to the website. We have some documentation on that as well on the Bolt Fund guide, so you can if you are not technical as much, you could also check out you could also pass this on to like the developers on the team so that they can go through it. But
thank you.
Yeah, but essentially the Lightning address, what it does, it's a way for you to continuously get an invoice. Yeah, that's what it is. It's this thing that will resolve to an invoice.
Yep. Which, by the way, is quite nice because you don't need any Lightning somehow credentials and nothing sensitive from a merchant.
How far have you guys got in terms of interface design? I think, Precious, did you say you're a designer?
Yeah. So I started kind of like the low fidelity wireframe. I'm not done yet. But some of these things I'm asking are like what got me stuck. So I should go back and see how I run back.
Cool. Well, I actually see we've got Christoph in here. So in about, I think 50 minutes coming up. Is it 50 minutes or maybe it's a little bit longer actually? It might be just over an hour.
Another question I wanted to ask was this RAI can also work as much as it works on web and on mobile, right?
What was that? I didn't hear the first part.
So when I was designing for mobile first, and I was saying the flow can also work on web as well.
I think this is a really great opportunity to dive into that QR code pattern that we were talking about, Eddie. Perhaps you're really quick on this. I don't know if you sorry to put you on the spot. You don't have to, but would you want to do like a little design session to do a mock-up of that pattern, how we could look?
Yeah, let's do it. If you talk it through, I'll share my screen and we can start hacking something out.
Sure. I'll send over a screenshot of or actually you can start on Lightning Roulette to maybe show the you don't get too attached to it, Eddie.
It's got to that point before.
Yeah.
All right, let me see. I think you guys should probably be able to see my screen now.
So just for context, everyone, what we will do is to start looking into a design pattern that I think will address one of Precious's questions here. And maybe in your project, you're also thinking about showing QR codes, but then we're talking about this web LN stuff all the time, and the Albi extension is just for desktop. So then how are those payments going to be made in a mobile first kind of environment, right? Well, one option is for there to be kind of like, for you to use a application like Breeze, Blixt, or Blue Wallet, which has a Lightning browser involved. But if your users aren't using that and maybe they just have a regular Lightning wallet, like Wallet of Satoshi or Moon or something, then how are they able to like pay for things in your application? So we're going to walk through design kind of like exercise where we try to step through this problem. And before we start that, I see Kate has a question as well. Go on, Kate.
Yeah, I was just noticing the with the 20 Uno there, the send to is a get LB address, which I managed to just get set up and figured out yesterday. And in the LN shop, we've been talking about using Galloy or whether we get LB address, and I'm just wondering if that's going to be a piece that the merchant will, I guess, as a merchant, and I guess this is the point of view I'm looking at this LN shop from, is like what are merchants wanting to be able to put into the receiving as a receiving address, and what's emerging as a, I guess, I love this idea of what get LB for someone like myself to be able to put that together and figure that out in an afternoon. Was like, I can see that has potentials as being quite easy way, and then interface with 20 Uno there is a great way to receive the payments fairly quickly, So sorry. So my question is like, on 20 Uno, is there more than just the get LB that can be put into the to address?
Yeah.
Or
So
to field.
yeah, so Lightning Address is a open protocol that's being that came about through this thing called LNURL Pay, right? And or LNURL, and LNURL is just a set of specifications, right? Now, what you have to know about this is that yes, it is the option that we have now that's becoming kind of popular, but we're going to have all different kinds of addresses and payment types and payment formats. There's actually a really good page on that in the Bitcoin.Design guide that talks about the different payment formats. If you want to get into that a bit more, I think maybe Christoph will touch on that in his talk. I'm not really sure, but he's also going to go through the Bitcoin.Design guide. So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I can talk all about this. It's quite complex. There are a bunch of competing, evolving standards or formats, and it can be kind of difficult to to inform users about which ones to use and how they work, because they have sometimes different properties that users may want to know about based on their use case. So feel free to ask any questions.
Yeah. Now, yeah, thanks for that, Christoph. Now, so the thing is, Albi as well, like ZEBEDEE.
Live streaming is on.
So ZEBEDEE also has Lightning addresses. And yes, as Bhumi says, all of those are interoperable. So it doesn't matter which provider is used. You can actually, use your wallet of Satoshi Lightning address and put it into the 20 Uno website, and it's still going to work because they're all using the same kind of like standard. It's an interoperable standard, the LNURL stuff.
Okay, that's good to know, actually. And from a merchant, again, from the merchant perspective, it's that they can put anything in that field and they don't have to make a whole lot of decisions about which is the best one, or it's like whatever one that they have.
Exactly.
We're not really advocating what they need, what it needs to be then.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's a great thing about Lightning also, because you're not forcing somebody to use a certain service, because we all just work on these protocols and it's all interoperable. So
I think that the merchant is sometimes looking for practical guidance about what they ought to use too, though. They may think that this application is useful to them, but then they get to this stage of like, oh, where do I send this stuff? So being able to offer, well, there's Lightning address, there's merchant, get Albi, there's having your own node with a possible wallet on it. There's a variety of options, but like that can be a real sticking point when once the the whole transaction has gotten to that place where customers come in, bought a thing, whether it's digital, physical, doesn't really matter. Once it gets to that end point, it's like, oh, fantastic, we've got this stuff now. Where do we send it?
Where do we send it? Yeah, that's a very important question. And unfortunately, there's like many, well, I don't know, fortunately, but there's many different types of format that different wallets support on a varying level. But yeah, hopefully we can kind of like make that payment destination exchange between the service or wallets a lot easier in the future. There's a bunch of people who are trying to attack it from different angles and stuff, which are also then creating different standards. But I think this is just the nature of the space. Can you guys see Ed's screen, by the way?
I cannot.
No, I don't think we're. Yeah, I can't either.
One sec, I'll try to leave and then come back in.
Oh, no worries. It's just blank. Rene, your demos are like really making a hit. So awesome work on this.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Really, I'm about to release the login today too, so you can have a look at how to sign in users with a Lightning login.
Oh, that's awesome. Precious,
So
maybe
make sure you take a look. Someone later.
Precious, you can have a look at the login stuff that Rene just did on the 20 Uno. I think it'll be relevant to your shop.
Can you guys see my screen now?
All right, I'll check it out.
Yep. Cool. Yeah. So I was just doing some casual betting. I can maybe talk you guys through how this application works. So kind of what we were discussing yesterday, right? We were kind of discussing like the trade-offs between custodial and non-custodial wallets. We kind of spoke a little bit about some different types of invoices as well, and how you can maybe create these like kind of betting formats. But essentially, right, like here you're kind of betting against yourself. So anyway, the way this works is you have to first deposit some funds into this sort of custodial wallet for Lightning Roulette. So the way I can either deposit or withdraw. So obviously I've got a little bit in here. I think I've got 35 sats. So if I want to withdraw that as well, I can withdraw that. But let's just say I want to like start off. So imagine this balance is 0. Maybe I'll put in like 10 sats. I click deposit, and then this is going to generate this sort of QR code. And I believe, John, this is probably the type of QR code that you're talking about for Precious. Where this is now an invoice which I want to pay. So I can do this in a couple of different ways. Like I can open up what I presume is probably going to be some sort of native wallet, maybe if this is on my mobile device or something. I can copy the payment request to my clipboard, so I can obviously then paste it into another wallet that supports this service. Or I can just do it using WebLN, or I can spin up a new deposit. So if I click deposit using WebLN, this then, do you guys see the Albi?
Yes. Yes.
Cool. Sometimes it doesn't work when you're sharing your screen. So yeah, Albi prompts up here, asks me to confirm the amount and where it's going, and of course, gamble responsibly. I can set a budget. So I can confirm that coming through, and then you see over here, my balance has just increased by 10 sats. I've got a nice big tick over here, kind of telling me that I've done it correctly. So now what I can do is I can click.
All on black.
Sorry, John?
All on black.
All on black. Yeah, exactly. We tend to do quite well on black, actually. So I'm going to click one of these 10. I can then select any one of these. I'm going to select the black. So you see the 10 has gone up there. And if I click it again and again, it will kind of just like, you can see it keeps stacking up, but I don't really want to bet that much. Let's just take it back down to 10. Small bets at a time. And then I click spin. This magic wheel happens, and oh, what? And again.
Let's go again.
This is no, damn it. Okay.
Oh.
And again. See, this is exactly what happens to me when. Hey, cool.
Hey.
I won half of that money back. Nice. And again. No, I'm just joking.
One more time.
Hey, okay, cool. So now we're back to even. You know what? I'm going to call it a day before.
One more time.
One more time. Oh, all right, you know what? All or nothing, guys.
It's all or nothing.
Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. Now, as a sensible person, I'm going to... One more time. No, Jake. As a sensible person, I'm just going to withdraw all of the sats. So I want to... Okay. Yeah. Here it is. Sorry. So I can obviously spin up a new deposit if I want to. I can put more funds in there. Oh. Hey, you know, I'm not even sure what just happened. Did that just happen automatically?
I have no idea what just happened.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna, for the sake of showing how this works, I'm going to deposit again just so I can manually withdraw.
Actually, I really don't know what just happened. But
okay, so I'm going to create withdrawal requests, 10 sats, click withdraw using WebLN.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay, and it's just spun up an error message. I'm not actually really sure what happened. Boomy, do you have any idea? Did that just do it automatically? Like, I didn't even click a button.
Actually, I just didn't watch your screen for a second.
No worries.
But it, I think, is the case that this, like the withdrawal, the make invoice call, you don't have to confirm.
Right.
For apps to send you money, you don't have to confirm it right now, at least. You still have to optimize it that you can enable that.
But this is also
sadly, you don't see the transaction in Albi yet. Incoming transactions, you would only see that the amount is increased. So this is still a big construction site there.
Okay, gotcha. So, okay, so it only shows like outgoing funds, not incoming.
Right now, yes. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so check this out, right? This actually shows off a little problem, I think, with this application, where you're having to deposit funds and having the service like custodying it. I would actually prefer, especially with something like Albi, to not have to deposit a sum of funds and have to withdraw and have this limit of like 5 minutes and stuff like that. Yeah. So
there we go, guys. Lost all my money again. Sorry.
You lost all the money. You need to stop, Eddie.
Honestly.
Yeah. So okay. So let's look at this design problem of these deposit formats. How about that? So let's take a screenshot of it. And we're also making the like we're going in with the design philosophy that we're going to like progressively enhance or degrade depending on what is available in the existing environment, right? Let's also assume that the user also has like one wallet typically. All right.
Do you guys see my Figma, by the way?
Yep, you can see the Figma.
Cool.
Nice. All right. So yeah, given that we are on a desktop computer with a actually, Eddie, maybe for this writing stuff, because you know I like to do the writing, could you share the Figma over here as well?
Yeah, that's copy link. Probably should have done this for everyone. Maybe I can start like an open Figma session.
Yeah. All right. Good. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah. So given that the user has WebLN enabled, sorry, like so given that the user is in a browser which has Lightning address, what do we show? That's one case. But I guess like it would start from the case where they don't have sorry, not Lightning address, WebLN. In the case that they don't have WebLN enabled, then what do we show in this case? And I think we could also grab a screenshot from Rene's project. If you open it up in Safari or something, or a browser without. Yeah, so this is really cool what Rene did here. So this application only works with WebLN, right? Makes sense. It's WebLN experiments, right? And if in Safari here, there is no Albi extension or WebLN available there, so there's this message to like install something. So this is kind of like the first case. Then the second case is that it such extension is installed. So then, you know, now the application is active and it can do things. That's in the desktop environment. But then we have these other cases in the mobile environments where, you know, you probably are going to start copying. You are going to need to either copy and paste or click a link to open your Lightning application. So this is kind of like the framing. Sorry, I just like blurted out to people. Do you guys understand kind of like the design challenges that we're working with? I have any questions or comments?
I think my sorry to be naive, I think my audio was cutting out when Precious was actually discussing what his project actually was.
Yeah, well, his project is the shop one.
Oh, okay, cool.
All right. So in that case, I'm just going to continue. Anyone wants to jump in? You can just yeah.
Permission the file.
What's this?
The permission on the file has not been activated, so file not found.
Oh, okay, cool. Precious, compute 10, there you go. Yeah, if you need access to the file, just request access up here. So being weird. So yeah, we have desktop environments and cases. Yeah, we have desktop. Yeah. Okay, so on desktop we have no web LN wallet installed. Web LN wallet is installed. On mobile, it's there's no web LN wallet there, but we do have has wallet app installed, Lightning wallet app. Are we assuming that okay, are we assuming that they have a wallet on desktop as well? What do you guys think?
It could be. I would say that's probably more of a edge case. The desktop, it's probably more likely that someone, well, this is actually just speaking from my own experience. I would probably just use a mobile wallet which supports WebLN.
Okay, so has no desktop wallet, has no WebLN wallet installed, has a
Just to clarify there, Johns, as well, like when you say no desktop wallet, I presume you are talking about an installed piece of software as opposed to a
browser wallet, yeah.
Browser wallet, yeah.
No, so has no native desktop Lightning wallet. So what options are available to us on desktop with no WebLN wallet? Oh, sorry, browser, no WebLN browser.
So a wallet on mobile can work on desktop. A WebLN wallet on desktop, on mobile can work on desktop, and vice versa, right?
I mean, it's two separate applications, right, and two separate operating systems. So unless someone creates a application, like let's say Albi creates a mobile application, then it's not going to be available, right?
Yeah. Okay.
But there's some I think some advancements and extensions on mobile, so it can start getting interesting. All right.
Yeah, and to mention that on mobile you also have Breeze. I don't know what all the ones that are supporting it, but Breeze for sure, Blue Wallet for sure, Blixt I think it does.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Phoenix, I think.
No, Phoenix doesn't have
Was that the case when I tried scanning? I started scanning Ben's a QR code he showed during this session, and the prompt I was given was it isn't compatible or something.
Yeah, so the stuff that Ben was showing was LNURL, not WebLN. And sorry, there's like all these different terms and stuff like that popping up, all these different acronyms and weird short names. But
yeah,
I really apologize. But WebLN is something for browsers, and LNURL is just a way to retrieve. It's a way for it's a way to retrieve invoices. Let's say that's the easiest way. It's the easiest. It's a way to retrieve invoices through this like new payment request format. And Christoph posted a link to Bitcoin.Design guide, the different payment request formats. So that's worth a read. Yeah. All right. So in these cases of when no WebLN browser is available, ask to install a WebLN extension, right? So we have currently Albi, and the original one was Joule, I think. And Yeah, we'll see. Boomy, do you know if ZEBEDEE has WebLN installed? In it?
I'm not sure actually.
No.
I should know that list, but I don't. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure there's a resource on GitHub by Fiat right?
Yeah. Yeah. So no, that'll be on the WebLN.dev. You're thinking LN URL. Yeah.
Oh, I know.
All right, so we asked to install an extension, either Albi or Joule. That's the only options that we really have now that I can verify. And if it is installed, then the user can interact and pay with the web app. Okay, and the user has no active desktop wallet. So in that case, they may want to copy and paste the Lightning invoice into a chat application, right? That's I think these are kind of like the options on the desktop. And on mobile, if no WebLN browser is available, cannot use any WebLN functionalities in the app. If it has a Lightning wallet, then they would need to either copy and paste the Lightning invoice, copy and paste the Lightning invoice, right? They may want to their Lightning wallet, invoice to the Lightning wallet. And something else that they may want to do is to open their Lightning wallet with the invoice. Or yeah, something like this, using a payment link. Right? If you want to know about payment links and stuff, there's a really cool website that just launched. So it's called UnifiedQR.dev, I think. You can check it out. All right.
This sorry, just one quick thing. This seems like a prime thing for the design guide for us to come up with a general solution, because I'm sure so many projects try to think through this.
No. Yeah. So yeah. So like let's try to hack this together in like the next few minutes. All right. So Eddie, I'm going to step off now. And maybe anyone around Precious, anyone else who wants to jump in on this Figma file, you could like drop design inspirations and stuff of like how we can deal with these cases on like desktop, and then we'll figure out how we deal with it on mobile. Is that a good strategy? Starting from desktop?
I believe so, yeah.
So actually,
I mean, would you like to, what do you think? Because considering that we have 20 minutes here, we're not going to be able to obviously design a whole entire application.
No, it's just
how do you want to prioritize this?
I'm thinking just like we could do just a widget.
A widget which would prompt a sort of download.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so like for example, like I like this kind of like pattern, these buttons that you can like have drop downs on, and they do like these other actions.
Personally, I hate them.
You hate them, really? How come?
It seems really weird to hide a button inside of another button.
Yeah. Well, Christoph, you're like super visual. What do you think?
Yeah. So I think this works as long as you segment it slightly. So if you make a slight divider next to the caret or arrow down, then as a user, I understand that there's a button on the left, and there's a small segment to the right of that button that allows me to change which is the active option. I think that's something that you see.
So something kind of
it's
like
more intuitive. Yeah, if you make that white.
This, yeah. And what if we use kind of like, does it make sense to show the actual invoice to make it copyable, or as well? Because like I'm looking at this Jitsi option here, and this is like the text on the top. But they're usually separate fields. But like, should the invoice always be visible for copy? Because in this case, we see that there is always this option for copy. Like when we look at both cases for mobile and desktop, there's always this case for copying. That's the one that's kind of like consistent with all environments.
Yes, also consider using the web share API, which is when the browser, it's the same with the share sheet on mobile operating systems.
Mhm.
So you basically tell the browser, hey, I want, the user wants to share this. Here's like a URL or some text or something. And then the browser shows an interface that's appropriate to, that shows, the applications that the user has installed that are appropriate to whatever it's being shared. So if you share an image, it might recommend to open the Photos app or Instagram or whatever it is. So the web share, so the share button could also show up. And the benefit of that one is that the operating system figures out what's the most appropriate thing to do. So it could allow you to pick some contacts from your contacts list or some applications that you tend to use with this type of data or so. Unfortunately, the support is not great with, or very problematic with Bitcoin URLs and BIPs and all of that. So yeah.
Yeah, I've been looking into this one as well, and I think there's like a lot of potential for that kind of pattern, but yeah, they never pick up the Bitcoin applications.
Yeah, it's a bit different between Chrome and Safari and Firefox. They all do things a bit differently.
All right, so I'm gonna do like one version, like really quickly here, yeah, that one version, just to kind of give me a second. Yeah, just one version to show off the button, and then even if it's wrong, then we could like talk about it and see if it's a better pattern or if we can improve it somehow. So let's do a blue button as well. What did I say? Great artists steal? I'm stealing Jitsi's UI right now, but not so great. Stroke. All right, and then we can have some text in here. Auto layout. So, okay, so in deposit using WebLN, that's what's being shown. Oh, I don't know if you guys can see, but yeah, deposit using WebLN. That's what's like we're assuming in the first case that we're assuming in the first case that on desktop. Okay, sorry, no. No WebLN browser is available. Okay, so in that case, it's like please install web. Okay, yeah, we need to have some message. So let's do that. Please install. Can someone help me with the messaging here? The words aren't coming to my head.
Real quick, it might not be possible due to privacy and security reasons to detect if a browser is installed, because you kind of don't want any website to figure out what you have installed. That might be information that you don't want to share. If you look at LN markets, you just have to. There's a login button, and then it says, well, choose your method and how you want to log in. Is that kind of what you're looking for, or?
So sign in. Okay, interesting. Okay, there we go. That's a good pattern there as well. I forgot about this one.
Connect wallets.
But do we really need to do this step? Because we can automatically like scan for WebLN capabilities in the browser, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So what do you call it? Christoph. With WebLN, like Albi, it injects something called a WebLN object into the application. So the application is able to see is window.webln available.
That's a feature detection, but it cannot figure out whether it's Albi or something else.
Well, for now, yes, but maybe at some point it will be able to.
Well, I mean, it's good that it cannot be for privacy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like for example, I'm gonna post some code stuff on. Since you can't see my screen, this is the detection here. So yeah, so this is the LN markets. LN markets has detected that window.web that a Lightning wallet is available in the browser. All right. So we do have this option, yeah, to detect. But yes, it's for privacy reasons. It's good that it doesn't kind of report that back, like which one in particular. All right, and then it has all these different options. Albi and Joule here, but this is like the sign-in flow, and we don't necessarily need a sign-in one. Okay, so we have this. Please install. Let's go. Oof, what do I do? Okay, yeah. So there we have the please install Lightning. I'm really bad with like these words right now today, guys.
Do you want me to hop in? I can do it, and you just tell me what to do.
I still don't know the
Split
words.
up the task a little bit.
Yeah, I still don't know the words to write.
Okay.
Please install. I don't want to use the word WebLN because that's like not like the technology is not something that a regular person is going to know about. So if we tell them so yeah, if we look at this the Lightning roulette one again, it says deposit using WebLN. Unless you're very technical, you're not going to know what that is. Give me a second, let me see. Lightning browser. Please install Lightning browser. Let's just go with what that is one state. And then the other one we have is copy invoice. And then another one we might have is copy invoice. And then maybe we could show the QR code. We can show the QR code. And let's get the QR code thingy in here. So I'm doing like the drop downs now. Okay, we got a QR code here. We got a QR code. Boom, in there. And let's why is this not? What's going on here?
Just a quick note while you're doing this. There's a great Figma plugin called QR code generator. I just used it earlier to add common payment formats, the Bitcoin UI kit, so BIP21 with a bold 11 invoice or a bold 12 offer or so on-chain address makes it super easy to create realistic QR codes for your designs. Creates them as vectors too.
It would be really nice if we could get like nicer looking QR codes though, you know, like the fancy QRs.
Might be a plugin for that. Not sure. We'll have to check.
QR plugin.
We'll create our own.
Yeah, there we go. Bitcoin loves QR codes. Okay, and let's put one of these lines, please.
I mean, if you ask me, I think there's a bit too much focus sometimes on QR codes. Because just copy pasting something can actually be, because of some of the technical issues, that could almost be smoother than, you know, trying to do inter-app communication. If you just copy something in one app, then you switch to the other app, it automatically detects what's on your clipboard, whether it's an invoice or an address, and then shows you the appropriate UI. I think that can sometimes be smoother.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, sorry guys if I'm, you know, I don't know if you can see, if you're in Figma, you can see it, so I guess no one in the stream can really see what's happening on my end.
No, we'll see it here. Cool. Do you mean on YouTube or here in Jitsi?
Yeah, on YouTube, not gonna really see what's going on. So copy invoice.
Yeah, I can focus on, sorry, John, focus on you.
No, I thought you were doing something up there. That's good. Let's hack it out. Let's see what solutions come up out of this.
No, it's visible on YouTube.
Okay. Is anyone finding this any useful at all, by the way? We're just kind of like designing stuff at this point.
Shouldn't Lightning browser be like browser wallet instead? Because it's more like a wallet for your browser instead of a browser.
Can you please help me with this text, because I'm really dying here with it. What suggestions would you have? Like entirely, we're trying to make like a button, like you see how it says like a browser. Oh, please install a browser. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Well, I'll probably just take out the please.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. That's yeah, there we go.
No need for the niceties.
Question is, should that install a Lightning browser wallet be even a button or just a text label? Like what happens when you press it?
That is very true. What does happen? Okay. Trying to figure it out. What should happen, Christoph?
You could get the options. Well, I guess you could detect if it's desktop, and then get the options of Albi and Joel. They always to detect desktop versus mobile, so you could figure out if it's desktop or mobile.
Yeah, so these are the cases here. And instead of like detecting if it's desktop and mobile, what we're detecting is like, well, actually, yeah, you're right. It would need to do some detection for is desktop. And so is desktop and then is mobile, because we know currently that there's no mobile. Well, technically there is, but they're not installing it into the same application. They're gonna have to go to the, like, they're gonna, okay, so if you use Breeze or Blixt, those are mobile Lightning browser wallets, right? But if you're in Safari and then it says, please install a Lightning browser wallet, then you're actually gonna have to visit, you have to do the install, then visit the website on the inside of the application. So you have to go back and try to find the state that you were previously in. So, you know, that detection, that is.
But you can also detect it with Safari.
You can, oh boy. You can detect it with Safari too.
Yeah, you can find browsers.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you if those details really matter right now for the sake of mocking up a flow here. Maybe you can just create 3 different states. Either there's nothing available and it tells you to install something and it detects that there are some options appropriate for your browser and OS, or it says, well, sorry, we don't have any recommendations for you. Maybe you can figure something out or develop your own browser wallet and make it work.
Do it yourself.
Do it yourself. Okay, give me a second. Let me just try to document what you just said here. Yeah, so you're saying, let me just write it down. Can you say this again, please?
I mean, logically, you just have a few different things that can happen. Ideal scenario, and that does not seem like it could actually work, is that says, oh, we detected browsing, Albi, do you want to use that? Or that it could says, well, we detected WebLN, and it says log in. We detected a Lightning browser. Log in using it or something, right? So it doesn't know what it is, but it detects the feature and it can say, well, just use that, whatever wallet it may be, it's going to work.
Mm-hmm.
Or it detects that there's no feature support, but the browser technically can support. There are wallets available for this browser. It says, well, it doesn't seem like it just says install Albi or a similar product to log in. Or it does not detect the feature and the website does not know of any wallets that work with whatever browser and operating system that you have. And then it just says, sorry, it seems like this is not going to work out between us here.
That's a really good way to put it. Yeah. Not gonna work out between. Yeah, that's a really good one. By the way, this would be great to package up into a library as well. Not giving any hints, but you see all these different cases and stuff that we have to do. In the end, how we started this is like we just want to have a button that can replace all the options in open wallet, copy, deposit using WebLN. We want to make that like a bit friendly, and we want that button to like progressively enhance or degrade. And like we have all these different cases and stuff to introduce. So any of the developers out there, I want you to see some of the struggles that have to also go through in design, right? We're just trying to design a button, but we have to actually think through all these different cases. So there's a lot of thinking going on in this space too. So in the design world too.
Yeah, and especially login is not something you want users to struggle with.
Yeah.
You want that to be really smooth.
Okay. So we have black text here. I'm gonna do it wireframe style. Hopefully.
I'm gonna try and capture both of us in the same frame here, John.
All right, cool, no worries. Are you working from up there or something? No, well, it's fine. Oh, nice, cool. See, Eddie's so cool on this. Okay, so we have why does this keep?
Just being conscious of time here. Coming up on the hour mark. Christoph, by the way, would you like to?
Toby had raised his hand.
Oh. Yeah. Hey, Toby.
Hi, Johns. I asked a question on the chat. I asked if there's a library that can be used to generate Lightning addresses.
Okay, so since Lightning address is actually happening, like it needs a server, it's not just a library by itself. You're gonna need to set up like a Lightning address server, right? And then you could offer an API to your application to be able to generate those invoices and stuff, because it's doing some HTTP stuff in the background. So do you need a Lightning address server, or do you need the access to be able to create Lightning addresses, one or multiple?
Yeah, I need access to be able to create multiple Lightning addresses.
I see. And which platform? Okay, so multiple. Okay. Ooh.
Actually, I think on the lightningaddress.com website, you should be able to find some tools that you could use. At the bottom, pretty much at the bottom right, there are some tools that you could install, like bridge address or setdress. I think those could help you.
Okay, yes, you're right. Let's post the link there. Thanks for that, Boomer.
Sorry. Okay, set address. Okay.
Yeah, there is a list of like 4 options. You can check out those.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on with my lines here, people, but it's not looking good. Okay, there we go. Okay. Trying to make this look pretty. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. And then let's put this. One pixel through, 2 pixel. I don't know. Let's put some. All right. So we have copy invoice, scan QR. Okay, let's see, copy invoice. You have the light version copy. Okay. Let's do this one. Okay, so in the case where we would want to have, so we're imagining this. I'll go work next to Ed so you could compare how good his one looks and how crappy mine looks. So in the case of, yeah, I'm gonna go and steal some of his things. Thank you, Ed.
No worries, mate.
Okay, let's put this here. If anyone has any questions, in the meantime, we're going to be starting the next session, a design session, actually, a bit more higher level than what you're seeing on my screen or in my little section. Christoph is going to go over the Bitcoin.Design guide, where we document many of these design patterns. And actually, to be honest, it's through processes like this, we kind of like try to come up with like patterns for like the ecosystem and document some of the existing patterns out. You know, we have to look at what's existing and then see what see how we can kind of like unify them and try to get some consistent experiences throughout the space, especially for things like payment requests or and various other things. There's some new pages on contacts, for instance, which is a pattern that we don't often see in Bitcoin applications, but I'm pretty sure you're used to it in your traditional banking apps. So if Bitcoin is the future of banking, then we need to make sure we have the design patterns that people are kind of used to in their in the traditional world. But you know, with Bitcoin, we have like some other kinds of challenges because we want to be interoperable. We want to be cognizant of, or actually, we want to be cognizant of people's choice of privacy, and we want to ensure that everyone has control over their information. Those are some important principles when we're designing in Bitcoin: interoperability, privacy, and I forgot the other one I mentioned, but interoperability, privacy, and sorry, my brain's all over the place. The other one that I mentioned. There's also a page on the Bitcoin.Design guide, which has some documentation on the different principles that the guide itself and designers should be wary of. Yeah.
Christoph, quick question to you. Would you like to do your presentation in the main hall, or would you like to do it in here where people can kind of potentially interact a little bit more? Am I muted?
No, we can hear you.
Oh, Christoph's just not here. Oh no, he is. Maybe he's just making himself a cup of tea. Maybe we could go back to the main stage. I'm not really sure. Keep going, John. So I'll give you a couple more minutes.
I know it. This auto layout is really pissing me off.
Half of all clicks in Figma are now around auto layout. Should I switch to the other channel for the talk?
Yeah, so Ed just asked if you would prefer to do it in a more interactive manner, or would you like to do it on the main hall?
No, interactive is actually great. That's exactly what I was going for.
Okay.
I don't have it perfectly planned out because it's a hackathon.
Exactly.
And something interactive might be fun to do.
Someone called it an unconference. I'm like, I like that. There we go. Finally got it. Okay, please install a Lightning invoice. Okay, and Thing has some great messaging. To use this website, you first need to supercharge your browser with a Lightning wallet capabilities by using an extension. Let's see. Okay. By using an extension. Choose one. Yes, one problem with this pattern here is that, where do you put the text inside or outside, right? Probably want to have it like this. Okay, and then when you click on it, and you get something like this. Kind of like the detection of the browser that Christoph and Rohan were talking about. And then I guess if it is available, then you can, if WebLN is available, then you can then do something like.
Just being conscious of the time here, John, so we've got 5 minutes until Christoph is meant to be on. So I don't know if anyone wants to go away and get a glass of water, make some tea, some coffee, or maybe it's past 5 p.m. wherever you are. But it's probably worth saying as well that if anyone needs any help with design over the next few days, we do have a few designers who are available. Myself, Johns, Christoph will be mentoring. And one of the great things about his talk, or his workshop, which is coming up, is that he will actually be showing us how to use the Bitcoin.Design UI kit. So hopefully something which can get you up and started really quickly. So you don't have to develop all of these components yourself in a very painful way, which, as you see, Johns has been struggling with some auto layout here.
Leave me alone.
Just go straight into it. But maybe we leave it there, Johns. We can always revisit this with Precious. Christoph, are you there? Would you like to? How would you like to do this? What is the best way possible? Would you like to do it from the main stage and then we filter questions across, or I mean,
no, we can do it fully interactive here too.
Cool.
I was thinking about just first giving a quick intro over the guide and UI kit and icon set, and then actually just work through a very practical example hands-on, and maybe we could all solve it together.
Perfect. That sounds great. Okay, well let's stay here in the lobby then. I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
No problem.
Sorry, Johns, did you say something there?
No, I said no problem. Let's go.
Cool. Okay, well, due to start in about 3 minutes, so we can. I know Germans like to be on time, Christoph, so maybe we just we can wait it out.
Early is on time is late, and late is you're fired.
My favorite quote I think about time was always that Gandalf one where he comes into the Shire. I don't know if anyone's seen Lord of the Rings here, but he goes into the Shire and Frodo goes, "You're late," or something. I can't remember. And he's like, "A wizard is never late. He only arrives precisely when he means to." Like, such a good way of just being like, my version of on time is whenever I want it to be. So,
time is wrong.
Frodo.
Time is relative to me.
Cool. Well, one thing I might actually just do before Christoph starts is I might just restart this link because it might stop halfway through otherwise.
Live streaming is on.
There we go. Let's just get this out on Twitter, get everyone knowing that we're in here. I think with a few of these workshops as well, it seems like quite a few people have sort of been asleep in the evening ones. But we seem to be getting a lot of people watching them overnight, which is great. So for everyone who's doing that, please carry on. All right. Well, Christoph, thank you very much for being here. For those of you who do not know who Christoph is, he is Germany's best kept secret. He's been on the hush hush for quite a while. He's also Bitcoin.Design's secret design weapon. He's been doing some awesome stuff over there, contributing to the guide. He's shaking his head. He's a very modest guy, but contributing to the guide, as well as he has built out a Bitcoin icon set and also a complete UI kit or component library. So really looking forward to this one, and this should be a really good way to get you guys from 0 to 100 as fast as possible. So over to you, Christoph.
Awesome. Thanks for the introduction. So I'm just sharing the content in my background here. So I hope YouTube picks that up properly. And if you want to, you might have to switch or click on my my profile here to see me full screen if you're in the tile view.
It picks up that you're the main speaker here, so I think
okay.
so you can see it on YouTube too.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Okay, so to add on to a little bit to what Ed was just saying, So since the beginning of the design community, so I think one big goal of the design community, which was founded a year and a half ago or so, was to create an open space for design to happen that is very loosely organized. And I think that's happening, as demonstrated by projects like Albi and this hackathon here. And then the second one was to build community resources, because the problem was that there were these individual designers in various different projects, and everybody was kind of reinventing the wheel and figuring out the same things over and over again for themselves. And so the idea was to build these kind of human interface guidelines for Bitcoin, which is the guide. And then as we were working on the guide, we realized, well, we can't just describe all this stuff in text. It needs to be visual. It's better to show it too. So we created all these UI mockups, and that turned into the UI kit. And then an extension of that ended up being the icon set. And I'll show those here in my background. So Bitcoin.Design/guide is where you find the guide. Then BitcoinUIKit.com. I'll go over that a little bit later. And then BitcoinIcons.com. Those are kind of the primary resources. And I think together those provide a really good foundation. Because as you may know, if you open a design tool, you get greeted with a completely blank canvas. There's absolutely nothing. And you have to come up with every button, every piece of text. You have to define every color, everything. There's nothing. So by providing both a lot of best practices in the guide with matching a UI kit, I think it makes it much easier for designers to just start working off of a really solid foundation and then just focus on the things that make their project unique. So if we look at the guide, I'll expand everything in the sidebar here real quick. There are around 50 pages or so. Just loosely, the way it's structured is that we have a getting started section, which is, so if you're maybe a designer new to Bitcoin, you don't really know much, it provides that introduction. So, why Bitcoin is this unique thing, what makes it special. There's a whole page around the visual language of Bitcoin and how that's something that's evolved over time from, this early golden coin symbol here in pretty bad resolution up to, what kind of the brand that we know today and the many different visual interpretations that people have created over time. There's also a little bit about Lightning here, where the big discussion is whether that even should have its own brand or it should be invisible, with a whole discussion there. If you want like a quick introduction to the technology, there's that type of information. So it's all pretty useful stuff there. And then if you're working on a product already, you might be interested in the designing Bitcoin products. So there's a bit about user research and how that is unique in the Bitcoin space. Like, it's a completely global audience, which is a lot of times not the case. It's an unknowable user base because you're on chain, it's just pseudonymous addresses, right? Then there's other more design-specific information like the usage lifecycle, which I find a super important framework. So basically it says that every user, they start by not knowing of your product at all. Then they become aware of it. They hear about it from somebody. They see it they search for something and come across it. Somebody tells them, they read about it in an article. If everything goes well, they become interested. Then they use it for the first time, then they become a regular user, and then they become a passionate user. And at every point in that cycle, people want different information. So we also have frameworks like this in the guide. Similar to common user flows, which describes like just the typical things that people do in Bitcoin and in wallets, like sending, receiving, backing up, wallet maintenance, reviewing your transactions, all of these common things, also very helpful when you're starting. And then we have a few sections that are a little bit more technical. They're a bit more how-to. So if you want to understand how multi-key wallets work under the hood a little bit, you can learn about that. And then we have some sections that are very focused on user flows. And I think for a hackathon, those might be the most handy ones. So for example, if your application that you're working on involves sending Bitcoin, you have this whole page here that describes the process. So it talks about how payments can be initiated, like what we already talked about, what we discussed earlier with all these different payment formats. You could scan a QR code, you could copy paste, you could click a link, all these things. Then how an application can display all these different scenarios, what to consider there. If a user wants to manually initiate a payment, what's important, how fees are handled in different scenarios. And you see all of these mock-ups here. And those mock-ups, they're all in the UI kit. So if you're looking through a page here, and let's say you're working on sending Bitcoin, you're like, okay, I want to use this screen here. Then you just go over to the UI kit and you have a copy of it. And so let's do that right now. So I'm here at the Bitcoin UI kit. It's a very simple landing page that talks about how it includes basic elements like colors and icons and buttons and things. It includes all kinds of components you can use. Hey, fellow Jetster. Okay, perfect, thank you. And then it includes all of these screens here and user flows. And then we also have the icon set, which is also part of the UI kit. So I'm going to switch over here to Figma. And here is the Bitcoin Wallet UI kit. So if you're not familiar with Figma, it is a very popular design tool these days. And I think something that they did really well was it works pretty much everywhere. It works as a desktop application on Mac and Windows and elsewhere. And if you're in Linux, I don't think it works there, but you can always use it in the browser. And not only that, but they have a really good free tier, and you can work collaboratively, as we saw earlier in the conversation also. So we can, like 5 people can work on the same design together. So it's pretty frictionless. So the Bitcoin Wallet UI kit is part of Figma community, where anyone can publish files that they just want to make available. I think it's licensed under Creative Commons, where it is at the bottom right here, 4.0 says right there. So if I want to start using this, I'll just press this button up here, duplicate, and then I have my own copy of this UI kit here. And feel free to raise your hand, ask questions, put things in the chat here if you want to interrupt or have any comments. Want me to go slower, faster, or anything else. And so taking a quick look in here, if you're not familiar with design systems, a big part of it is componentizing everything. So all of the texts, font sizes and styles are standardized. All the colors are standardized. For example, the whole system is based on this set of colors here. Same with icons and the type and all of these different form elements. And there are, just like in code, there are main components. So if I change a component here, every copy of this component will be changed across the whole file. So that makes it a lot easier than later to turn it into code as well. Also have some Bitcoin-specific components here, like a fee picker and balances. So there are just a lot of really handy things if you're designing a Bitcoin application where you just don't have to come up with all these. You just kind of copy paste and you're ready to go. Now, something I wanted to do here today was something I wanted to see if go through a practical exercise, because I can talk here forever, but it might just not be that interesting. So the Human Rights Foundation has this Lightning Bounty Challenge, and I thought we could pick up this challenge here and I could just try to design something. Maybe you want to help me or not. So for a tip jar, and I just wanted to take part of this challenge here. So they basically want non-custodial Lightning wallets to integrate Bolt 12 and then allow for easy sharing, so people can very easily take donations or tips and stay completely anonymous and in control of their funds along the way. And they have a bounty here for 1 Bitcoin for a FOSS wallet to make this happen. This came out a few months ago. I'm in December. I'm not sure if anybody has any wallet already supports this. But I wanted to just focus on part of it, which is might be more appropriate for a Lightning hackathon, and that is that you can create a QR code, which we all know we love now. And that QR code can be pinned to a Twitter profile, printed out, and displayed in a store. So I was thinking we could design a simple app where you authenticate via WebLN, and then you put in Lightning address or LNURL pay or something, and then it gives you these. It automatically creates some really nice visual you can put on Twitter with your QR code, or it creates a landing page for you, or it creates some PDF with the donation information or the tipping information that you can print and put in your store. So something fairly simple, but that then allows for to go through some of the components in the UI kit. How does that sound? Any feedback? Any thoughts?
Sounds nice.
I love it.
Okay, cool. It's okay to say bad things too. You can tell me it's the wrong thing to do. It's totally fine. So I'll switch back here to Figma again. So the way I typically go about these things is I create a new page that I just call, let's say, workspace. And then there are some screens here, which are placeholder screens. But let's do this. Let's look at something here first. You'll see all of this is made for mobile. There are roughly, I think there are around 300 screens in this UI kit, so there's a lot to pick from, but they're all mobile. Except when we go a bit further down, there are also some desktop samples, and it turns out that the UI kit also works pretty well for desktop. So here is, and some of this may actually look familiar because the Albi UI also is, I think, partially based on the UI kit, right? But they've made lots of modifications since. So I'll just say here, okay, here's kind of a screen that's, it's a desktop screen. Maybe it's a starting point, just kind of gathering things. And what I typically do is also grab this one here. So just kind of gathering things that are kind of helpful, right? And one of the first things that I typically do is, whether this is mobile or not doesn't even matter so much. It's just kind of loosely thinking about the user experience. So any application needs a cover screen. So, right, cover screen, and it needs a login, and it needs to describe the features. Then once I'm logged in, I need some type of onboarding typically. And in our case, if we want to create a tipping page, the user, we could think about, well, either this application could create a new wallet for the user. We'll just put in options here, create a new wallet, which is then custodial, not ideal. Or if the user already has a wallet, maybe they can put in their LNURL pay or a Bolt 12 offer or a Lightning address, or use some type of existing payment format. And once the user has done that, then I think the end goal is then I want to have let's just say, okay, at the end, what I want to have is a shareable Twitter image with my QR code. I also want to have a landing page, and I want to have a printable PDF. Okay, cool. So that's kind of what I want to end at, right? In order to get there, I need to set up my wallet. And I would assume that I also want to customize it, right? Because when when let's say let's create the landing page for me to collect donation, it's not just like there's a QR code, but I also need to tell people why and who I am, so that I'm Christoph. Here's a profile image, and I am collecting donations for my open source work, or because I was affected by what's happening in Ukraine, or some other good reasons. I need to make my case in a way. So other people see that. So there's probably some customization where I want to personalize my account. So that's kind of roughly what we have here in this whole sequence. And now we can start roughing things in a little bit. So let's see, what do we have in? So we need some type of cover screen. Okay, so cover screen we can grab from onboarding. Just going to copy that over here. Then, maybe we need to explain the features. So I'm going to grab some of these screens here. Okay. So let's say, I have a cover screen, then we explain the features to the user. Maybe then we need some type of login. And since this wallet does not, here's something, choose password. Maybe we can abuse this one here later on. So hold on, do we need a login? I guess when you create a new wallet, I guess we need some type of authentication, right? So that's probably using, I don't know, something, authentication, web LN, kind of the same problem that we've talked about that John was designing earlier already. So let's just say, let's see, do we have another screen? So what I typically do then is I go through here and I try to find screens that kind of roughly cover what I'm looking for. So it becomes a little bit of a piecemeal, but then it allows to rough everything in, and then the real customization starts. In the end, we're also going to need some type of request screen with a QR code, which is here. And maybe we want users to enter an amount when they make a donation. So we'll just take these two screens. Okay, so this could be part of the landing page here. What else? Authentication. Okay, and I still want this to be a desktop thing. So let's see, what can we do? Do we have anything we can grab from the desktop examples? I'll just grab this one here, see what happens. Okay. Now let's just start with this one here. So we need some type of cover screen. So I'll actually grab all of these elements here. And I'll put it in here. Let's see. Let's be a little bit taller here. And so what should we call this thing? Actually, I'm going to switch over here to the 3D freebies that I grabbed from Ed. Who created this one? So I need kind of a cool logo or something. So we'll just
yeah, go for it. This was Alex and Lubin over at PeakShift.
Okay, since it's a tip jar, maybe we'll take the little piggy here. So it's not going to be the Bitcoin wallet. I'm just going to your Lightning tip jar. And then we have create a new wallet option here. And then log in with Lightning, where we are. Actually, I think we're only going to need that option, right? You need some type of authentication in the first place. So there's no real sign up. I think you always log in with Lightning. But we can come back to that later. It's still just about roughing everything in. So there'll be a, and you know what? Let's take a look here at colors. I think I don't like the colors too much. Orange here for this purpose. So here on the right-hand side, you see there are all kinds of text styles. These are the standardized parts of the design kit. So in here, there is an orange. So if I change this orange, all the instances of that orange will be changed in the whole UI kit. So I can then go to any other page, and you'll see that it's not orange anymore. So that is one of the powerful things about using a UI kit, where it makes it very easy to change these types of things. Does anybody have a preference for what color they want? Maybe it should be pink because there's a pig, although the pig is not really pink. Let's just go for this one. It's so amazing.
Pink FW.
Sorry?
Pink for the win.
There we go. Maybe we could tint the pig in a pink. Let's see.
I think, unfortunately, it might be just an image, so I don't think we're going to be able to render them.
I know we can just use some. Will this work? Oh, there we go. Just need to work with blend modes a little bit. All right, amazing. Okay, so log in with Lightning. And since John's already dealt with that earlier, I don't want to deal with it. So let's just focus on the next part of our experience. I'll copy another screen here. And so next, what do we do next? Let's look at our rough outline here. Okay, now we're authenticated. It somehow magically worked. And now, okay, we need to tell people what we're actually doing here next. So again, I'll just grab some of the content here from this mobile layout. I'm going to put it in here. And to me, I mean, obviously, I built the big parts of this whole kit here, so it'll be really intuitive to me, except for what I'm doing right now, where I'm trying to figure out why there's all this spacing here at the top.
But any design system is kind of like that, right? You kind of have to get into it and understand the components in order to be fast with it, with using it.
Yeah, totally. And that's why I also recommend just copy pasting, and then it's to me, a lot of this is about approximating and then narrowing on over time to get closer and closer. But seriously, why is there what's going on? Oh yeah, here, there we go. Okay, so we're logging in, and then it's just now we need to figure out what are we actually doing here? Like, kind of what's the primary feature? We make it easy for you to accept donations with Lightning. Like, that's our primary benefit here. I don't even worry about the text below right now. And then we'll just say, okay, our second benefit is use your existing Lightning wallet or easily set, or we can also set one up for you. Like I said, this is never a final copy here. This is all just about approximating. But at some point, and you could do this type of information. It could be on the landing page. You can guide people through it, but you kind of need to let them know what this application is about. And if you are looking for more resources on that, I'll hop back here to the guide. There is a whole section on onboarding. And it talks a little bit about, and this page is specifically for mobile Lightning wallet, but it does cover a bit about how to think about onboarding, the steps you need to go through, and then it goes in detail about the specific steps for mobile Lightning wallet, which is the backup sequence, like creating a wallet, backing it up, funding it, and also making sure that users, for example, that they set up the security and the privacy in a way that works for them. We also have a getting to know your users section in the Designing Bitcoin section here in the guide. And that is a bit more about the research in order to figure out who your users are and what they're actually trying to achieve, and how to learn about what might be most beneficial to them. So there are some resources in here too. Actually, another one good one is user research resources, which has all kinds of articles and research papers and blog posts that might also help you kind of get an idea of how people think about Bitcoin and Lightning in the real world and what's worked and what hasn't and all these different things. So lots of stuff in the guide here that might be useful for you. But okay, so we're roughing things in. Initially, we just had like a line of text. Now we're going through, we have a cover page, we have some introduction. Now we need to give people more options. So let's say, how do you want to set up your jar? And we don't need pagination dots anymore. Let's say we want some options. And for here, I'll look through my library of components here that are included. And I want a framed list item. And this is like what John's already said, is that if you know this well, then where is that thing? Framed list item. Here it is. This is kind of what I'm looking for. Because I want these big options here, right? Where I want people to choose, and I want to have these big visual options here that to choose from that are just easy to tap on and figure out and understand. And in here, in these items here, there's a subcomponents here. This gets a little bit into this takes a little bit of, I think, getting used to. But at a certain point, design systems get a bit complex, similar to the way that coded components get somewhat complex, where you have these nested layers of components. So for example, this center part of these items here is actually its own component. And I can customize it here on the top and right. Different component instances have these options. So here, the type is set to have a title, a description, and a progress bar, but I don't want the progress bar. So I changed the type to just have a title and a description, and the progress bar disappears. And I'll do the same over here. And then here on the left, do I want an icon? Not quite sure. I think on the right-hand side, I'm customizing this component now. I just want an icon here. I don't need a label. So just an icon. Okay, that sounds good. So you can see without actually designing, without drawing, any shapes or so, I can just use this component set to customize these UI elements to how I want them to look. And here for this tip jar, I have two options. I can create a new wallet, which the application will do for me. I'll turn this into a ... And the second option would be use an existing wallet. And we'll just create some fake text here. We will host this for you. Easy. and convenient. Okay. Or if I use an existing wallet, then let's say maybe it's important for users to know what formats are supported. We support, let's say, Lightning address and LN URL. I guess that doesn't matter so much. It's just kind of generally about guiding users through this flow. I actually don't think for this exercise I'm going to focus on creating a new wallet. I'll just focus on using an existing wallet. Another thing that I'd like to do here is we have lots of icons here.
Is it just me or?
Sorry?
Or I don't know. It seems your screen is no more showing.
It's not sharing anymore?
Yes.
It's probably bandwidth, Precious. So if you're having problems here in Jitsi, you can check the YouTube stream, and it'll probably buffer.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Okay. All right. Let me know how this is for you so far. Just kind of going through this, as I would do it when I'm designing something like this. And okay, so now we're at the step where, so I'm not going to focus on creating a new wallet. I'll just focus on using an existing wallet because that's what we're here for. We're here for self-custody. So when I create an existing wallet, there's actually something else that I can steal, and that is in the contacts page. So these pages here, this is exactly what you would see in payments contacts. It's all of these screens. Hold on, here we go. This is the right thing what I'm looking for. Here in payments contacts, it's all the designs here in this screen. And contacts is actually, it sounds very simple, right? You just, you add, like in your regular address book, you add a name, an email, an address, very simple. The thing is, it's not so simple with Bitcoin payment formats because they're all kind of different. On the one hand, you have Lightning payment formats, and then you have on-chain, and then even on-chain, you have the difference between a Bitcoin address, which can be used multiple times, but should not. And then you have something like an extended public key, from which more addresses can be generated, but it should not really be shared. And then on Lightning, you have things like you have node IDs, you have bold 12 offer codes and addresses, which are awesome, but they're not broadly supported. Then you have LN URL, and then you have Lightning address, and they also have their own particular details. So there's actually a good amount of complexity in this screen. And the good thing is I can steal from this one here. Because what we're looking for right now is that the user enters some type of address from which then this tip jar page, landing page, can be generated. And that is very similar to when you create a contact and you enter an address. So, and the way it works, the way it's set up here, the screens that are in the UI kit is one screen that explains what an address is. This could be for the first time a user adds a contact to their address book. And then there's an input field where the user can type something in. And then there are different things that can happen. So for example, if you enter a Lightning address, this is a valid address you can make repeat payments to. Or it says, hey, this is a single-use on-chain address. You can use this one time. Or it might say, well, this is an address type that this is a valid address type, but we cannot, this application does not support using it because of privacy and security. Or it says it's not even supported, right? There are all these different states here. And let's just say we want this one here. So I'll copy this one again. And then we'll just steal these components here, and we'll put them in here. And I'll delete the other stuff that we don't want. Okay, so now the user has chosen that they want to use an existing wallet. And now we have to say, please enter your address. And because this is, we want the person not just type things in, but to already kind of know what they can type in. So we support formats X, Y, and Z, because those allow for, let's say, repeated payments, right? Something like that. And maybe I'll just hide this one for now. We'll hide this altogether. Good enough for now, right? We're just approximating. And I can delete this one here again. And we can also, this is also not so important right now. I can also customize these elements up here. There are all kinds of icons available. We can put our piggy back here. We can use more 3D elements, anything we want. But I don't think it matters so much for this exercise. Okay, I type in this address. There will be some validation. And let's just say I type in an email address, peter@getlb.com. Right, I'll just fill this with some sample content here. And then I need a button. So I'll steal this button here. And one of the things that, if you're not familiar with how Figma works, you'll notice how Piggy, exactly. Good comment there. If you're not familiar with how Figma works, I'll just show this real quick. So in most design tools, like traditional ones, let's say like Illustrator or other tools, you kind of had to place everything manually. And then, but that's not, and we know from browsers now, right? There's like a default vertical layout. You use CSS, you use Flexbox, you have all these automated systems. And Figma supports something similar. So I can, take multiple elements and I can group them. Just going to hit Command G here. And then on the right, I see this option here called Auto Layout. So then this allows me to align my content. I can set the spacing between elements. I can set different padding here around elements. Or I can just say they should be left aligned or right aligned. Or let's see, let's make this a little bit more obvious. I have all these alignment options here too. So the whole UI kit is set up for this. So by default, as you've probably noticed from me doing this, when I type in text, everything kind of flows nicely. And you don't have to worry too much about the layout. It's also another helpful thing because it's kind of tricky to set this up from scratch, but with the UI kit, you get this for free. How are we doing time-wise here, Ed? Do we have 5 minutes or do we have more?
We've got about 5 minutes, but I reckon we can stretch to 10.
Oh, I haven't gotten too far here yet, huh? So yeah, the way okay, so this might have to be my take-home exercise here. So after you enter your address here, I would then have another screen where you would probably have some type of logged in state, maybe something like this. I'll just steal stuff here again. And I'll delete all of this here. Here we go, that worked. So that would be then, maybe my, so I would assume it would be something like this, where I have a wallet here, and this would be, let's say maybe piggy@getlb.com, because it's where I got my Lightning address from. And maybe this is my landing page options. Here would be my social media. And then here maybe would be my PDF or print, or let's say it's, print display. So, and I probably wouldn't need these options here, so I just delete them. Maybe here I would need some type of log out. Do we have a log out? We have a mattress. We have a log out. Let's just use an X icon here. This would be our log out here. And these don't really scale very well here right now. So let me see. Yeah, so in the end, I would just gonna go to this main component here. It's this one. Just gonna make some quick adjustments here. Let's see if this did the trick. Yeah, something like that, right? And then, I would be logged in and I would have 3 different tabs. And one tab would be for customizing my landing page, and I would have some preview. The second one would be for customizing the social media information. And then it would allow me to download, let's say, a nice big image with my profile and why I'm wanting donations or tips and a QR code. And then I could put that on Twitter. And maybe a third one would also allow me then to say, okay, I want an A4 paper size or A3, and I want customize it a little bit. And then I would be able, it would create a printable PDF for me that I could put in a store or hang on the wall or wherever I wanted to. So I think that's probably all we have time for right now, unfortunately. Maybe somebody else wants to continue with this afterwards. But there's something else I wanted to show here.
Sorry, Christoph, to interrupt. We could probably go for another 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then let me show.
Keep it going. We just have to keep you running on stuff.
Okay. Yeah, and everybody in the audience too, just let me know if you want me to do something else. Another thing I wanted to show here is everybody loves dark modes, and the UI kit is also set up for a light mode and a dark mode. So there are 2 color palettes in here. They're with light and primary and accent colors, and a set of neutral colors, which you can see are on on like the spectrum of black to white. This is kind of their distribution. And then there's a dark theme, which because our eyes respond differently to light colors on dark and dark colors on light, you cannot just simply invert colors. You actually have to adjust them. There's also a dark theme. And the way that you would use them is there is a plugin in Figma called Lights. And I'm actually not sure if you'll be able to see this. Right now, I'm clicking at the top of the screen. I don't think you can see this one. It doesn't show in the preview. But I'm going to my plugins, and then there's a plugin called Lights, and it has 2 options. One is called on and one is called off. So if I turn the lights off, it's going to take my selected screen here, and it's going to switch the colors to the dark mode. And here we go. So I basically, with UIKit, with one click via this plugin, I can automatically convert my colors to the dark mode. And you'll notice that I have not, because the primary color in the dark mode and the light modes are different by necessity, because they need to be slightly adjusted. I also need to update my my primary color in the dark mode. And maybe I want a slightly different pink here. So I'm just adjusting that right now here too. But yeah, so basically you get light mode and dark mode for free. And maybe you want your dark mode not to be using black, but maybe you want it to be, let's say, dark pink. Maybe that is your favorite color here. And then you could have slight offsets here too. So yeah, the customization works. Once you have set up a system like this, it's really nice to work with, to focus on what makes your wallet or your project unique. And okay, let's just look at this here real quick. We'll just try to focus on the landing page here. So I'll again use the component states here. This is a nav component. It has active and an inactive state. So I toggled this one to active, and I'll make this one inactive. And I'll need to adjust the spacing here, for which I go to the main component. This is all stuff that I can, guide you through. You can ask me about this stuff separately if you want sometime. And let's just very quickly try to come up with this landing page thing here. So we'll need some way of customization. So we'll just say, okay, we'll just have a sidebar, right? So I'll set this up real quick. Actually, let's fill the container. So this will be our sidebar for customization, and this will be our landing page preview. And using auto layout to, never placing things manually, basically. And I'll give the sidebar a slight background color so we can kind of see that it's different, maybe a little bit lighter. It doesn't need to be that dark. And let's say on our land, before we think about input fields, maybe it's more important to think about what we actually want on our landing page. So we'll just call this is Piggy's tip jar. We need some type of name, and then thank you for supporting, let's say, my open source Bitcoin design work. Let's say this is my tip jar for my my design work that I'm doing here, and I hope somebody tips me for this. Using some of the existing text styles here. So I basically also never really need to pick custom font sizes because it's all provided. In the assets, we also have an avatar. So I'm just going to drag in an avatar here. This I'm not a boy here, so in the right you can see, okay, we can have a woman here, 2 different women. Okay, but okay, that's me. So this will be my tip jar information here. And then, of course, below that, we need the person who makes the payment. They need to be able to actually pay. So, and because we love QR codes, I'm going to go back to my asset library, and I'll drag in a QR code. It's a little bit big, so I'm going to make that smaller. And I'll space things out a little bit further. And here's something that it's fairly detailed here that might be helpful. The QR code has different states. So by default, it shows a QR code for an on-chain address. But I can also say, I want a Bolt 12 offer or BIP 21 or Bolt 11. So I'll just use the one for the Bolt 11, Bolt 12 offer. Even though that's not really realistic, it probably should be the Lightning address. Actually, let's just do that real quick. I'm copying the Lightning address here, and then I have a plugin called QR code generator, which you probably can't see. Okay, now it generated a QR code for me exactly with that. So that will actually scan as, piggy at LB.com. And then, it kind of looks okay. It doesn't look that great. I mean, in the end, you might want to allow the user maybe to pick a background color and a foreground color. Maybe you want them to upload a big image that maybe shows, I don't know, something that they're doing, like that allows them to display kind of their open source design work. Maybe you want them to have a link to their website, view my website, this is kind of the work that I'm doing. So before actually donating something, maybe I can better understand what this person is actually doing. So you could extend this a lot further, but I think we're going to run out of time here. And then something else that that the user definitely wants is share, right? I want to be able to share this page. Clicking around here a lot. So, and then, you know, this looks okay right now, but let's wrap this up. So in the end, visualization options, just put them up here, would be probably a bunch of different input fields. So I would be able to, add some spacing here. So in the end, you know, I would be able to tap back and forth between landing page, social media, print display. I would have some different customization options. And in the landing page, I would be able to share a link to this landing page. I could put that in my Twitter profile or somewhere else. And then I would, you know, have those sats coming in, hopefully, from my awesome open source design work. Or in social media, I would have similar options, but I would see kind of a more image-based preview, and then I would probably have download options. So it would, again, be a QR code and some text, but the layout would be different because I think social media services, they have very different expectations for images. Otherwise, they crop them and it doesn't look good. So this service could, you know, simplify that a little bit. Or for print display, there might be different formats. And actually something here in the Send Bitcoin page, there is an example here that I put together for a screen where the user scans a QR code. You know, I would imagine something like this would be generated in the end, like something like this as a PDF that I would then be able to print out, and maybe, you know, I'm at a conference or at my store or wherever else, it would create a page like this. Maybe it could be more visual. Maybe I could design it somehow. Could be super expressive too. And then I would be able to print that PDF and then put it up wherever I want. And then if somebody stops by, they would just have to scan this QR code, and the money would go directly to my Lightning node, ideally. Depends on how the user is set up. So anyways, that's kind of it, I think. Hopefully that was interesting and useful. And feel free to bug me with questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Christoph. That was super cool. So anyone who is looking to get started building a prototype, building out a Bitcoin application, obviously for the sake of this hackathon, something Lightning related, but obviously if you want to do something on chain as well, do go and check out the Bitcoin Wallet UI kit. I believe that it can be found in the Figma community. If you just type in Bitcoin Wallet UI kits and also icon set, you will be able to find those things in there. So yeah, big thank you to Christoph. He is also going to be around, I believe, tomorrow, but potentially not on Saturday, to do some mentoring and maybe some other points throughout the weekend. So if you need some design help, if you need help getting started with the Bitcoin Wallet UI kit, then Christoph is your guy. Yeah, huge thanks for everything you've been doing, and also just a big thanks to everything you've been doing with the Bitcoin.Design community. It's just really cool to see. You mentioned, I believe at the start, you said something like you would actually like to see a no-code application. Do you want to give 30 seconds on maybe something you want to see without code?
You know, and I think you should also share your Lightning UI kit that you put together.
Oh, I will. Don't worry. It will.
Okay, awesome.
The time
Yeah.
will come.
So the way I look at it is design is a fantastic planning tool. When you think about this here, is you start with a little bit of text, and then you kind of loosely organize the sequence, and then you put something like this together, and you do another 1 or 2 or 3 revisions on this as a team, as a group. I think it allows you to plan really well, because when you start with code, you're instantly thinking about the logic of code, and you're thinking about API calls and libraries and terminal commands and all of this stuff. You're less thinking about some of the what the user sees and how it feels to them, and whether it makes sense to them, and what an option should be called or something like that. More of these human things. And obviously both of them are important. I mean, all of these things are eventually important. I would just say that design is a great planning tool that allows for more people to participate than pure code. Because if you're a non-developer, you always have a hard time. You can't just say, hey, this label should be something different. Hey, developer, do it for me, please, right? You can't just go in and just do it and figure it out before you implement it. So I think design's a great planning tool. It should not be underestimated. But I also think that great products happen when you attack them from different angles. If you attack them from a design angle, from a tech angle, where you figure out what works and what doesn't work, and there's really good collaboration in the middle across those different levels. That was a lot longer than you gave me time for.
That's okay. That's all right. Well, unfortunately, I think that is we have time for today. But again, if you guys need to get in touch with Christoph, he will be in the Bitcoin.Design Slack, and he will be roaming around in there. So go get in contact, download the Figma community file, give it a go, have a play. And yeah, thanks so much again, man. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
To everyone else who is actually still in this lobby, so what we're going to do now is we are going to hop back into the main stage where we've got Andre waiting. So come and watch this one. This is going to be the final educational talk, actually, and it's going to be a really exciting one. So Andre's been building over at ZEBEDEE, and it's going to be everything Bitcoin and gaming, basically, and a lot of sort of UX problems and stuff that they've solved along the way. So it's going to be a really cool one. So we're going to hop back over there. You might have a quick lag on the stream, but yeah, if everyone can just hop back into the YouTube stream, that would be awesome, and we'll see you there in a couple of minutes. Away if you
live streaming is on.
Sorry about that. Yeah, in the sort of ellipsis button, more actions, you should be able to select background. And then I believe you can select a sort of slight or full blur. But I don't know if it's going to work in presentation mode.
Yeah, that's basically what's happening. I think in presentation mode it doesn't work, but that's fine. You get to see behind me a little door, and so it's all good.
You can tell we got a designer here as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
Cool. So I think people should just be sort of starting to filter into the YouTube channel now.
Sweet. Can you confirm if I go into presentation, you see the full screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can
Awesome.
confirm.
Perfect.
You might want to zoom in on the slides a bit more, because it's not full. Yeah, it's not, the slides themselves are not full screen.
So when I click on right now, I'm in presentation mode.
Perfect.
That's good. Okay, awesome. Yeah. So I'm just waiting for us to start, and then I can kick right in. Just let me know when I should.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, just to introduce you, everybody. Hello, world. This is Andre Neves from ZEBEDEE. They're doing some super awesome stuff over there, powering real economies and virtual worlds. So we're going to hear.
There we go.
We're going to hear about some Lightning payments in gaming, as well as we've asked Andre to also share some of these sort of issues that they've actually faced along the way, whether they're UX problems or just generally things that people encounter when they build out products, sort of real world things. So it's going to be super educational, really informative, and man, I'm just super stoked. Thanks so much for being here. This is really awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. This is super cool. Thanks for having me. Look forward to sharing some of our learnings. I'm definitely going to talk about money in games. I'm going to talk about UX challenges. I'm going to talk about things we learned at ZEBEDEE. So should be a fun one.
Cool. Alrighty. Well, the floor is yours. So whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Cool. So I'm going to go into presentation mode. So unfortunately, I won't be able to see anyone. So I can hear you though. So just, talk to me if something happens. So the conversation today, the presentation, I guess, was specifically about ZEBEDEE. And I think it's the combination of gaming and Bitcoin, but also, Lightning specifically. I think it's important to just set the context, why listen to me? Why am I talking here? So my name is Andre Neves. As you know, I'm the CTO and co-founder at ZEBEDEE. If you want to learn more about ZEBEDEE, you can go to zebedee.io. But I am going to talk about the company and quite a bit more today. If you want to follow us on Twitter, we're at ZEBEDEE.io, and I am myself on Twitter at Andre Neves. So I've been building software for the past too many years now. I'm a bit embarrassed. I think it's 14 years now. It's something that I'm very passionate about. I've been building products of all kinds and types and services. So desktop apps, mobile apps, backends, front ends, distributed systems, etc. And something that happened over, I believe it was 2015. I got introduced to end of 2014, and 2015 got introduced to Bitcoin in general. It was a clear fit, right? As a technologist, as a product builder, it was fascinating to see money become data, right? The same way that the internet turned information into data that could be sent across the world. Bitcoin turned money into data that could be sent across the world. So that was fascinating to me. And in early 2018, or I guess 2017, but early 2018, when testnet Lightning was still around, and then finally mainnet came around, I had nodes running. I was experimenting, building little toys, etc. And in the middle of 2018, the Chain Code Labs folks, who are an R&D Bitcoin company, and they support Bitcoin developers, they created the very first Lightning residency program. So I spent some time with the Chain Code folks, basically learning about Lightning, specifically Lightning, for quite a little while, and learning from the best of the best, right? We're talking about the first few versions of all of the implementations. So I was learning from Alex Bosworth, who's now lead infrastructure at Lightning Labs, building LND and Loop. I was learning from Christian Decker, who was one of the leads at Blockstream for C Lightning. And then there's definitely many more people there, but the cohorts, the 10 folks that were participating in the residency program now are recognizable names, right? We have Justin Camarina, who's the head of crypto at Bitrefill. We have Jack Mallers, who's leading Strike's efforts. We have Pierre Richard of many other things, but also now currently leads Bitcoin products at Kraken, right? And myself, there's Rene Picard, who is Picard Payments and Zero Base Fee. That's his stuff, and much more, of course. And myself, and of course, there's a few others, but those are some recognizable names. So I've been in this space for a little while, and I've seen the ups and downs of all the tokens. I've seen the ups and downs of markets, etc. And to me, the most interesting piece was the money piece. It wasn't just necessarily the get rich quick kind of thing and speculation and exchanging. It was more about what can we do from a product standpoint with this new technology. And the thing that kept coming back to me was gaming, right? I'm an avid gamer, have been. Unfortunately, I don't game as much nowadays, as I'm sure it happens to everyone, but I had always been a gamer, and gaming was just something that to me was a no-brainer, right? Money in games, we like to say it's a 40-year relationship, but it's actually much more. Even the earliest games in any societies would include some form of value or money, or right? And I think what's important is games have always involved money, right? So just to set the context, if an example is the earliest games would be arcade games, and you would put a little quarter in, 25 cents, and you sort of get a life in the game, right? You can now play for a little while until you lose, and then you have to put another quarter in, right? And you just keep going. And that was kind of the involvement of money into games. but money was also involved in the games. It wasn't just paying to play the game. Money has always been involved in the game. So now we're talking about whether it wouldn't matter if it's a coin that you're picking up in a Mario game by jumping on the coin, or if it's a gem inside of your mobile app, or if it's a gold inside of World of Warcraft, or if it's $400 that you win inside of Grand Theft Auto when you complete a mission, right? Like there's always been the notion of value of money inside of games. But money does not work in games, right? I think that's the disconnect. When you put 25 cents, when you put a quarter into the arcade, you don't suddenly get 25 cents worth inside of the game, right? You don't suddenly get one coin inside of the game. When you beat a boss or you complete a mission in Grand Theft Auto and you on the left side here, you receive $400, you don't suddenly get $400 in real life, right? Although money has always been involved in games, it has never really worked in games. And this is an issue that there's a missing link here, and we're just taking a screenshot here from Bill Gurley, who's a VC and in video games. And really, the real issue here is like gaming is built on top of tokens and credits and points and rewards that have zero value outside of its controlled ecosystem, right? So you can think of Fortnite's V-Bucks. That's valuable inside of Fortnite's world, but it is completely valueless elsewhere. You can think of World of Warcraft gold, right? That's valuable inside of World of Warcraft, but it is not valuable anywhere else. And so what Bill is saying, imagine if there was a credit or a token or an asset or a coin that it is freely liquid, but also has value, right? And it is useful, has value outside of that ecosystem, right? And that's because money wasn't digital, right? Why does money not work in games? Is because money is not digital. You can think that back at the very top levels of economies, sure, you're thinking of computers with little bits and bytes of money, ledgers and accounting. But the money that we see, the dollar bills, the coins, you can't put that into a computer because money is analog, right? Money is not a digital thing. So you couldn't just shove it into the game and expect it to react to the fact that you were putting $10 into a game. And money was also expensive, right? When you were dealing with traditional financial institutions, we're talking about banks, we're talking about multinational banks, and we're talking about licensing, we're talking about compliance, we're talking about a lot of this, and in each interaction that you have in the current traditional financial system, there's a lot of what's known as middlemen, right? So there's the platform that's providing the capability. You have the money service business that's providing the capability. You have the bank, you have the provider. So each and every one of these middlemen are taking a percentage, a cut, right? So an example is if a game developer somewhere in the world wanted to send 10 cents to a gamer for the fact that they completed a quest. If you wanted to do that with real money, game developers and game studios would have to become a bank, right? And then if you come to the bank and say, hey, I would like to send that over to this user in Nigeria, Japan, Brazil, USA, the bank comes back to you and says, great, that'll actually cost you $4 because there's this fee, that fee, and this other fee. And then they will ask you if you're licensed for that. They're going to ask you if you're KYC. They want to know information about this gamer. And so you can see that money used to be an expensive thing to deal with. Not only was it analog and not digital, it was also very expensive to deal with. And that was until Bitcoin came around, right? So Bitcoin came around and things completely changed. I imagine the audience here is very familiar with Bitcoin, so I don't need to tell you how Bitcoin changes the world. But it is definitely the phenomenon is Bitcoin brought money into the digital world, right? So two specific points that I like to highlight is it is so Bitcoin has evolved so much that even the banks in the United States are now allowed to and have begun to custody and own and hold Bitcoin on behalf of customers, right? So the same way you have a checking account with Chase, the same way you have a savings account and an investment account, you can now have a Bitcoin account. And this is going to be rolling out over the next months and years. Similarly, Bitcoin in emerging markets is thriving tremendously. Specifically, we keep hearing about developments in Africa and many African nations about how Bitcoin is, a disruptor and is leading to financial inclusion, financial liberation. And it's because money is digital. It is not because of any other reason. It's because the money is digital. It is easily accessible, right? And not only that, but money became programmable, right? So when you have money that is analog, but is old school money, you have to create these abstractions such that you can code that money, right? So we're talking about interbank settlement layers, right? They have these complex systems to allow for banks to settle funds between each other. And now with the digital money, any developer that is familiar with APIs, with SDKs, with webhooks, callback URLs, all of these things, money is now native to that world, right? So this is an excerpt from the ZEBEDEE API in a Node.js environment, and it's as simple as importing the create charge or create invoice method and then calling it with some parameters, right? And all of a sudden I have this data blurb that if given to anyone else in the internet or in the world, they could pay that invoice, right? And it's a cryptographically secure way of making that payment. And that's mind-blowing, right? That in and of itself, the fact that you can program money. So you can imagine on a gaming environment to begin with, you can imagine how if gamer does X, perform transaction Y. If gamer does Z, receive payment W, right? Like you can attach if this, then that to just virtually anything, but now with money, right? And I think it's interesting because we are now in a digital environment, in a virtual world. All of us watching, the audience members, but also those talking here and myself. I can stream 4K video to everyone. I can, voice, audio, screen share. I can send messages. I can even share very big files. But up until Bitcoin, there was no way for me to share value. I couldn't just give you something like send you money that easily, right? Most likely what would happen is we would have to have accounts in the same bank, and then I can send you money from my bank account to your bank account. But if you have a different bank, oof, game over. Now we're talking ACH, wires, transfers, etc. Right? So money is now programmable, and that's a very, very big deal. So what does that mean for money in games? Right now, we have ZEBEDEE. ZEBEDEE makes money work in games, right? We are a Bitcoin Lightning service provider. We are a gamer. We provide gamers and game developers with specific products to solve their needs. And we have the ability to make virtually any game a play and earn model, right? So how do we do that? So on the player side, we keep entirely new experiences, right? You can provide player-to-player trade. You can provide play-to-earn models. You can essentially get rewarded for your time, for your participation, for how good you are in the game. So it's a bi-directional flow of value. So I am putting my own time, my own effort, my own talent into this game, and now I have the opportunity, the capability of getting some reward back for that. And it's not just a reward that works in that game. It is a reward that I could take with me and use it anywhere, including that game. Right. On the developer side, on the right side, we actually allow developers to tap into these transactions into their game. So you can put money into the fabric of your game, and I'll show you a few examples. And so an example would be you can create new gameplay mechanics. You can increase player engagement because you're giving them tiny Bitcoin rewards, and you can easily monetize, in-game economy, in-game transactions between players, right, in real time. I think a vertical that's very interesting now, it's not just gamers and game developers. We also have audience members, right? Nowadays, you have platforms like Twitch, which are essentially the place where you go to watch and stream video games, which is massive. And game streaming is huge, whether it's streaming online or whether it's esports, which you're in an arena watching people play games. The audience has always been a passive member. It's always been, I'm just watching. I don't actually interact with the players or with the game. Because money is now programmable, we actually can change that. You can participate. You can have audience members participate in the game. So an example is, which I'll show in a second, we have a game called ZEBEDEE Cart as a proof of concept where audience members can pay a tiny Lightning invoice and trigger in-game events. So if you're familiar with, Hunger Games, for example, right, you have these what's known as sponsors. People would sponsor specific players. You can have rewards come to you as audience members for participating and watching the stream. You can even tip the streamers, right, a little bit here and there. So this is all empowered by Bitcoin. And as I was saying, ZEBEDEE has a full suite of product for developers. We're talking RESTful APIs, we're talking platform SDKs, we're talking developer dashboards, analytics, etc. And what we've seen is, the second you add Bitcoin into games, in this case, we're talking about a specific case study that we did with two game developers, game development studios building on us. The retention is at the very least increased by 2 times. That's a very big increase factor, right? We're talking about the churn, right? I download a game, I play that game, and I actually come back day after day after day because I have the opportunity of maybe getting some value out of this game, depending on how good I am or how much I play. If you're running a hyper casual game, which is normally like Angry Birds or Flappy Bird, that type of game, these are called hyper casual games. If you're able to introduce a play and earn mechanics, so whether it's around a Bitcoin reward for completing a map or a Bitcoin reward for getting enough raffles or getting enough points, that actually has improved profitability because you're able to spend less on acquiring users than you would otherwise. So ROAS is return on ad spend. So if I'm spending, $1 to get users to come into my game through advertising, 40% of that is something. Now I'm basically saving 40% of that, and I'm now paying much less than $1 to acquire that user, right? So on the flip side, on the gamers, we have the ZEBEDEE app, which is a gaming app with a Lightning wallet embedded in it. We have a browser extension for it. So ZEBEDEE is wherever you are. It's always present. It doesn't matter if you're on the computer, on the phone, on the go, ZEBEDEE is there for you. We have the notion of gamer tags, which I'll touch on in a second. And specifically, I think that the reason why our app is very geared towards gamers is because we have deep integrations with platforms that gamers use. So an example is if you're preparing for a guild or going on a quest with your friends on any game, you're likely chatting with them over Discord. The same way that you can send messages, you can stream audio, and you can send files across Discord. Through the ZEBEDEE integration, you can now send Satoshis back and forth, right? So we have integrations with Discord, with Telegram, with Steam, and Twitch. So these are just some screenshots from them. I will touch on the gamer tag profile in a second. Every ZEBEDEE gamer has a gamer tag. I'll skip this one because I want to get to some of the goodies. So I'm going to open a YouTube video here, and I hope it plays well, but I just want to talk through it, and I'll just discuss it. So basically, the goal here is to showcase the many things you can do with ZEBEDEE interfaces. So new game mechanics would be the first part. Right, so this is what I mentioned is ZEBEDEE Kart. So ZEBEDEE Kart, in Mario Kart, you have the actual what are they, turtle shells that you can throw. In ZEBEDEE Kart, oh, let's go slow here. In ZEBEDEE Kart, what we changed is we made, instead of the shells, we made them coins. And so the coin is actually worth Satoshis. So if I pick up a coin inside of ZEBEDEE Kart, I can choose to throw the coin and spend that value out and maybe hit my opponent, and then I can go over my opponent, or I can keep the coin, and at the very end of the race I can cash out those, like I can take those winnings with me. So now you create this interesting dynamic where do I use my coins, or do I save it because at the end they're also valuable elsewhere. Another example is, also with ZEBEDEE Kart, we're able to do things like sponsored areas, right? So in this case, we have a map, which is a bit refill map. It's a bit refill sponsored map. And so there's a bit refill station. And when they pass by that station, bit refill is directly interacting with that, gamer by giving them a little bit of the sats in order to go to the next stage.
Andre, sorry to interrupt you here, but
sure.
I think the embedded YouTube video, I'm not sure if something's meant to be playing here, but it's actually just showing. If you maybe send through like a link into the chat, then at least I can maybe provide it to, or if you want to share.
Let me just do this. Is that better? There we go.
Yeah, we can do that too.
Okay, sorry about that. I'll just quickly go through it again. So, as I was saying, ZEBEDEE Kart is meant to be a Bitcoin meant to be a Mario Kart style game, and in this case, just reiterating, in Mario Kart you have the turtle shells, and that's how you throw in your opponents, and they sort of slow down and stop. In ZEBEDEE Kart we have them as physical coins, and the physical coins represent satoshis. So do you spend the satoshi by throwing it and possibly catching your opponent, or do you save it because at the end of the race you get to get those satoshis, right? So that's an example of how you can introduce new mechanics. As I mentioned, the bit refill station is a separate one, is another one where as you cross the station, bit refill is directly interacting with that user, refilling sats, right? So you can see this is where I was at just now. So what can you do with sats as small units, right? So here's Counter-Strike Go. So we integrated Counter-Strike Go with Bitcoin through the Lightning Network, and we have this product called the ZEBEDEE Infuse platform. As you can see, in Counter-Strike, the way we make it work is your life is Bitcoin. And so as you can see in this right here, so you have 950 satoshis in your life. So the more you score, the more satoshis you get. We also introduced 3D assets like these coins, and these coins once again are actual Bitcoin, right, that you can interact with and save it for the end. I was talking earlier about audience participation. In the screen, you can see this is the MintGox tournaments that we used to hold as early as late last year. And on the right side, you have this QR code. The more folks, audience members that tip into that QR code, the second it hits a specific number, there's what's known as a God mode occurs. Right, so God mode is the audience influences the game through these nano payments, these micro payments over QR codes. Right, so now the audience member is no longer a passive member who does nothing. It's actively interacting with the gamers, and the game itself. Right, so this is very powerful, and it's all because money can be used as an incentive. It could be used programmatically for these types of interactions. Now we're talking about the extended gaming ecosystem. So we're talking about in this case static QR codes for streamers to collect donations. We're talking about sending and receiving satoshis over Discord, over Telegram. This is the user experience of a user that is pairing their ZEBEDEE wallet, their ZEBEDEE app to their Discord account, and then now you can basically Z-send 100, and that's me sending 100 satoshis to another user in Discord, right? And that's very, very powerful. So ZEBEDEE really is with you wherever you may find yourself as a gamer or as a game developer. And it's interesting because the tech is so versatile, you can use that even inside of games. So just like we used Z-send to send 100 sats to another user inside of Discord, you can do the same thing inside of Counter-Strike. You can Z-send 200. But what's funny is that I'm not just sending 200 sats. I'm sending 200 sats, which represents life in the game, right? It's important because if you run out of sats in Counter-Strike, that's how the game works for us. You're out of the match. And so these are just some of the things you can do and things we like to show that you can do with ZEBEDEE. And it's all powered by Bitcoin, right? We don't need many tokens. You saw that included various games. We didn't need a Counter-Strike token. We didn't need a ZEBEDEE Kart token. We didn't need this other token. It's just Bitcoin. It's open source money. It's internet native. It's instantaneous. It's near zero fees. It's very secure. It's highly interoperable. And what a lot of people don't know is, I'm sure everyone, the audience here hopefully knows, there's 100 million Satoshis in a Bitcoin, but it is not something that's very known. And although the interactions, right, that we've been talking about are microtransactions, they're nano amounts. So we're talking about, 1 sat to 100 sats to 1,000 sats. This is, more or less micro amounts when it comes to their fiat denominated value. So like 100 sats is very few cents. It's not even, I don't even know what the conversion is now, but I know that 1 Satoshi is 1/100th of a cent at this point, or something along those lines. But it does not mean that it doesn't affect real change. So currently in ZEBEDEE, we cover, I believe, 107 countries in the world now, and you know, a country that has been growing in popularity for the ZEBEDEE platform is Brazil. Brazil has one of the largest numbers of online citizens, right? Like people that are online, that have smartphones and internet connections. They are a very tech savvy industry, and gaming and video gaming is pretty big. But not only that, the currency, the Brazilian real, has, you know, inflated and lost its monetary power, its value over the past 10 years tremendously. Over the past 2 to 3 years, even more so. So the fact that we have gamers who are playing CS:GO, who are playing, you know, mobile games, who are playing ZEBEDEE powered games and are earning Satoshis, right? That actually over time accumulate and can be used to buy things. Sure, some people are buying swag, and some people are buying online Counter-Strike skins, but a lot of people are actually paying their bills. They're actually paying groceries, and this is something that folks would already be doing, right? The folks playing Counter-Strike day in and day out, they would already be playing Counter-Strike, but now they have the opportunity to actually get some value back from that time, from that effort put into the game. And this is affecting real world change. I'm using Brazil as an example, but this can be seen, you know, across the world with a lot of our players. So now that I've given enough context, I wanted to touch on the journey, right? I mentioned that we begun ZEBEDEE roughly 2.5 years ago. We're now a company of just under 50 people. We've been distributed from day one. We have people in, you know, I think 11 countries now at this stage, and we're just continuing to grow. We have lots of games being built on the platform. We have lots of new features coming in. But what's interesting is, how do we get here? Like, what is the journey to getting here? And I just want to set the context. I come from the application, product, and you know, systems development background. My co-founder Simon comes from the financial services and exchange background, and Chris, our other co-founder, comes from the game development background. So Chris is actually the mastermind of gaming aspect of things. I am more on the product and Lightning and Bitcoin and systems architecture side of things. So the points that I want to bring up here are likely more relevant to developers and product builders on the Lightning side, but I will touch on how it connects to the gaming aspect, right? So one of the earliest concerns and one of the biggest problems we faced early on was, what in the world is a Satoshi? Right? Folks are already new to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is new. A lot of folks outside of our industry believe that Bitcoin is just a combination of all cryptocurrencies, right? So there's a lot of information overload all over the place, and folks don't really know what is true, what is right, what is wrong. And so when you finally understand what Bitcoin is, and Bitcoin is good, and Bitcoin does X and Y, and then someone comes up and says, hey, you know, there's these Satoshis, right? So what is a Satoshi? What's a sat? How can you teach the user that, in the gamer, that a Satoshi is Bitcoin, right? It's just not called the same way you have $1 and 100 cents. It's 1 Bitcoin and 100 million Satoshis, but that's a learning curve. And because of the fact that Lightning and Bitcoin on chain on a technical level work differently, right? We have addresses in one and we have invoices in another. We have, you know, amount invoices in Lightning. In Bitcoin on chain, you can just send any amount to a given address. One requires a blockchain confirmation at least. The other one can settle instantly. So like, why is Bitcoin so different, right? So having to teach customers and gamers and players about sats was an interesting challenge. I believe that it worked through education, through a lot of, you know, teaching, a lot of, we have a bunch of blog posts about this. We have content in our help docs about this. And really it's just, it's information, right? It's hand-holding the user until they really grasp the concepts. It is complex, right? Like Bitcoin is a complex topic. Money is complex in and of itself. Bitcoin even more, and Lightning even more. So Sats was definitely a challenge. I think we're cutting that, and as an industry, we're you know, moving towards that direction. But it's always been a challenge for us. Another piece that was very complex is, as you know, Lightning works with invoices, right? So on the left side, we have Lightning invoices, which are just single-use invoices, which is how Lightning works, and it's by design. You have a QR code for a Lightning invoice, and you pay that invoice, and then that invoice is quote unquote done, right? You reuse it, and this is perfect, right? An example is if I'm going down the street to the coffee shop and I'm scanning a QR, I'm getting my coffee, I scan a QR code and I click pay. That is a great interaction, right? I do it once, and it's a one-to-one interaction on demand, like I'm right here and I'm making the payment. Another example is if I'm in an e-commerce website and I add 10 things to my cart, and then I click checkout, right? And I scan a QR code and I pay for it. It's one payment, even though there were 10 items in there, it's one payment. And it's because it's one person interacting with one store. It's one person interacting with one coffee shop, right? And what we found out is that is great user experience for those use cases, but it is definitely not a functional user experience for other use cases. An example is a very clear example is something like a game streamer. So let's assume there's a game streamer and they're streaming their game, and what happens is they have 10,000 audience members watching. If that game streamer were to put a Lightning invoice into that stream, 9 out of the 10,000 folks, assuming all of them tried to make a payment, for example, 9,999 would fail or would run into issues. Right now, imagine that experience is the first experience that someone is having with Bitcoin, with Lightning. That is a horrible experience, right? How would that even work? Now I have to, change my QR code after every payment. And the reason why it doesn't work is it's because it's not one-to-one, right? It's not one person trying to pay one person. It is many to one. It is many folks trying to interact with one entity or one being or one person. And that's where certain QR codes and like a normal Bolt 11 Lightning invoice, it doesn't hold. Specifically on the ZEBEDEE side, what we did was we were one of the first pushing forward the LNURL pay QR codes. And these are effectively QR codes that allow for multi-use. So multiple people can scan that and make payments. So the 10,000 of them could make the payment successfully. You don't have to set a specific amount. So it's not a Lightning invoice for 25 sats only. If I want to send you 25, I can. But if I want to send you 500,000, if you allow me to, then I can. This also supports additional metadata. So you can have image attached to it, you can have identifiers attached to it, and you can have message, like a comment attached to that payment, right? So this is very powerful. Of course, it comes with trade-offs, right? Whereas a Lightning invoice is quickly and you get it from the Lightning node itself, an LNURL requires an additional set of specification servers and whatnot. But what it's doing there is it's just doing invoice orchestration, right? So someone scans the QR code, and then they decide, I want to pay Andre 50 Satoshis. And then the server would basically give you one of the invoices on the left side, right? So it's just abstracted away from the user, and it provides great user experience for everyone else. So these are what's known as static QR codes in Lightning. Another piece that's very interesting that we faced is friction, right? So here's an example of a game called Balls King that exists that is live in the App Store right now. And what's interesting is when integrating this with ZEBEDEE, the developers kept asking us, it's not the greatest user experience for a gamer on mobile to be playing a game, and then they finish the map and they say, okay, redeem or get my sats, right? That would then trigger the wallet app to open, and then you would have to click on it, you would have to confirm it, you likely have to enter some passcode, and then once you confirm it and you receive the sats, then you can come back to the game, right? But that is not the great user experience, because the gamer actually has to leave the game, and that is not great. What we want to do is maintain users in that same experience. So as I was mentioning before, every ZEBEDEE user has a ZEBEDEE gamer tag. And that's what this is on the top right here. If you go to zebedee.gg/Andre, you'll land on my profile page, and I have a gamer tag. That's my gamer tag is Andre. So if anyone inside of the ZEBEDEE ecosystem wants to pay me, they could just send a payment to this Andre gamer tag. What we did is, in order to remove friction, we now allow developers to use both QR codes as normal invoices, whether they are single use or static, but also you can use a gamer tag. So if you believe that your users would have a ZEBEDEE gamer tag, you can just enter your gamer tag, click redeem, and the game developer then sends the sats directly to your ZEBEDEE app. You don't have to scan a QR code. You don't have to be involved in that. For gamers that are not familiar with Bitcoin or Lightning, this is massive, right? So that's one piece there. Something else that I worked on over the past couple of months has been the Lightning address. So I released, this is definitely an effort that spanned multiple people, multiple companies, multiple developers. This is not something that I did alone, but the lightningaddress.com website is something I put together and I released, and I've been a big proponent of it for many, many reasons. But basically what it does is it allows you to simplify, right? Again, ZEBEDEE is focusing on abstracting complexities. So we're removing complexities of Bitcoin, of Lightning Network, and we're allowing you to use familiar interfaces like an email address in order to receive Bitcoin, right? So that's what the Lightning address is, and I believe there's been quite a bit of discussion in the Bolt Fund hackathon on this. So what we did is, every user at ZEBEDEE now has your gamer tag at ZEBEDEE.gg, right? And you can still scan QR codes. You can still show people your QR code to receive payments. You can now show your gamer tag, but your gamer tag is only specific to the ZEBEDEE ecosystem. And then the Lightning address brings that to every company's ecosystem, to every provider, to self-hosted ecosystems, right? So a Lightning address, what it does is it's super familiar, right? If you can send an email, you can definitely send a Lightning address payment. I've mentioned that you can accept payments of different amounts, so minimum and maximums. You can send the comments with it. But the third point here is that the main important one is that it brings interoperability between providers. So nowadays in the world, if you have $5 in your Venmo account or your PayPal account, and then you also have $5 in your Square Cash App account, those are both dollars. And they represent the same thing and the same value. You simply cannot send from one to the other, right? You can't just search for, Andre on the Cash App side when I want to send to someone at PayPal, right? And this is what Lightning address does on the Lightning layer, right? So no longer do I need to. So let's say there's ZEBEDEE, there's Albi, there's Strike, there's BottlePay, there's Fold, all of these companies, right? And a lot of these companies have usernames. So instead of me having to hey, Johns, please give me an invoice so I can pay you, I can just go and make a payment to johns@getalbi.com, right? And that's very powerful because you bring interoperability between providers, right? So ZEBEDEE can directly send to any other provider that supports Lightning address and vice versa. The Lightning address can be hosted by yourself. So you can self-host everything the same way you can self-host a Bitcoin node and a Lightning node. You can use these things which are called bridge servers to help you intermediate, or you can use one of the providers. An example is the same way you have a Gmail account, an email account through Gmail, you can have a Lightning address account through ZEBEDEE, right? That's how you should see that. Mostly it's just an open source protocol, right? It's not, there's no enforcement behind it. If you want to support it, it's great. It's all about network effects. And ever since the release in October of 2021, I believe it was October or September of 2021, I want to say 90% of the wallets now have some support for sending and or receiving. Depends on their model, depends on their capability. And every day there's new advancements and new capabilities, new toys, new developers, new development tools built on top of it, right? And this is what we call true network effects, something that's put out. I wasn't calling people, I wasn't enforcing, I wasn't saying that this should be done or you should do this. Folks really saw the value by themselves, and they decided this is worth for our users and for ourselves. Specifically, I just want to show the Lightning address protocol is an open protocol, and we recently integrated with an exchange in Brazil, for example. This was done through the Lightning address. So if I can just show how that works here in the ZEBEDEE app now, if you have access to this capability, we have this notion of a linked accounts. And when you click on the linked accounts, we now have these providers that support Lightning address, and you can simply type your Lightning address for the provider. We check that the Lightning address is a valid Lightning address, and voila, you can now choose an amount, and you can choose send, and then you just transfer, right? So now you're sending from one provider to another over Lightning without needing to use QR codes or anything, simply using a Lightning address, right? So that's very, very powerful. Another point of contention is, we're onboarding, ZEBEDEE is aiming to onboard 3 billion gamers into the world. That's our big mission. Whenever you're getting introduced to a new technology, there's a lot of tech know-how that is more or less assumed, right? And it's, all of us here more or less likely understand what a seed phrase is. A gamer that has never touched Bitcoin, that has never touched crypto and any of that, does not understand what a seed phrase is. And if their first experience is to receive a set of 24 words that they have to remember and write down and forever know this for the rest of their lives, or they're going to lose their money, that is not a great experience, right? We need to find ways to provide an easier, a more familiar flow for those types of gamers and users. And so for the ZEBEDEE app, we chose to go for a custodial model. It is not that we only believe in that future for Bitcoin. It's that Bitcoin gives you options. You can self-host all of Bitcoin, right? You can be a true bank if you want to. The same way you can host your email server, right? You can do that. You can host all of your websites at home. All of this is capable, and Bitcoin gives you that option too. But some people are not tech savvy enough to do that, right? So should they just not be able to participate in the Bitcoin network because they are not allowed, they don't know how to self-host things, they don't know how to interact with it? That's not our view. Our view is that we should onboard folks, and as they get more familiar and as they get on board, they can go in their own path, and we can teach them, we can educate them to go their own path. But we can't put them on a 24-word seed phrase as their first interaction. That is a poor interaction for someone who's not very used to it. And so that's some of the decisions that we've made there. I'm coming up on the last two here, and then I'm sure we can open for questions or comments. But another piece has been App Store concerns, right? So Apple has a set 30% fee on any in-app purchases, right? So we're talking if your purchase is $10, Apple is taking $3 and some change out of that. And this has been a contentious topic for many years now. We're talking about these walled gardens, right? So the App Store and Google Play, who sort of dictate how payments are done in any of these games and any of these apps. We now have the incumbents on the left side, and we have the potential disruptors on the right side. You have Epic Games, who's a store which is a little bit more friendly and open than App Store and the Google Play, and they take less of a cut. You have Itch, which is very famous for indie game developers, and it's very friendly to just about any technology out there. And specifically, and there's been a few cases, right? Even court cases. So Spotify has been going against Apple in court cases for a while because they want to take 30% of when people sign up for Spotify subscription on the app. And Spotify is saying that's a third of their revenue, right? And you also have Epic Games versus Apple and similar things. And actually recently, I believe it was yesterday, Google Play and Spotify announced that the new Spotify app on the Google Play Store only will have the option of accepting the billing, the payment through Google Play's normal payment flow, but also you can now use Spotify's own flow. This is the first of its kind, and it's just the beginning of disrupting the payment flow around App Store, walled garden app stores. So with that said, it's much better to see it in action. So I recommend you download the one game I mentioned is Balls King, which is in the middle. Sarutobi is another hyper casual title that is, a monkey swing thing, and you earn Satoshis. And Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is also a great trivia game on the left side. And this is basically, how you actually see all of this come to fruition is by playing these games and interacting with them, using the ZEBEDEE apps, using the ZEBEDEE wallet, and seeing what we've worked on and what we've been able to do over the past 2.5 years with bringing Bitcoin and Lightning into the gaming ecosystem. So you can find me on, I wrote my wrong Twitter there, but it's Andre Nevis, but you can find me on Twitter at Andre Nevis. You can hit me up on email, Andre@ZEBEDEE. Just wanted to thank everyone from the Shock the Web Hackathon team, Ed and Johnson, everyone putting this together. It's been great, and I've been following along. So thanks for having me, and hopefully this was insightful conversation.
Yeah, that was awesome. Some round of applause there.
Awesome.
Andre, thank you so much. That was, I can't even tell you how cool that was. Like, I mean, you guys have a seriously talented team as well over there, providing some really cool graphics, and it's just really cool to hear about kind of everything that you guys are.
Oh,
I
think we lost him.
Not sharing the screen because I'm like,
sorry about that.
Yeah, no.
There we go.
There we go.
Nice.
Yeah, we see a big, beautiful face now. Cool hair, by the way. I love it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, got it ready for Miami, right? Need to look fresh.
We tried to go with like this kind of like playful style with the bold fun graphics and stuff, and I think Ed really, because so Ed has been putting in a lot of work at making these emojis. Oh well, I think we're having some problems, some technical problems, guys. Give me a second.
I'm not sure if I was in the middle of saying something or if John's was or Andre was, but
we both were, but you continue.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just super cool to see like all the ways that you're kind of trying to optimize the sort of gamer's experience. And I think that's one thing which I kind of really got from that is like there are certain trade-offs between using custodial services or using Lightning address or like whatever it is. But it's all kind of for the aim of trying to onboard these millions and millions of gamers, right? And those are sometimes like the necessary choices that are kind of required. And I think it was a really interesting and also somewhat, you might argue, realistic insight into how you actually have to sometimes make these decisions for your product and how you go about doing them. There were a couple of questions which, oh yeah, sorry, no, go ahead.
And I was muted while I was talking. Sorry. I think it's interesting because Bitcoin, what it does is it gives you options, and whereas before you couldn't be your own bank, like you can't be a bank that's interoperable with Chase Bank, right? You can't do that yourself. Bitcoin, you can. It's a permissionless network, but it comes with a lot of trade-offs, like you said. So if you're using a custodial service, you have certain risks. But also certain feature set and capabilities that you wouldn't be able to get if you're self-hosting yourself. Now, if you are a technical person, you are encouraged to self-host things. But if we're, it's a very different proposition, and there's very different companies pursuing different things. So if you're pursuing a self-sovereignty aspect of Bitcoin, there are companies that provide that, whether it's hardware wallets, whether it's signing capabilities, like there are companies for that and products for that. We are solving a very different problem. We're solving onboarding of the gaming industry and onboarding of gamers. Like I was saying before, if it's too complex, if it's too complicated, that onboarding is a no-brainer. They're going to close the app and delete it, right? So we need to make it relatively accessible to then move on to the next step, and then they can go down the proverbial rabbit hole. But I agree, it's a realistic take. There's I think Bitcoiners like ourselves are very big on run your node, open Lightning channels and do all of that yourselves. I think it's a little bit unrealistic to expect every single person in the world to run nodes, right? I don't actually think that the network would handle 7 billion nodes, okay? So there needs to be an abstraction layer. There needs to be more capabilities. I'm not saying it's impossible. I just think it's a more realistic view of how things will progress over the coming years.
Yeah, I think in the short term, yeah, maybe like getting 7 billion right now, but
Yeah.
The network is also evolving as we're building and stuff. Like upgrades are happening,
Absolutely.
especially Lightning Network, where we're able to move a bit faster and we have multiple implementations. So so I think that 7 billion is like a target, or I guess at that point it's going to be more than 7, right? We're making a lot of babies here. But yeah, eventually we're going to get to that point where we can run, and yeah, we're gonna learn some new stuff around that. But you know, someone has some a question a bit related. So is there a way for oh, I forgot who asked this. This was who is this? Let me just give a shout out. This was Jamativ, I think Jamativ. Probably butchering that. Is there a way for players to gain Bitcoin from their PC's work? So I'm assuming this is kind of like proof of work from whilst playing the game. I know it's probably kind of like GPU intensive, the game itself, but is there some way to do some kind of task or so, computations?
Yeah, that's not something we've dabbled in too much, to be very honest. I think there's actually been a crypto miner that was seen as a malware because it kept on like mining Monero on people's computer when they installed software. You know, I don't know of any games or sort of, you know, capabilities of using your PC's work in exchange for that. So personally, I don't have much input there, unfortunately. Yeah, that, you know, it's not something that I think I've dabbled in too much. It's interesting because what going back to the walled garden app stores, what's interesting is that they actually have very specific rules around cash for tasks. So an example is you can't reward a player for completing a level. Like you can't just do that, right? You can't say do X and I'll give you money Y, because that creates that dependency, and that's what they don't want to foster. So my take is that even if you were to release something like that to an app store, etc., it likely would get stopped. On the PC though, that's very different, right? We're talking about the web, and there's no walled gardens. I don't have much more input on that, unfortunately. Yeah.
Okay, no worries. We got another question. I think this one is from J Deluxe. He said he tried to install the game that was on the QR, and it said not available in my region. Is this because of because it has a Bitcoin wallet in it?
No, so the game itself doesn't have a Bitcoin wallet itself. You know, the game interacts with the ZEBEDEE platform to, you know, whether it's creating QR codes, creating withdrawal QR codes, sending to a ZEBEDEE gamer tag. What's likely happen, I don't know where this user is watching from or coming from. What's likely happening is the game itself. So ZEBEDEE is just an infrastructure provider, right? We are a gaming infrastructure fintech. So the game developers are the ones that decide where their game is available in each of the app stores. In this case, maybe that game is not available on that store where they're coming from, but I can also double check. I honestly haven't scanned those QR codes. We used a similar presentation last time, so I can retest the QR codes, but it's entirely up to the game developer where that game is available, right? It's not really up to us in that case.
Okay.
But I will double check that QR code just to make sure.
Okay. John Spihari had a question. Oh, how do you decide where your game should be published? So you spoke about like these wall gardens and stuff, and different platforms, and you know, being an infrastructure provider. You're kind of like all over the stack. You show like, you know, these things on video, these things on video and the web, mobile, and I guess like PC games and stuff as well. But like so what's the difference in experience that you're able to provide, and what are the kind of like trade-offs? I don't know if that's too big of a...
No, it's totally fine. It's a question we get quite often. So one thing I would say is the web is open. Okay, so anything that you want to do that doesn't require anyone's approval, what you're looking for is to release web first games, right? And yes, so it's a little bit like the web is a free world, so you can just host a website, you can have a game that's built on you know, JavaScript or whatever you want to call it, and so back in the day you had Miniclip, right, and Congregate and all of these games, RuneScape, exactly, and these are things that are web focused, and that means you can basically reach the entire world because you're just on the internet. So gamers can be from anywhere. And you have basic freedom to do most things. The downside of that is discovery, right? You now need to get people to find your game. You need to get people to play your game. And we don't currently have a website that says, give me all the new games that people have released on the internet, because the internet is not a central repository that has everything. So the discovery piece is much harder if you're releasing a web game just by itself, because you're now marketing, right? You now have to go out and get people to do it. Where app stores come in interesting is where they have a full discovery mechanism, a curation mechanism. So I go to the app store and I can look up games of a type and I can find those types of games. But that comes at a trade-off, because Apple wants to take 30% of in-app purchases. And currently, you can only do Bitcoin rewards out. Okay, so because Apple does payments should be in-app payments, right? Paying back to the gamer is not an in-app payment, right? It's a reward. But so for example, a game that requires me to pay 10 sats into the game, that would likely get flagged by Apple. But if I'm giving 10 sats back to the gamer, that's fine, right? So the current stage that we're in is hyper casual games and mobile games are looking more into the rewards aspect rather than the pay-in aspect, right? I think the future, if you ask me, is that like Lightning and Bitcoin will disrupt payments in general in virtually all industries, including gaming. And the app stores will have to change their rules and regulations and their capabilities. But also you're going to have to become interoperable, right? Bitcoin and Lightning are interoperable. So you have, imagine you're playing a game that from Xbox, and then your friend is playing from PS4 or 5, and then another friend's playing from the web, right? If there is Bitcoin involved in that game, Bitcoin has to be interoperable between all of those platforms. So in my opinion, it's a matter of time until it is a native piece of each and every gaming platform. But that's an uphill battle that ZEBEDEE and others are trying to conquer. So and just to preface, it's not that we decide where games are published, right? They're just using, game developers and studios are using us as payment providers and fintech and capabilities. They decide where their games are released. We have yet to have a game released to a console, right? That's going to be a new frontier we have to battle and understand more. But we've gone through the mobile app stores for sure. We're undergoing through the Epic Game Store now. We've definitely gone through itch, and we have Counter-Strike, which is on Steam. So there are trade-offs, but if you want full freedom, go to the web. If you want curation, discovery, and users, likely still go to the app stores, but know your limitations. And then the new frontier would be consoles and maybe even VR, right? That would be the next stage.
Yeah, we're like about that discovery thing. Yeah, it does seem kind of like unfair, and a lot of people are up in arms about that 30% that Apple takes just for this discovery mechanism and forcing you to use them themselves as a payment provider, which they probably take transaction fees off from as well. But anyway, there is one other question here.
Sure.
Sorry. Yeah, the point I was trying to make here. So we're doing this kind of like experiment now with makers.bold.fun to help solve some of that discovery within the Lightning application space. But like we're focused again still on the web stuff because we want this to kind of get we want people to be able to find it like at the hackathons. You're gonna build some cool stuff and develop it over time. How do people find it, right? Our ecosystem is still kind of small of the available Lightning applications. So this kind of like discovery problem, how do you solve it? So that's why we came up with makers.bold.fun. And then we're gonna try. It's kind of interesting because you were talking about like all these different incentive mechanisms and stuff. And I think like thinking about these kind of like game incentives, it's going to be interesting even if you're not making a game, because now you're able to like really design some absurd payment flows that have never existed before, right?
Exactly.
You could be ping-ponging money from the player to the game developer like constantly, right?
Yeah, you can't just shove money into a game and like, oh, hooray, now it works better, or more people are going to come, right? It's not just adding an image. It's very complex topic. So you have to make it so that it's a seamless set of incentives, such that all the participants in that game, in that network, it's a little bit like Bitcoin, right? You need to create the incentives such that everyone is an honest actor, if you will, of the interaction. So it's definitely an interesting take, and like an example that we want to see is we want to see Beat Saber, you know, the VR game with the Beat Saber, which is like kind of like Guitar Hero, but yeah, you're using your sabers. We want to do that with Satoshi. So every time you get it right, you get 1 sat, right? And that's like, okay, the incentive now is for me to keep doing that, right? And like, but if you mess up, then let's say if you mess up, then you lose all of the Satoshis you had from the past, right? So you now, okay, I need to be just better and better. I need to spend more time doing it. With ZEBEDEE cards, it's fascinating because people see the coin. And what we found is actually in some tournaments, some people were so bad at racing that they would stop in the middle of the track, and then they would just wait for everyone to go forward, and they would go and pick up every single one of the coins because they know they're not going to win, right? They know they're going to be first, second, or third, but they're going to get some sats. So let me pick up all of the coins in the map and be the last player, and then I cash out, 5,000 sats, right? Which is great. But now you have this incentive, it's like, oh, do I even want to race at that point? So it's very interesting to create these.
And then you have to create like another kind of incentive to like it's all about these game mechanics, right? You create another incentive to make it worth more to win the game, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
So this kind of like thinking, I don't know, it's like
game theory. Yeah, game theory is fascinating.
Yeah, but so this, like, to publish a game is quite expensive, but also to be giving out Bitcoin, that's going to cost a lot. So Jamativ also has another question here. Do you have any tips for getting started with connecting a game to the ZEBEDEE framework? I'm imagining I would need a lot of initial capital to start rewarding players.
Sure. So there's various models on this, right? I think yes, you're correct. You can't just create a game and just forever give out Bitcoin, because that's not a business model in of itself. As I mentioned before, a lot of the mobile games that we're seeing built on the platform now are hyper casual games. A hyper casual game is basically an Angry Bird style game, and the way they monetize that game is through advertisements, right? So if you play 2-3 rounds of Angry Birds, and then there's you're going to do the 4th round, they show a little ad for, I don't know, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and then you go on to the next stage. The beauty of adding ZEBEDEE and in general Bitcoin to things is that it doesn't need to be exclusive. So adding Bitcoin doesn't mean that you can't do advertisements. You can still do advertisements and get advertising revenue. So what we have, for example, Viker, which is one game development studio that has, I believe they have 8 games with us already on the app stores. What they do is they've always been a hyper casual game, and they've always had advertisements in game. So what they do is they take a chunk of the advertising revenue, and then they send that back as Bitcoin rewards. So you would think that you're actually losing money because I'm not making some money on my advertising revenue, I'm giving it back to customers. But what happens is customer retention skyrockets, right? People come back every day. So then you're making more because they're watching the ads more, but they're also making some more now because they're getting Bitcoin rewards. So one way is to do the advertising model, right? That's definitely one. The other model that we've seen, and that's how it works with the Infuse product, which is the Counter-Strike Go product, is sponsorships. So for example, what we do is we add, I feel like you remember the physical coins, the Z coins that we have inside of Counter-Strike. We have, so Bitstamp is one of the big sponsors for the Infuse Counter-Strike product, and we have Bitstamp branded coins in the game instead of ZEBEDEE coins, and then we also put some banners on the walls of the game, not intrusive anything, just it's just part of it. And so now the brand is interacting with the gamer in its native world, in its native environment. It's rewarding the gamer, right? Because they see that, oh, this is, this, I'm going to pick up this Bitstamp coin and I'm going to earn 100 Satoshis at the end of the match. And so they get that exposure to the gamer and that impression on the gamer. And then instead of having to pay 200 sats to come into the map and to come into the match, Bitstamp is paying 200 sats on your behalf, right? So sponsorships is the second model. The third model that's definitely the holy grail is a full circular economy, right? So it's the ability to have players pay into a game, players
earn money from a game, players trade or pay each other in a game, and then it's less about how do you reward players, and it's more how do you foster a circular economy inside of your game. So I think the end goal is for sure an MMORPG of huge levels that everyone's using Satoshis up and down, and again, step by step, I think we're getting there. What's known right now is the models of advertising and sponsorships are proven models, and they're good and they work. I think there's a lot of game developers, and ourselves included, testing other models, right? Like how can we create this circular cycle so that people are earning, paying, trading, and then it's a whole thing.
Yeah, I think this circular economy thing that you're talking about, where all participants are getting paid and paying, I think like people at this hackathon, people building applications, you can also apply these things to like I mentioned before, outside the gaming industry. You can now do those things within your application, even if it's like some table-based thing with a couple user types. You can start thinking about payments and the economy within your company or application in this kind of way, because again, we have money that can move at the speed of a data transfer.
Data.
Yeah.
Lightning has made it, in my opinion, has made it much simpler to gamify experiences, right? Because you gamifying it with a tiny amount of value that is valuable to anyone, anywhere in the world, or on the internet, or in the world, like, you know what I mean? So it's much easier for you to attach value to the gamification of apps, websites, presentations, hackathons, whatever it is, right? There's that aspect of immediate gratification or immediate reward. So it's very cool, and a lot of the technologies that we're building, the static QR codes, the Lightning address, essentially gamer tags, etc., can be used outside of gaming, right? We're focused on gaming, but the technology is technology. It's amoral. It doesn't pick right or wrong. It doesn't pick this industry or that industry. It just works. And so there will be disruptors bringing Lightning to just virtually every single industry in the world, and it's the same core concept. It's interoperability. It's built on Bitcoin. Right, and it's the easiest way of sending money up and down the entire world. So, yeah.
I think we probably should leave it there. But Ed, do you have anything to say? I mean, I could keep on going. I mean,
it really kind of depends on how much time Andre has. He's already given us an hour. I mean, do you have a few more minutes, or do you need to be?
I can do a couple more questions. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, not a problem.
Okay. I mean, they're probably just going to be my own sort of fangirl
questions.
Sure. That's all right.
Totally.
I mean, so actually, I remember when I kind of started, I got into gaming, and then I had a brother that was way too into gaming, so then it kind of got banned in the household. And I remember this was kind of before everything went really digital, and we started getting like payments within games. So obviously, I was kind of playing more on like PlayStation 2. Before you had kind of like PlayStation Plus or Xbox Live or whatever, that type of stuff. But then I remember, I think it was in 2011, there was like a huge hack of Sony, and there was millions of users. They had all of their like payment information, which they were obviously using to pay for like in-app purchases, or even just using to pay for like PlayStation Plus or games through the PlayStation Store and stuff. All of this data got hacked, and a bunch of people's financial and private information, basically like a lot of their KYC information was then kind of stolen. Obviously, we're maybe a little bit far away from that right now, but do you envisage Bitcoin becoming a truly native currency of the gaming world by hopefully people like Microsoft or Sony, like actually integrating it into Xbox and PlayStation, and basically outside of mobile or web games, like actually getting into sort of consoles and having that as like an interoperable currency?
In short, yes. I think it's inevitable. Bitcoin is eating the world in every industry. I think specifically in the gaming world, there's a lot of hype around blockchain games and NFTs and whatnot. I think there's a lot of, unfortunately, there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of technical, capabilities there that are interesting, but unfortunately, there's a lot of noise in that side of the market. So, I think as with any disruptive technology, the incumbents are usually the last ones to move, right? Fortnite doesn't have an incentive to give up V-Bucks instead of and use Bitcoin, because V-Bucks makes them $2 billion a year, right? So why would they do that as a business model standpoint? So the incumbents are always the last ones. I think what's likely to happen is indie games, mid-sized games, and even large game studios will begin pushing out these capabilities, and one of them will, set a few of these titles will go big and they will go viral and they will have large, number of users. And what's likely to happen is game developers that want to create games and want to continue publishing games to Xbox and PlayStation and other stores and other consoles will be pressuring those consoles like, hey, look at what we've done when we added Bitcoin to our game, and we now want to publish this game to Xbox. You're not letting us. Why is that the case, right? So I think it's going to become that. I think it's going to be a scenario where the incumbents will be displaced. They will have to adopt the same way that you're getting Google Play Store to adopt a secondary payment option through Spotify, right? You're likely to allow for, it's likely to happen with consoles where you can have your credit card payment in there, but also now Bitcoin will be a secondary option. And very soon, because Bitcoin is native, very soon Bitcoin will be the primary option for just about every gamer because it's part of it. And it will likely start, if you ask me, in these stores and in these consoles, it'll likely start as a payment system, just like a normal, like, hey, I want to buy a game. Instead of using $20, I'm going to pay it in Bitcoin, right? Like that's likely how it's going to start. And then following that, it'll be like actually using it in the game. In a nutshell, I think it's inevitable for just about every platform to adopt a version of, some interaction with Bitcoin. It's a matter of time and building the technology up. It's, we're, as John was saying, like technically Bitcoin and Lightning is still more or less niche. I think Bitcoin as a whole is no longer niche, but Lightning itself is quite niche still. And I think it's a lot to ask for these incumbents to just drop everything they're doing and bet, completely on this technology. So we just need to give it time, and we need to continue having discussions and business development discussions. And we're talking to a lot of these players, but it's early days, right? It's just early. It's just a matter of time, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think I remember I was fortunate enough to just find like a PlayStation 4 not too long ago, and was just really, I guess I've been maybe in the Bitcoin space a bit too long, but I was just super paranoid of giving away my financial information and paying for like PlayStation Plus or even some of the games through the PlayStation Store. So I actually decided to just buy a PlayStation Plus card through Bitrefill. So I managed to hack it. Like I managed to use Bitcoin in some way, but
and that's just like a two-step. It's literally a two-step solution, right? Whereas before you would have to, I need to buy a token so that I can buy the thing and then buy the gift card and then buy the PlayStation Plus. Now it's just buy the gift card and spend it. Soon enough, it's just going to be buy the thing, right? Bitrefill is really, it's an amazing company. We use it all the time too. I'm sure it's used by millions of people around the world, but it is a stopgap solution in that sense, right? What we really, really want is for you to just have a QR code on the screen and you like scan it and you pay with your Lightning wallet and it's done. So I think it's a step in that direction. I love Bitrefill. I use it to top off my phone all the time, and it's a much more seamless experience than doing that with a credit card. It's even more seamless, right? When I show people, it's mind blown. So I hear you. Like it comes back to the trade-offs, right? Like what do we want to provide to users and gamers and game developers, and what do we want to, what do we want to trade off in exchange for this user experience? I think one item that I like to highlight is the solutions for gamers are very different than a solution for game developers. A game developer that has 400 million active players, that is a giant corporation, right? That is not a tiny two-person company that is like building a tiny game. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars worth of monetary value transacting in that game. These entities need to be regulated for various purposes, like not regulated in the sense of monetary sense, just they have reports, they have to they likely have investors, they have maybe some of them are public companies, right? So the requirements on a person that is moving, a gamer that is receiving 1,000 Satoshis, like you don't need to provide anything. You just download the ZEBEDEE app and you receive Satoshis. The second you start going on large volumes and you start moving a bunch of Bitcoin, then that's where we would say, hey, if you want to continue using ZEBEDEE with this amount of volume, you need to get in touch with us and we need to go through that. But it's not a requirement. And at that point, you can choose to use a different wallet, right? Like it's an interoperable network. But as a game developer, if you're moving millions of dollars worth inside of a game, or you're receiving payments, or you're rewarding players with that much money, it's a requirement of that business. It's not even a requirement of us. It's a requirement of that business to have reporting, to have transaction reports, to know how much money was given, how much money was spent, how much money was received. And because of that, we need those regulatory, pieces in place. So I think those are very different, right? We cater to both the gamer and the game developer, but they have very different use cases and sort of necessities, I think. So for the gamer side, we're definitely focused on providing the simplest user experience, the best, most seamless way to just engage. And anyone can download the ZEBEDEE app and get started by clicking login with Google. The second you have 1,000 sats, it's like, oh, okay, maybe I should move this to my Lightning node at home. Perfect. We don't consider that as losing a customer as many others would, right? We consider that as we onboarded that user successfully into Bitcoin, and now they will continue playing ZEBEDEE powered games because you're playing the game, you're not playing ZEBEDEE, right? But you now are a versed into the Lightning and Bitcoin side of things. So yeah, it's a challenge, but it's an exciting challenge, I guess.
There's one question that was just posted there, and a lot of people tend to kind of like shy away from it.
Which question?
In our Bitcoin community.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I'll mention it. This is the lead up. So the question was, why Bitcoin and not another crypto network? And I kind of prefer rephrasing it and saying why another network and not just Bitcoin, right? But I think it's important to touch on a few things, and I'd love to, because I'm pretty sure you get that question as well, especially in the game industry, which is maybe a little bit more exposed to these other networks and whatnot. But I'll start with the first context, and maybe each of you could give a little rationale behind it. So Bolt Fund is actually for those people new to the space and to us, because we just launched. Bolt Fund actually means basis of Lightning technology.fund, right? That's actually the Bolt part, and the Bolt coming from the Lightning Network, that kind of emoji that we use, and yeah, so we're really specifically focused on Bitcoin, and the other thing, the other part of this is that the Lightning Network is also just focused on Bitcoin, because when you're transacting on the Lightning Network, it's not another token that you have to exchange. It's not, Andrew was talking about, going through those several hoops in order to redeem a gift card or buy a token for the game, and having to do all that redemption thing, right? Those are steps that the majority of people are not really wanting to do, and it just adds so much more friction to them. If we could just have this currency that's not really controlled, and anyone, no matter where they are, can access this network, etc., then we can have a more frictionless payment system, global payment system, right? So that would be my perspective on the Bolt Fund and our focus, and about that kind of UX friction. But Andre, would love to hear your thoughts on this as well.
Totally. So the way we like to think of it is, first and foremost, we're ZEBEDEE solving payments. We are not solving yet assets, NFTs, collectibles, these sorts of things. What we're currently solving is the notion of money in games, and it's kind of the beginning of the presentation that I mentioned, right? So to us, I think there's, like I was saying before, there may be technical and technological merit to other networks, to other blockchain projects, to other token networks, et cetera, from a technology standpoint. From a monetary standpoint, we don't see them as money. We see Bitcoin as money because it is the only network that is truly decentralized and no person controls, and there's no entity that gets to dictate how many there are, whether you're able to send or receive. It's a permissionless decentralized network, right? So we see Bitcoin as the next stage of money in humans and for humans, and we see that facilitating that capability to game developers and gamers is in and of itself a massive leap already, right? We don't need to solve everything at once. We will eventually solve additional problems and other problems that game developers and gamers have, but we need to solve the payments piece first. So that's how we think of using Bitcoin primarily and only at the time. Now, we don't know the future. I'm not saying that we will never do anything with nothing ever again in terms of any other blockchain project. I think there's merit to some potential technologies out there, but more from the technology standpoint, not from the monetary value of should we use this other token as money. I think what's important to highlight is the same way that all of us, right? Let's say I travel to Europe. I'm in the United States now, and if I travel to Europe, I have to exchange my currency, right? So I have to go somewhere and exchange my currency, and there's the middleman that will take a cut of that. And then when I come back to the US, I need to exchange it back, right, before I come back. So the same way we are hoping that Bitcoin, being an internet native money, would be a global money, therefore we wouldn't need to exchange to individual local currencies. Why should we exchange to individual game currencies, individual game points when I go from one game to the other? It's virtually identical. It's not even that different, right? So if I'm going from Call of Duty and I have points in it, those points are worthless in Counter-Strike, right? But what if the value was the same? So why shouldn't it be the same? So the same way that it applies to countries in the world, why can't it apply to virtual worlds inside of the internet, right? And I would argue that our thesis is that virtual economies, and that's our tagline, right? Powering real economies in virtual worlds. So we believe that virtual economies will grow to become much, much larger than real economies. And primarily the reason for that is, one, a real economy requires physical representation. So you can't go to the coffee shop and buy a coffee if you're not physically at the coffee shop, right? But in a game, in a virtual world, I can interact with a person in Japan as if they were right next to me. I can trade with that person in Japan. I can pay that person in Japan as if they were with me. I'm also not constrained by geographical location or geographical boundaries, right? So, this is country A and this is country B. Oh, I can't go to country B because now I need to change my currency. No, it doesn't matter. A virtual world is a virtual world. It has no presence or footprint on a real world. So we believe that virtual economies will be much bigger than real economies, and we're just helping power that. We're helping empower developers and gamers to do that. And the way we see to do that is Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is money and the rest is technology experiments, right? And that's how we see that piece.
I think that's well put. Eddie, you mentioned something about like longevity. What's your take on this topic?
Well, I guess without being too black and white about it, as Andre said, I think that over the last 10 years, I think the Bitcoin has probably proven itself as the currency or digital currency probably with the most longevity. That's not to say that we can't experiment with other projects. I'm not going to go as far to say that nothing else should be experimented with, of course. But yeah, I guess it was a slightly sort of snide remark on the fact that I personally view, and my personal views also probably shouldn't represent Bolt Fun, but my personal view is that if you're going to go with a currency rather than trying to create some fun NFT token or some sort of coin within your game, which can arguably serve another purpose, but that's a completely separate thing. What we're talking about today is how we can sort of power these virtual economies. And personally, my take on that is to use Bitcoin.
Long Bitcoin. Yeah, thanks. Like, I just wanted us to like touch on this topic because like often when like people ask it, you know, it's usually kind of like met with like a very basic response of like, you know, do the research yourself or whatever. So I want this to be like a welcoming environment for all you hackers and builders and makers out there. And you know, feel free to ask these questions. Feel free to dig into our guide as well, and also the Bitcoin.Design guide, Bitcoin.Design. There's a principles section in there, so you could like learn more about like the principles that we kind of like design the software with and why it's important, and some of the principles of Bitcoin itself. And yeah, I think Andre said it really well. You know, the problem of payments, just that alone, is such a huge problem, and it's globally very difficult. So if we could solve that in games and IRL, just that alone,
it's already massive.
We're
Yeah.
making such a huge leap, and the amount of technical stuff that we still need to figure out, just in that topic of payments alone, is just so vast, right? And I think yeah, that's where I like to put my attention as well. But you know, in a few years, we're already seeing how this industry is just like being propelled so much, especially with Lightning Network on the payment front. UX is getting so much better. Nodes are like running on mobile devices, which is kind of insane. We just need to solve some like being offline kind of things. But yeah, just that problem, it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of us to start making things, experimenting, trying to figure out business models. Let's just figure out like, what the business.
Think of it this way: the settlement layer is stable, running, and it's there. We don't need to change the settlement layer. It's beautiful. Now we're solving the payments layer. Once it's settled, secure, stable, and running, like what's the next thing? Like let's figure out what that next one. But let's not jump you know, we need to solve payments first before we move on to many other things as well.
Yeah, and there are some very interesting things coming up, guys. You know, there's this platform called RGB, which is doing like smart contracts on the Lightning Network. There's other side chains on Bitcoin, like Liquid, which is able to do like some NFT stuff as well. So like we have stuff here, we just need people to start like experimenting and building. So we hope this has been a welcoming kind of environment. Tomorrow we're starting the first day of like officially hacking. Some people have already started already. That's all good. But Andre needs to leave, and and we're getting tired. Eddie, want to close us off?
Yeah, for sure. Andre, thanks so much. It's been really, really awesome to have you here, and hopefully this isn't the last time that we chat.
No,
best of
absolutely
luck
not.
with everything at ZEBEDEE, and yeah, if you want to follow Andre online, it's Andre Neves is his Twitter handle, and ZEBEDEE.io is ZEBEDEE. So go check them out. Go play around with some of the games. Go start playing around with Lightning and
Go
some
stack
of these.
some sats. Go
Go
earn some
stack some
sats
sats,
playing
yeah,
video
exactly.
games. There you go. Yeah,
All right,
thanks,
well, you heard it here
Ed
first.
and Johns. Appreciate you guys having me over. It was a great discussion. I'm sure we'll be back for more soon.
Cool. All right, thanks, Andre.
Another one.
Take it easy.
Ciao.
All right, Eddie.
Okay.
That was it. Thanks again, everybody. We're gonna be signing off.
All right, guys. Well, we'll see you for day 4 tomorrow. First day of hacking, as John said. Well, official hacking. A lot of people have already started, which is awesome. We'll be sending out some emails tonight as well with who are some of the mentors and stuff to get in touch with, and yeah, just kind of rounding off the day. But there will be a mentor session tomorrow, so kind of like a Q&A, similar to what we've been doing so far. I think that's going to go on for a couple of hours. I believe it's between 4 and 6 p.m. European time. So if you have some blockers, if you have some questions that you need answered, try and come within those concentrated hours, and then the mentors don't have to kind of be anywhere and everywhere throughout the whole entire day. They can kind of focus in those 2 hours. But of course, a few of us will be on here on standby to try and sort of help put out any fires. So hope you guys had a good day. I think that one was a huge success. We've kind of wrapped up the third and final day now of all these educational talks and workshops and seminars. And I mean, my brain, it kind of hurts the amount that I've learned over the last few days. So I hope everybody gets some rest, eat some good food, drink some water, and we will see you tomorrow for some hacking.
Good luck, everybody. See you tomorrow.